And with that guitar riff, yeah, we're getting ready for some Fast and Furious racing action. Thanks to chat, you asking for this. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. Every Saturday night at 7 p.m., except next week when it's going to be Friday. This is where you want to be for classic gaming goodness. It's driven by what you have to say in the chat over there. In this case, it is a literal driven case, and also because the chat asked for this one. Yeah, we were playing F-Zero X for the Nintendo 64. It came out on October 26th, 1998. As the second game in the franchise that the US saw, although there were technically two that Japan had, the Super Nintendo one, which we had, and then two other ones. It was the BS F-Zero Grand Prix games. There are two of them technically split up as part of Nintendo's Satellaview service. And nowadays, we have not seen much of F-Zero itself as a franchise, but this is seen as one of the pinnacles of this series. There's definitely a lot of good ones for it. Even the one Sega ended up making was eventually F-Zero AX and GX that was developed by Amusement Vision. The people would make Yakuza and Super Monkey Ball and Daytona USA for Dreamcast. But tonight we got F-Zero X for Nintendo 64 running on the Nintendo 64. It's also in the Wii U Virtual Console, and it was on the Wii's when it was up as far as the store. As the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, where they didn't fuck up the emulation the way they did with Mario Golf and a couple other games. Yeah, we're running Nintendo 64 fully tonight, with everything unlocked. You can tell that also with the screenshot, or the screen of the title screen. When you unlock everything, you get that nice comic book vibe, and also showing what the deal with this game was. It had multiplayer that it did not have on Super Nintendo. There was no multiplayer at all in that version. Here it's 4-player, and let's talk about what you're also looking at, the speed. Because that's what Nintendo wanted to push more than anything. The idea was that Shigeru Miyamoto produced this game, said he wanted to make this the fastest racing game ever made at the time. I'd say they sort of succeeded, because what they did was, in the case as far as the graphical design of him and the team at Nintendo EAD, they said, we're going to design this game specifically around the speed, so we'll have an uncapped frame rate. It is going to be hitting 60 frames per second pretty consistently, and holding it pretty consistently, despite the fact we have 30 cars on the screen, oftentimes at once. But you also see that there's a lot of fog and pop-up, but they said, you know what, that doesn't matter because you're going so fast. That's really what's an important case for this game, and yeah, for that reason, that's, I think, why people love this game. When this came out on the Switch Online Plus expansion pack 2 months ago, or 1 month ago, yeah, everybody was really excited to see this, and they're hoping that after almost 20 years of not seeing F-Zero, maybe we'll see a new one. Because, yeah, the last one we got was F-Zero Climax, which was on the Game Boy Advance, and since then we had references to F-Zero in Nintendo Land for the Wii U and both versions of Mario Kart 8. But since then, nothing. While other futuristic games, racing games of the sort anyway, were going on. But yeah, we have the celebration of Zero X on the request of Electverse, and thank you for making that request, Electverse. I know you said you love this game. You said to me a couple of weeks ago when we said we're going to do this, you said I wanted to see this. You said, I'm buying a Switch for this game, or another one, and I'm buying the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack just for this. So, right there, that's giving a sense that, yeah, you love this game, I love this game too. How this is going to work as far as the racing case of it is we're going to be going through every course that the game has. I unlocked everything a couple weeks ago, as well as racing as every character that's in here. So it's 30 characters, I believe it's 30 courses. Oh, actually, wait a minute, no. Alright, because there's 4 cups with 6 courses each. There's 24 courses to this. But actually, technically, there are infinite courses, because we're also going to be looking at the X Cup, which is randomly generated. And as I mentioned there, the 4-player element, which does hold that frame rate despite that, despite everything going on. But alright, we're going to get started. We're going to hit every mode up. So we have the GP race mode, we have time attack, we have death race. You can kill your opponents, and that is a viable strategy you can play in this game. There's also 4-player. Yeah, that's the one we're not touching, but I did check it earlier just to see how it worked. Actually, I've never played multiplayer this game with other people, but yeah, it runs really fast, and it seems like it'll be a lot of fun for a lot of you racing fans there. Those are the practice modes. You're going to go through each course that way, and options, which is splitting around how the handicaps are working, how the versus split is going, or clearing the cartridge data. I'm not clearing the cartridge data because I spent a bit of time unlocking everything. Yo, Electverse, so good to see you tonight for the game you asked for, F-Zero X. I have it for you. We were running it on the N64 specifically. And you told me you love this game, and I'm here to deliver it for you with everything. We're going to look at every mode that's here, and I unlocked everything, as you can tell, going back to the title screen. There's a comic book intro on the title screen. So yeah, there is Captain Falcon, going on, saying like, yeah, he's got Samurai Goro on the next curve, but maybe he doesn't. Hallelujah. Yeah, you were looking forward to this. I know you've mentioned that you love this game. Let it all hang out. Let it all come out as far as why you love this game feasibly. I guess maybe more than the words that you or I are going to be saying for this. And I guess elements as far as the franchise, because I mentioned we have not had a game in this franchise for quite a while, but us putting this out there maybe is going to get a sense to people saying, oh right, I remember F-Zero as a franchise, and F-Zero X, and say, we're going to celebrate this. And we are running it on Nintendo 64, but if you have I was going to say Xbox, this is not an Xbox, I'm thinking of other stuff. If you have a Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack case, they do port this great. It is not a case like Mario Golf. It's not like some of these other games on there, like Yoshi's Story, where the issues with the frame rate, they have issues with button lag. No, nothing. But we are running it on N64 as it is. Actually, nowadays it costs about as much as it does for a Switch Online expansion pack subscription. So that might be the easier way to go if you're like, hey, I just want to play this. Or download the Virtual Console on the Wii U while you can, but there is an issue with controls with the analog stick we're going to get into. This is the game that made me love racing. Okay, so in that way, it's kind of, to you, what Kingdom Hearts was in your Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy X, which was the games that made you love a genre. So in that case, it was RPGs for both of those. This one, it's racing, and I can see why, and as I mentioned when I started, before we even started playing this game, I think the idea is because of what you're seeing, the speed. Nintendo said, you know what, it doesn't matter that we have fog and pop-up in this, we're going to focus on the speed to make this hold 60 FPS as much as we can while we have a 30-car field, and they did it. And the rock music, oh my god, yes, which is actually, I'll tell you, a little behind-the-scenes case. I have an option when I do the setting on this on my capture device, saying that automatically reduce the game sound. I said, you know what, I want to let the music play, I want to make sure it's mixing okay so you can hear it. If you can't hear it, tell me, or cannot hear it anyway. You hear this wonderful music, which is by Taro Bondo, who did the music for Super Mario Kart and Star Race FX and Mole-Mania, as well as Hajime Wakai, who we heard when we played Star Fox 64, but also he did the music for all of the Pikmin games and for Nintendogs on the DS. But yeah, I think with that, I've talked this game enough so far. Feel free to let all the memories and all the insights flow as we go. We're playing through every course, every mode, Death Race as well. Let's take a start at the GP just to give a sense of how the unlocks went. Because how this worked was that there is a code to unlock everything. I didn't use it. I said, I want to get everything legitimately, and also it's my practice, technically. You have 3 difficulties to start of Novice, Standard, Expert, and you unlock Master, which I unlocked that. I'm going to start Novice here, and you get these X's. Every time you complete a cup in first place, going across all the courses, you get an X for each of the 3 difficulties, and you also get one on Master. I didn't get those. When you get 12 of them across the 4 main cups, you unlock this, the X Cup. It is randomly generated. Every course we go on that is going to be randomly generated by the game itself. So there's not going to be one course that's going to be alike. I guess it kind of is sort of a little of a, I don't know, a little bit of a figure on what we didn't get in the US, which was the F-Zero expansion kit, or the F-Zero X expansion kits. The hours me and my brother spent trying to unlock everything. Yeah, I mean, it was not easy, and one thing I will show also is that on the characters, like, you do get the little layout of the characters you use to get the cups, and I think you can have those multiple. In a lot of cases, I had a lot of stuff with Samurai Goro, and we'll get to the higher difficulties, Mad Wolf, I'm going to that as well. But yeah, it does take a lot. There is a code for unlocking it, but I don't think it saves it to the cartridge. And I do not remember if it lets you have the X Cup on it. Let me know if you know the answer to that, but I did everything for it because I said, like, for you, anybody else, anybody who comes to the show and says, I want to see a game, and I say, okay, let's do it. I want to give you the full experience. I want to reflect exactly why you love it, even if it's something I haven't necessarily played that much. I played this game a good amount. This is actually the first F-Zero game I played, but the first I owned was F-Zero Maximum Velocity for the Game Boy Advance, which is also a really good game. We'll show that eventually. But I did buy it a couple of years ago in 2007 from my local Star World Video, and I still have the label on the cartridge for the purpose of that. I love the Fire Stingray next to Blue Falcon. Yeah, well, and that's the idea, I think, with the story of F-Zero. And honestly, this game's not going to go into it that much, although there are other games in the series that do, particularly F-Zero GX on GameCube, and then F-Zero GP Legend on the Game Boy Advance, and F-Zero Climax, which was also on Game Boy Advance, which was the last game to come out of the series. That was 2004, but we didn't get that one, unfortunately. But yeah, you go. Captain Falcon and Samurai Goro. Hello, Dolly Finn. Welcome to the show tonight. Welcome to the element of F-Zero X for the Nintendo 64. When I first wanted to see this, I'm happy to deliver the game. It's a great game, and it's a great selection. So I'm saying we're going to play this whole game. We're going to show off everything in it, go into all our memories of F-Zero as a franchise, and this game specifically, and Futuristic Racing. Let us know any insights you have about this game, if you played any of the F-Zero games. and any of your memories with this or other racing games on any system feasibly or on N64. Because actually, before I get into this, before we start, there were a lot of racing games of the futuristic style on the system before this. Because I remember Extreme G, which was by Probe Entertainment, the people who made Batman Forever. It's a really good game. Came out in 1997. I'm unfamiliar with this one. Well, sit back and have a nice, relaxing time for this one. And we're going to go into exactly why it is one you want to be familiar with, because it is great. It's too bad, though, we do not have Blue Falcon driving Blue Falcon. Yeah, that's definitely a case of that. I think there are other games of the franchise that do it, and I know there's a hack of this game, or I think it's a Game Shark code you put in to have Super Falcon drivable as far as the Blue Falcon car. But alright, what we're going to do, before we start, because I just said we're going to look at the GP, we're covering all the courses, all the tracks. We're not just going to be GPing everything. We'll start GP, we'll start on Novice, on the Jack Cup, starting at Mute City. It's going to be very familiar to you if you played this on Super Nintendo. Alright, so we'll go through each of the cars, what we have, and you do have the stats of what they do as far as body, boost, and grip. Oh, you mean the character Blue Falcon, who, is he in this game? Well, we're going to see, because I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through all 30 of these characters. You have to get, let's just go back to this quickly. Each of the 3 X's you get for getting first place on the cups, you get a new row of characters. Okay, now let me go back into that. I will show off the Master Cup just for the hell of it later. You get a row of 6 characters, or 5 characters. No, 6. That's right. And each of those, you get all these, so you get a total of 30. So we're going to show each of the characters off. We do have the Blue Falcon. From Hanna-Barbera. Oh, right, Blue Falcon and Dynama. Thank you. That totally slipped my mind. I should remember that. I'm one about the nostalgia stuff and the Hanna-Barbera stuff, which, there is something I'm going to be doing in November for the Thanksgiving showcase. That will do with Hanna-Barbera. I'll leave you in suspense on that until I get close to it. I have to get a copy of what it is, but, yeah, it's going to be a nice one to go into that. Although it doesn't have Blue Falcon, I will say that. Yeah, but Blue Falcon and Dynomutt, which would be an interesting crossover. I'll probably put a picture also of who they are in case people forget. Although there was the movie Scoob that came out a couple years ago that did have them in it. It wasn't as much of a fun time as I would have expected. But, alright, you have each of the characters here. You have Captain Falcon, who is the lead of this franchise usually. See him in Super Smash Bros. Amongst other things. And we get to F-Zero GX. He's the lead in the story and the anime that came out. It was a 4Kids joint. I never saw the anime, so feel free to let me know any memories you have with that, or if it's worth going back to, because sometimes the 4Kids stuff can be a little iffy. And you can adjust what their speed and acceleration are based upon their stats, like elements of body, so you'll take hits better. Boost, where you can do boost decently. And grip, where you hold onto the track. We'll get into that because I know, like Richard mentioned something a couple weeks ago as far as the potential floatiness and slipperiness of this, but I think I got the idea of the method of madness of what this is. But before we start, going through every character to show you what I went through to unlock, which isn't too bad, but still something you have to go through. But we have the Blue Falcon driven by Captain Falcon, the Golden Fox driven by Dr. Stewart, the Wild Goose, which is driven by Pico, this alien-like creature who, I don't know if that's a reference to the Sega Entertainment Unit. It might be, but I'm not sure. Samurai Goro, who, as you mentioned, is kind of like a yin to the yang of Captain Falcon. He drives the Fire Stingray. When I first played this game, this is who I tend to play as a lot. Definitely has this nice element. Have you ever played Super Smash Bros. Brawl? And I think some of the other ones. He's one of these assist trophies. Comes out and just like slashes around. Really hurts you if you're not prepared for that. There the White Cat, driven by Jodie Summer. We have the Red Gazelle, driven by the Mighty Gazelle, who's more of a robot than anything else. He's good with boosting, but body, if he gets hit too much, it's going to be trouble. Mad Wolf, who's driven by Billy, and I used this constantly when I was doing the unlocks for this. This is my man as far as this, for the unlocks anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of good characters here, a lot of interesting characters, and there is difference between all of them enough so that you can play around and get a sense of who do you want to be and who are you going to be most successful playing in this game, particularly depending on the situation and the course you're going to run, because we're going to see everything for this. It's driven by the Biorex, by the way, as far as Big Fang. They've got the Great Star, driven by Mr. EAD, who is named after the developers of this game, Nintendo EAD, which was, let me get the name of this down. It was Shigeru Miyamoto who produced this game, but it was Tadashi Sugiyama who did the direction of this. He directed Pilings on the Super Nintendo, as well as Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo as well, and also Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link on the NES. And this was one of his big deals, and a lot of people who also were in this team worked on Wave Race 64, which we showed already. But, alright, for the time being, I'll just keep going through them. Dr. Clash, which I don't know if that's connected with anything Nintendo might be, drives the Mighty Bear, or the Crazy Bear. There's a YouTube channel named Mighty Gazelle as far as I guess they focus on F-Zero, I would assume, yes, and probably they're the ones who are going to be saying, we want another one of these. And honestly, playing this game more, I'm getting the sense of, I'd like to see another one too, but I guess maybe the question is, what does Nintendo want to do with this? And maybe they're confused about what can they do with this franchise still. We'll definitely get into that as we go along. We got the Deep Claw driven by Octo-Man, I thought for something else. Sort of. Okay. Definitely a good case of that. And I'll definitely, if you don't provide a link to it either way, I'll put one in when we edit this to give a sense of, here's the Mighty Gazelle channel, it goes into F-Zero, you like F-Zero, that's another place you want to go. The Iron Tiger driven by Baba. Night Thunder, which is driven by Silver Nielsen. The Twin Narita, which actually has 2 drivers to it, so it's almost like a pod racer from Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, although in that case, it's not just one driver driving like a chariot case. It's Somar and Sio who drive this. The Wonder Wasp, which sounds like, I don't know, like a insta-kill or something, driven by John Tanaka. I think that might be a reference to one of the people who works on this game, or worked on it. The Queen Meteor, driven by Mrs. Arrow. Dr. Clash looks a little bit Doc Ock from, let's go back to him. Yeah, Dr. Clash, who is right here. Oh yeah, yeah, looks like Dr. Octavia Spencer, Doc Ock from Spider-Man. Yeah, and given the comic book vibe that this F-Zero game in particular has, in terms of how it looks, you saw the title screen when you get the unlock of everything, I wonder if maybe they were paying attention to comic books as far as the art direction of this one. And unlike the Super Nintendo game, which I honestly don't have a whole lot of familiarity with, I played it a bit, but where you only had a couple characters and it was something very simple, at this point I think Nintendo was saying, hey, we're going to expand this out, and that's the way they did it, as far as like the comic look, so I get that idea. And, okay, fine, this is more of the yin to the yang of Captain Falcon, because we have Blood Falcon, who in the anime, from what I understand, and also in F-Zero GX, they're kind of rivals to each other. Then we have Astro Robin, driven by Jack Levin. We have the Mighty Hurricane, driven by Roger Buster. The Super Piranha, driven by Kate Allen. And we'll be done with this, and then we'll start racing. Because, like, yeah, I've put 20 minutes so far without racing in this racing game. But trust me, I will not, dilly-dally on this any further after this. King Meteor, driven by the Super Arrow with his, with his Eagle. So, actually, I'm almost wondering the perspective of going back to Marvel. How about this? Maybe Captain America a little bit. I can kind of see it a bit. Alright, seems like Chad is very happy to see everybody, and they're hoping they're doing well, and I'm hoping everybody's doing well, and hope you're ready for this game, and also to enjoy the wonderful music, as I mentioned. We have the Wild Boar, driven by Michael Caine. I wonder if that's a reference to Michael Caine, the actor, maybe, but I don't know. Death Anchor, driven by Zoda, which this might be a reference to Zoda's Revenge, Star Tropics 2 for the NES. I played the first Star Tropics game, which is a good one, but there's a sequel, and I wonder if there's a reference to that. So I've been watching Rocko's Modern Life. Oh yeah, that is a very good cartoon, one I definitely grew up loving and enjoying, and one that does have a game based on it that I do own. At some point we'll definitely show that, which is Rocko's Modern Life, Spunky's Dangerous Day, which is on the Super Nintendo. It is a good one in some ways, although it's one that I'll have a lot of stories to tell about that, because I've scared people with that game and scarred them playing it, saying like, I don't like how, complex and maybe, slippery the game is, but it is something that is a good case, and I did love Rocko's Modern Life Show. And weirdly enough, that's the only game that came out based on it specifically. But I do have it, so that's on the docket, and it is one that let those memories just flow as well. At some point, that was going to come up from me if it wasn't coming up from you in the chat there as well. Okay, last case of this as far as the row. We do have the little wyvern that's driven by James McLeod from Star Fox, or that's the idea, and it does look like an R-Wing. Although, from what I've understood, Nintendo said that it's not explicitly tied to Star Fox as far as the fact that this is actually James McLeod, his father. There are more adult themes, I remember. Yeah. For Rocko's Modern Life, and no kidding. It's also the kind of thing that for some reason it was something that, when I was growing up, it was one of those things you almost wondered if the Ren and Stimpy show was a little bit of a lightning rod, because then with this show, people didn't complain about it, even though some of them were pretty obvious, the elements of, really, really big man looking into his nipples of the future and other things like that. But or even the one episode where Mrs. Big Head's basically trying to have an affair with Rocko, which is very weird. But and then they actually banned that from air for a while. We definitely go into that more. That's great stuff, though, for sure. All right, next is the Space Angler, which is driven by Leon. Looks a bit like Star Fox, but as I mentioned, there's no direct connection for Star Fox. Although Star Fox Command on the DS does go into some elements tying to F-Zero, and we'll see if we can do that when we play that game. And then Drac drives the Mighty Typhoon. The Hyper Speeder is driven by Beastman, so I'm getting more of the comic case as far as like the beast creatures as things. Dehonio Guster drives the Green Panther, and then the Black Bull is driven by Black Shadow, and lastly, the Sonic Phantom, driven by the Skull. There you go. Speaking of Marvel stuff, I'm thinking maybe Ghost Rider a little bit, or Grayskull from Captain America. But alright, enough of that. We're racing, and we're, since Lectors, you mentioned you have Samurai Goro, I have Samurai Goro as well. Let's take him for a spin. Quickly, though, if you hit the C left and right buttons, you can rotate the car around if you want to, or the vehicle. Hit the C up button and C down button, do the same thing. Also hit the R or Z button, you can change the color of their vehicle along with some preset stuff. So I'm going to keep it the traditional pink there. And you can also adjust it as far as you're going to focus on acceleration more than or max speed. I put it up to usually here for max speed. Let's do it. Alright. Get ready for the headbanging and the insane speed. And the countdown of 3, 2, 1. Dude. Alright, so we're going down Mute City. Oh my god, I love this game so much. And that is Jim Wornell, by the way, who did the announcing for the game for this. Yeah, look at this. We are running at... It's not holding 60 FPS the whole time, but, man, it is pretty impressive to see 30 cars on field. There is fog and pop-up going on, but you know what? It doesn't matter because you're going so fast. You're still seeing enough of the course. You're going over the boosts, holding the A button to do the acceleration, and going, and it is so much fun. And that music, which is a lot of stuff from the Super Nintendo game. This is like the Mute City theme from that. But they add, like, the guitar harmony to it. But every time you get to the second lap, you got boost power! So that energy bar, you hit the B button, and you can do boost anytime you want, unlike on F-Zero on Super Nintendo, where you had to wait till you passed a lap, of which you had 5 in that game, and then you could use 1. In this case, you use as many as you want, as long as you have an energy bar having energy in it. Go over that purple stuff, that will recover your energy. But don't crash too much or fall off the course, otherwise you lose your machine, and that is a life lost. And like Mario Kart 64, this does not have infinite continues. But let's keep going on. Yeah! The final lap! Alright, so let's go. I love this so much. And, like, this is such a great choice on your part for it. I mean, I love all the viewer requests, but yeah, I was so happy to hear that, oh yeah, we want to talk about F-Zero X. See the speed, keep it going, be on the lookout as far as this turning, because how that works is that when you turn too much with the analog stick, you can kind of slide like that, which is good for tight turns. But for the purpose of this, yeah, I want to keep going, and I want to win. I'm going to win with this going. Finish! Alright, first place! You hear that great guitar. Oh my god, it is so good. Even though it's synthesized guitar and synthesized synthesizers, as it is, it just sounds so nice. And it's so fast, and it does give you the maximum speed when you beat the level, or beat the course. And you get points on this, you can look over as far as everybody, as far as how many points they got. You can also die or kill your opponents. I'm going to be doing killing later, so they can avoid that, or avoid being in a sticky situation. But across the 6 courses, get as many points as you can to win. Their announcer voice is very motivating. Yes, it is, absolutely. And it's one of those things that I didn't even necessarily think of why that is. And I guess that's the idea of what Jim Wornell did. As far as the other stuff he's done, as far as anything, he was the announcer in Galactic Pinball on the Virtual Boy. And he also did the translation of the script for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, which I guess explains maybe why that game is so cheeky in a lot of ways. I guess also going back to certain things, I don't like the fact that some tracks are so short. Well, okay, here's a question about that, because I know that on the Super Nintendo game, we're on the next level here, whose name was before and I passed by it like a dope. Okay, they're also doing spins, by the way, I gotta be careful of that, and do it later. And Rival. When you have someone who is either ahead of you or behind you directly, they become a rival. Also, you hit Z and R, or you hold Z and tap R twice, or do the vice versa. You do a spin to that, you spin around, you take their energy away. You can also do a double tap of Z or R to, well, you do Z and R to do turning and things, but just do that to bounce them into the wall, and hear that bling, you see the star, they are dead. So that means they're not getting any points at all on this course. I mean, go to this as far as the length of the course is now. The idea that they're short, I mean, that is an interesting case to it as well, and I don't know how much that F-Zero X expansion kit that Japan got let you do stuff with that, because that was a track editor that came out for that. That was what that was. It was for the 64 disk drive. And because that never came out here, we never got it. So I don't know if feasibly you can have longer courses, or for that matter, if there are really long courses in some of the other ones. I know in Super Nintendo and some of the ones in Game Boy Advance, you kind of have that, but they kind of go around each other. Maybe you don't notice it as much. Alright, so here's the channel I was referring to. Alright, thank you for that link. Elect first, we'll go in the link list when we do the edit in a few days. And this is a weird one too as well, because it's kind of a straight shot, even though it's in a curve. Although if you boost too much, you can fall off, and I've had that happen, so I don't want to have that go. I just want to win again. Boom. And on Novice, this is going to be a regular occurrence. When we get higher, it's not. You need to bring your A game to it. And you also saw on the positioning element, yeah, it was 30 initially. It said 29. Yeah, it did take into account that I killed Super Arrow. He retired. So he doesn't get any points for this. If you die, or fine, if they die, they get no points. If you die, you have to restart the race, and you lose a life. And if you don't have all 5 of them, it's game over. Alright, I won again, and so we're going to be going okay to that. And it does give a sense while you're doing the racing, seeing where you go up and down in the positions. But yeah, I get the idea as far as the length of tracks. I guess tell me then this, which is, did you play F-Zero GX on GameCube? Because I don't remember if that had really long courses either. I played it very, 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 very little. I think I played it when it was a demo at, I was at MagFest. I think they had a TV setup with it. Played a little because, like, oh yeah, this is the one by the people who made Super Monkey Ball and Yakuza, and the Nintendo USA version for the Dreamcast. You have. Okay. Does it have longer courses than this? And for that matter, then do tell. It's like, hey, this is a game you love. This is a game you said you're going to buy a Switch On expansion pack subscription for this alone. But hey, that doesn't mean that no, there aren't things you can say that, oh, you'd rather have seen happen. And I love the idea that we're able to go in that element of it. I didn't care for it. Okay. Alright, so, and the one thing about F-Zero GX, from what I understand, I know the sticking point on that game has been the fact that it's extremely hard, even more so. I mean, here's the thing about F-Zero. Since all of you said you've never played these, I don't know if you've never played this one or some of the other ones, because I know this is the Super Nintendo one, which has been re-released the most. Mostly anyway. And I know it's on the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit, it's on Wii Virtual Console, it's on Switch Online as well. But these games tend to be known for difficulty in a way that you kind of might be surprised with Nintendo. But it's also something that with that one in particular, GX I know was seen as maybe too hard. I don't know if like that's your attitude and like not caring on F-Zero GX, which does cost a bit of money now. So honestly, when I get to doing that game, I'll get to dish out a couple of bills for that one, about $100 or so for it. But it'll be worth it because it also has 2 games in it, technically. Because it has F-Zero AX, which is the arcade game. Use a Game Shark or actual replay device. You're going to lock it fully. And I will be sure to do that before we play it. But I know with that game, it was insanely hard. I remember some of the reactions that came with that. I remember the X-Play show. We mentioned that a couple times. They said they heard of the grapevine, this game is insanely hard. And they kept like dying at the last course, saying it's not uncommon that you go through every level getting perfect every time. And then the last course, you lose all your continues, and you're just constantly hearing this say, "Of course!" And he's like almost crushing the GameCube because of how insanely difficult it is, as far as like the video, they're kind of going back to it. To me, I would say it would be that, but it also just didn't click with me, compared to, I guess, this one, because I'm going to assume this is your favorite game in the franchise. I mean, I guess I would probably say it is. It's between this one and Maximum Velocity of the ones I've played, although as I mentioned, I haven't played enough of GX. I haven't played GP Legend, which I know runs with the same engine as Maximum Velocity. I played a little bit on the Super Nintendo, and there's that F-Zero Climax. I don't have it. I could see about getting that, because remember, the Game Boy Advance is reach and free, so we can run that game no problem through this Game Boy player I've got. Yeah, I would say this is the one I like the most. Yeah, not a bad one to like the most. I mean, if you want to do multiplayer stuff with your F-Zero, this was really the one game in town initially until the Game Boy Advance ones came around. And GX had multiplayer as well. But so in that case, you're sharing the potential frustration of, crashing like crazy in that one. I mean, and this is a different feel with that from what I played of it, because I mentioned, as I said, it's Amusement Vision, it's Sega. So Nintendo went to Sega, said, hey, make our F-Zero game. That was what they came up with. And, I mean, it is a weird one, thinking about the people who made Super Monkey Ball making F-Zero, but then also what it's doing, and I guess also your question of how much did you play of it, number one. Number two, what about the story mode? Because I know that's the element of it that seems like it's the most, well, not contentious really, but just something that seems like it sets it apart more than the other ones. Well, getting into the first place, but yeah, this is not going to last long when I knock up the difficulty much more. Alright, yeah, Captain Falcon is my rival technically in this, because yeah, there he is. He's in second place. And everybody else is down there on the bottom, including poor James McCloud. But yeah, he had his glory that way with some of the stuff, and we'll see more of that when we hit Star Fox up. I didn't play it that much, honestly. Okay, or I didn't play it all that much. Okay, so in that case, it's more maybe like me, very limited. Alright, we're on Big Blue, which is also one that's familiar to Super Nintendo players. And we're running in the case of, I believe this one we're running on a tube. Right, this great music, oh, here we go. Yeah, we are the tube. Yeah, if I fall off, by the way, that is a death, so I want to avoid that. And you have to be going fast enough so that you don't fall off. Well, okay, I don't know, actually. We can try this eventually. If you stop on this, do you then, you know, fall? But at the end of usually these things, it's on the cylinder this way, but you also have to be careful when you come up onto the road. There's some, they have like a turn there. And we'll see that also probably when we do X Cup, honestly, because X Cup is randomly generated. Also, we're getting into the turn stuff. Here's the deal, with the turning, as I mentioned, you have about 4 ways to do turning in this game. Technically, you just move the control stick as you go around a curve, but you will slide a bit more. You'll hit the Z and R buttons as you turn to go a little quicker that way, or tighter. And you have another thing which, if you played the other F-Zeros, particularly Maximum Velocity on the Game Boy Advance, I mean, you're using this constantly. I was especially. The blast turn. Now that works is, I'll show this. Hit the A button as you're going in a turn. Instead of, it's basically feathering the accelerator, so you can kind of get yourself going a little bit. It works differently in this game compared to how Maximum Velocity did it. But it is still something, when I was doing the unlock stuff, oh shit, yeah, that's the other thing. It's one of those things like, oh whoa, you gotta be really careful, and you're gonna feel that element of speed. Like, oh god, I'm out of control, and my energy's going down. I'm getting that beep, 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 beep. In that case, I need to find an energy station to refill it, and make sure I don't crash too much, because if I had energy at 0, I am dead. There you go. In that case, we're all set. Woo. Yeah, and actually, the indicators on there, when they shrink like that, that means they fell off the course. So the AI is good in this game, but that also means that they'll be good enough that they'll be realistic in the sense that they'll fall off the track on their own because, hey, they're not reacting to something. They'll make some of the same mistakes you do. So in a lot of ways, I would say with the AI of games on this system, as far as racing is concerned, this is kind of one of the best ones. I would say this and, well, I'm thinking, Diddy Kong Racing, a little as far as the difficulty, being difficult but fair, and also something that, yeah, you get that sense of it. Alright, here's a retrospective of Zero, and fitting we have that, because, I mean, this is going to be our retrospective to start on F-Zero, but as I mentioned, that doesn't mean we're done with F-Zero. We're not just, you know, doing this one game and never touching it. Any other F-Zero games you want to see, we will do them. And feasibly, the other thing is, I mentioned this to people, I mentioned this to Crochet Nerd when he comes in, we do Shadow Hearts, he's saying, I want some of these games we're going to play to come back, to get re-releases. And I guess we've been getting good luck if maybe we mention it on the show, and they'll re-release it. So, or either they'll re-release it, or they'll maybe do something new with it. So, maybe Nintendo will take a look at this and say, like, let's do something with F-Zero, or maybe they'll do what they did in the GameCube era, or what Sega does now, which is give it to other companies and say, they'll keep an eye on what they want to do with it, so that it'll be, I guess, capturing the glory of what F-Zero X here did, and I guess the other ones as well. I guess maybe balancing that out, so like, okay, you can have something that's to some degrees more approachable, also something, if you want it to be as insanely difficult as F-Zero GX is, you can have that option as well, or that experience, while we're continuing our quest on. Alright, Port Town. This is the last course for the Jack Cup. You get 6 to GP course, and we're not just going to do GP, we're just going to be doing this for the purpose of showing it, and then we will do the other modes. Yeah, that's really what, I'll tell you, that I've mentioned this before, when it comes to doing racing games, that seems like it's sometimes a challenge for me, which is that, alright, what are we going to do with it? And, like, I did this with Sonic Ultra's Racing Transformed last year, where I'm also doing the spin in there to kill people. And that's a viable strategy, by the way. If you say, like, hey, I'm losing to Captain Falcon, you know, I'm gonna just kill him so he gets no points, you can do that. And also, in that case, I gotta be careful of the ice there. Also, when I go off a hill, press up and down to, like, lean forward, and yeah, I'm going even faster than I already am. We're hearing the great guitar work. Oh my god, it's so good. And I'll say this, the one thing I will say on GX, in some ways, that they do have the full orchestra, or find the real instruments going in, especially when Super Smash Bros. Melee came out, and they did the Mute City for that. It was amazing. But even still, this sounds terrific as far as how it is. Also show what that's on. Yeah, you slide around a lot when you're on that, and you hitting the walls is not a good thing, because your energy goes down. And it becomes this great risk-reward thing in some ways. Oh, there's the Captain Falcon, gotta beat him. Or kill him, feasibly. Wisely gotta get myself recovered. So yeah, there's a little bit of strategy here as far as how you want to play this, and also be careful of, okay, I got my energy here, how much can I afford to just boost like crazy, And then also handle, it's like, oh yeah, let me slow down for turns. Which, by the way, you can also slow down using the C down button to do the brake in this. It's not B, because B is your boosts. But also use the Z buttons and the R buttons to do the tighter quartering. And then also use the boost there to go. Use the boost to get through! And then go down, just, yeah, look at that. Look how fast I was getting. I was getting to 1,600 kilometers per hour. It is nuts. And there are 2 deaths to the name, and boom, we won. And I do love, of course, Larry saying there, whoa, you're way out in front. Talk about inspiring and, you know, motivating. Because, yeah, this is a game where, actually, no, this is interesting now I think about this. Thank you for bringing that up, like, first, because I just put 2 and 2 together now. I mentioned that a lot of the people who made, who worked on this game, a lot of developers, were involved with Wave Race 64. And in Wave Race 64, you had the voice going on as far as the announcing, and the announcer could be very condescending, constantly saying stuff like, better get moving, or not that hot, or that was weak, or of course, when you're in 4th place, oh, you're losing. And a lot of people complained about the announcer in that game, saying that's the one problem with that game. So I almost wonder if maybe they looked at that. They said, you know what, let's do a different take on the voice in this one. So honestly, the only case you're really getting, you know, I guess chided a little way is, I guess, when you fall off and he goes the, whoa, and then he says, too bad, you lost your machine. But still, at that case, you understand as to why that is, and you also get more motivation here as the great, you get this beautiful piece of music. I just love the synthesizer, the way they go, the bling, it is so good, and I just love the night sky, the great thing there, the fireworks going off. Let me tell you, when I was doing the unlocks on this, and it does show you your times and everything, your max speed, and everybody you killed, if you killed anybody with the stars, yeah, you get a gold star for murdering people in this, so there you go. I'll tell you what it does. It makes you feel a great sense of accomplishment. It's beautiful. You're right. That is exactly it. When I was doing the unlocks in this, I'll tell you this. When I got that expert victory on Joker Cup, and I had all of them set, I got everything unlocked, and I got the credits. Seeing this before I got the credits for it just made me feel so up. I was like, yeah, I did that. I was able to manage myself, and I will show the harder difficulties for sure to explain exactly how it worked. Alright, by going through, and if you get first place, by the way, you do get the X. If you don't, you either will be off to the side, or you'll be just on the other podium if you don't get it. But alright, with that, I did win, and you do also get the unique quotation of the driver. And you also get this touch. Yeah, you get the fireworks of that character. Okay, fine, I'm wrong. You get the quotation if you're playing an expert. Because I know Billy says something along the lines of, I'm the best or something. Alright, and thanks for playing. Well, yeah, we're not done playing, so do not worry about that. Alright, so the other thing we can also do is go through the other races. But since we're killing people, you know what, before we do that, let's do Death Race. Yeah, this is a nice one. You can pick any of the characters you want and kill people. In fact, you know what, let's also do this, because yeah, let's take Captain Falcon out. He's supposed to be the good guy. You're driving the Blue Falcon there. And we'll assume the Blue Falcon is in there, and Dynamite is over on the side, you know, barking victory or something. Yeah, let's do the Death Race. You are timed on this, by the way. It is one course that goes in a straight line. And what you do is you gotta kill everybody. And not fall off. You do have an energy area here. What you really want to do is kind of get in the center and do the spin. When you do that, you either press Z and you hold R, or you hold Z, or you tap Z and you hold, or no. You press Z and tap R twice, or you hold R and tap Z twice. You do that spin. That can hurt quite a bit. The other thing you can do is you can also bash into him, like that. You can also knock him off the course. So if I do that in a little bit, I'll try that. You can then get to going, oh, so you have a bounce pad. We'll see that later. I think that's what they call it. Yeah, you just knock them in the wall, saying, yeah, they're dead. And by the way, when they're flashing red, and that can happen to you as well, that's the sense that, okay, they're almost dead. And they also crash into everybody else, so yeah. No one is living. That's going to be the line here for this. Whoa! You also want to be careful. Yeah, in that case, I almost fell off. And at some point, I will let myself fall off. Not for this, but just because it's going to happen. Let's not lie. I do this basically just for, you know, getting your bloodthirsty perspective on and just, you know, getting the best time you can. Unfortunately, I don't think this has a 4-player equivalent in this game, because you can play this game with up to 4 players. There's the versus mode over there, although feasibly, I guess you can make a death race by just going through and trying to kill everybody, which you can do. And hey, here's the other thing, because if this happens when you're racing, by the way, and there's some courses where the AI can die a lot. I've seen cases where I've gotten like 10 deaths, either from me or the course itself. if, say, all of the characters die, okay, I knocked him off, and then he just fell off the course, so it's like, adding insult to injury. You can finish the race feasibly, completely alone, and take your time if you want to do that. But honestly, you don't see that happening as much. I mean, honestly, the game you really see that happening more in of stuff on this system would be San Francisco Rush, because San Francisco Rush has a death race option, or they have a death option. When you crash and explode, if that happens once, you die. Under normal circumstances, you just respawn. But in the case of that one, if you have that on, that happens to you, you die, but the enemies can also have themselves die as well. Alright, and when you get down to the last couple, what you really want to do is pretty much wait for them. Because remember, this is going to be repeating, and it is a straight line, so on one hand, like first, I get what you're saying as far as some aspects of the courses, but also the idea of, I guess, what's really the focus on this. I mean, let's go into this as well, because, okay, I'll explain. Maybe the reason why the courses aren't as long might have something to do potentially with the idea that, as I mentioned, Nintendo's development process on this was saying we're focused on speed above anything else. And I do remember reading up on this that there were elements of cartridge limitations they had. They were trying to get into a sense of, okay, also there are the dead cars on there, and you can hit into them, and that could be a problem. But I remember they said there were limitations they had to put on this. I don't remember what cartridge size this game was. I'll put an edit of how big it was as far as the system. I think it was, like 10 or 12 megabytes, I think. I'm not sure. I'll look at it and I'll put in. But I know they said they had to cut some corners in some ways. I know the music, from what I understand, I think they compressed the music to some degree without sound. Also got slowed down to find where enemies are. Also, yeah, oh shit! Yeah, by the way, I'm sitting C up. What you do when that, you look backwards when you do that. So yeah, unlike Mario Kart 64, you can actually look back by hitting a button. And C right is changing your camera angle. You can go above, you can get a little closer, or that way. I usually go this way, or a little above. Right, yeah. Yeah, they need to die for doing that. But I know with the music, they did have to kind of do some stuff. They had ROM concerns as far as how to get all that in. So I wonder if maybe that also had to do with the elements of the course length. So maybe that's the reason why it was not as long as maybe it could be. Although, I mean, as I mentioned, maybe the other thing for me is that, I mean, look, we all, from what I'm understanding, you love this game still. And it is a worthwhile observation to make. I think maybe in my case, it is the speed, I guess, really. And maybe just the bloodthirsty perspective, being able to, you know, do these things. And I guess it's more, I guess in some ways, we're going to see this in some of the courses we do. It's more about, I guess, the thought of, you know, some of them can be very technical as far as how they're designed, so you want to be careful around them. Is more, the difficulty comes less from how long they are in some ways, and more just of the tension of, oh god, I gotta make this turn, and if I don't make it right, I'm gonna die. Although, one thing is, there is one course in this game I do know is semi-long. It's actually the longest course in another game that's on this system. We'll get to that in a little bit. Alright, but I have 8 more. Okay, yeah, he's gone, he's fallen. Yeah, so I just pretty much have to get a beat on him. I'm way past my best time. I don't know how I did this in 3 minutes when I had this, or I mean, I've had this since 2007, but still I'm trying to remember how to do that. So, alright, where are they? Also, let me see one other thing, which is that, okay, fine, I died because I was not watching where I was going. I was going fast enough over this, but alright. I am gonna beat this specifically. By the way, when you die, you also have an option to change machine, change settings of your machine, which, by the way, if you do this during a race, it counts as you losing your vehicle or something. So, you know what? Let's pull out Dr. Stewart, because I mentioned we're going to show off every character. In his case, he's good at boosting, but body and grip is not good. And honestly, in Death Race, maybe I shouldn't be using him for that. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, in the meantime, feel free to keep going with anything else you want to talk about on this game, because as I said, this is going to be pretty much the take of it. We're going to just be playing through all the stuff of the game and courses and cars and modes and just living our memories, or going through elements of the series and other futuristic racing games, because I know that's come up on the show before, and I've said there are a couple I know I want to show. I know I've mentioned, or chat has mentioned Wipeout before, which I have the original version of, which was on the PlayStation. It was also on the Saturn, and it did come out on N64 about a month after this did. And also, I want to get Quantum Redshift, which is on Xbox, which is by a lot of people who made Wipeout. It didn't sell very well, but it was a beautiful game, and a really fun and fluid futuristic racing game. I guess it also goes to one thing with F-Zero X, as I mentioned, or as we're going to mention, I guess we mentioned sales on Quantum Redshift. This game didn't necessarily sell that well either, and I'm almost wondering if maybe it's because it came out a month before Ocarina of Time. I think this is an interesting, okay, sorry. It's an interesting concept, Death Race. Yeah, and honestly, you know, I don't know. can you really think of many other games that have a mode quite like this? Because honestly, I'm kind of blanking. I don't even know necessarily if Wipeout has something like that. I mean, I guess Mario Kart sort of in the sense has a battle mode, so then you're killing people that way, but you're not killing 30 opponents running around a course. But it is a unique thing, and I agree that it is very nice. I love Quantum Redshift. Yeah, I did too. It's one of the unsung heroes, honestly, of the original Xbox, as far as the first-party stuff. And let's go into that a little bit, because that was the Xbox, the original console of Microsoft's. That was a unique one, because that was them coming into the turf of Nintendo and on Sony at the time. We've been established with PlayStation 1 and 2. And it was interesting when you saw, like, how are they doing publishing on games? There were big stuff they had, like Halo and Project Gotham Racing and later Fable and Forza Motorsport. But they published a lot on the original Xbox, but some of it was of dodgy quality. I'm not going to lie about that. Stuff like Kung Fu Chaos, stuff like Kakuto Chojin, which I've mentioned, and Tao Feng, Fist of the Lotus, which was a fighting game by John Tobias, who made Mortal Kombat. So you'd think that game would have been awesome. And same with Kakuto Chojin, because Dream Factory, who made The Bouncer and Total Number 1. So you'd think that would be awesome too. But it wasn't. But and a lot of those didn't sell. It was really only Project Gotham Racing and Fable and Halo and Forza Motorsport later that sold. Quantum Redshift didn't. It was another one that didn't sell that well. I mean, F-Zero X sold about, I think, 500,000 copies, which was okay. For 1998, that's not bad. But Quantum Redshift, I don't even think it sold that much. But it's a great game. It's one of those things that Microsoft did make a lot of talk as far as saying, we're going to team up with a lot of developers saying, we're going to have these big things. But they either didn't sell well in a lot of cases, or they weren't very good. And Quantum Redshift was a case of it not selling, but being really good. And one of those fantastic underrated games on the system. And that's one interesting thing about the Xbox. And I think we do need to do more stuff with the original Xbox as well, to go into, I guess, what was Microsoft's element with that, and all these kind of hidden gems you'll find on the system. You'll find that at any system. You'll find that on N64. As I mentioned, you have something like Extreme G, which came out a year before this. As far as other futuristic racing games, I heard this wasn't very good. I didn't play it. Aero Gauge. That's another one. And then Wipeout was on this, and Extreme G2. So sometimes you'll get these underrated games on the system, and I love going into that. I'd love to see them, because that game was one of my favorites. Oh, you got it. All right, that's another one, and it's a cheap one. And that's the other thing that's also very interesting, that sometimes you get games that didn't sell, they sometimes end up costing a lot of money. But also you get cases where when they don't sell, they made enough of them, or a lot of them, that, you know, it's fine, you can still get it for very affordably. On the original Xbox, that's kind of a treasure trove that way. You can find a lot of really great hidden gem games that don't cost much. I know Quantum Redshift's like a $15, $20 game, if that. So it's a great one to pick up. In fact, it's one of those that I've been wanting to pick that game up for years. I played the demo when I had the demo disc, and we should do a demo disc tonight at some point. I was talking to some coworkers about that idea, where I have the demo of that game on it. And I said, I'd love to get this, but it passed me by, and then years later I was like, okay, even when I was doing collections, I said, you know, collecting, I just said I never got it. Yeah, Quantum Redshift, I definitely want to see that one. No, I get that. I understand exactly. That's the one. But I'm saying, just to put that in the context of what other stuff on that system. But yeah, I mean, I agree. We will definitely do Quantum Redshift. No question. Because I'd love to show that. And as I said, that's another one. We've mentioned this before. Like, you mentioned this too. Finn, I think you've mentioned this too. Games that you love that maybe not everybody's played. And look, as I said, that's not to say that we're not going to play a game that everyone knows. I mean, even though this game didn't sell that great on N64, they still re-released it quite a bit on the Wii, the Wii U, and on the Switch Online expansion pack. So people have played F-Zero X, but that's also a case of, it's weird to be talking about that almost as like a buried treasure case, and I guess with this franchise still. But I mean, that's the thing about it, and I love that idea of, and I said, that's kind of why I started the show, really, which is that I have these weird games that I talk to people, they draw a blank on them. Honestly, with F-Zero X, it's a game that kind of drew blanks with people saying, like, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really appealing to me, but I was like, I was really trying to sell the case, I will tell that. And there's nothing, I mean, I'm nothing if not persistent, if you maybe understood that watching this program, or if you're new here, A, welcome, and B, that's who I am. I honestly, I think one of my friends in college said it best. She said to me, I'm going to look up the exact quote of what she said, but I know she said specifically, the way that you go into describing, or I guess being passionate about the things you're passionate about, particularly gaming, movies, music, anything, you have a passion to it that's the kind of thing that you could imagine it's equivalent to somebody saying that, oh, a loved one in your lives being taken away, and you're gonna fight like hell to avoid that happening. In some ways, I guess you could say that with it, but, still, it's something that, I mean, that makes it interesting, and as I said, it also means for the show, we can show off stuff that I want to see that maybe nobody knows, and stuff you want to see that maybe I don't know, so that works great that way. Did you see how they're moving the Sega games from the PlayStation Now, which made me angry? Yeah, let's get into that, because I did an edit, actually, on the Sonic Jam, episode we did last week. Well, here's the question. You're saying the Sega games. Is it everything of Sega's? Because I know that... Here's the thing. I did the edit for Sonic Jam on this. You said, oh, if we have cases of elements with Sonic Origins, I'll just stick with the mobile versions, and I put in the edit that's literally me saying angrily, oh, you mean the ones that are delisting? Well, okay, I was sort of wrong, because they're not delisting the mobile ones from what I understand, but again, like the Sonic Origins DLC thing, Sega made it more confusing than it had to be, in the sense of which ones are going, and then they eventually said, okay, you're right, the PlayStation Now, this stuff, every Sega game on there is going, really, okay. I did not hear that. I knew the Sonic stuff. They said Sonic 1 and 2 are going, Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles from Xbox 360 and Steam are going, not Sonic 1 and 2 on Switch, and I guess those mobile ones aren't going either. Okay, I didn't hear it's everything. Okay, now, that I don't understand. I mean, as I mentioned last week with the DLC thing on Sonic Origins, I mean, that's confusing, maybe angering case. Honestly, I'm less angry at that than the other Sonic games, because in that case, they have licenses on some of that stuff. I mean, I guess it depends on what they're pulling, but you're saying it's everything. I'm like, I don't know, why are they removing everything? Do you think it's because... Okay, I'll pause it this way. Do you think maybe in the case of PlayStation Now, maybe the reason they're doing that is because it's going to be part of PlayStation Plus Premium when that launches on June 13th? I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason for that, although they said with the Sonic stuff, they said, oh, they're getting rid of these because they have the other ones coming. I'm saying, like, why? It's not a licensed case. And with Sonic, there are licensed cases. Sonic 3 Knuckles, that's a licensed case. And so maybe, I would think maybe that's it. But they're doing, it could be, well, I don't know. I mean, but you're right now, the idea that you're thinking like, well, all these other things, and they might have the licenses to all this stuff. You know, I'm going to stop here. No, fine. I'm not going to stop here, because it's going to be nothing. All right, yeah, come on. I'm down to the last 6. Now, honestly, the death rate's a good place to be doing that. I mean, maybe, that's my thought, but I mean, in the case of, like, Sonic 1 and 2, I know they have to pay stuff to, Masato Nakamura from Dreams Come True. I know there's some things with Sonic C they sort of have to do, but they have the licenses for, Sonic Origins, so that I don't understand, unless it's the case of, and I've heard this before, and I'll say this, I would be more understanding if Sega was more open about it, because you mentioned the idea of, like, is Sega necessarily being honest with the stuff with Sonic Origins? Because I thought about that more, and I thought about this, I said, and same with this thing, I said, they're making this confusing. I'm saying, like, first off, what's going away? They said, oh, the old stuff is going away, but then they said, oh, the stuff on Switch isn't going away. And then I thought, oh, the mobile stuff isn't going away. Apparently that's not going away. PS3, 360, and Steam are the ones that are getting affected. I'm thinking, like, if they were open about it, they came out and said, oh, we have to take this down because our licensing on these old releases is not going to be allowed, even though we have the thing for Sonic Origins. Because let's be honest here, I'll say this. The element of game licensing, it's sometimes very complicated as far as a reason like that. Anything with stuff that Sega owns, they wouldn't need to do that. And in most cases, they don't. But I know that some cases where they've said they had to pull a digital version of something because they had a right for one release of it, but not another. And I know that, actually Midway this happened with, because when Warner Brothers got everything in Midways, there were games on PS3 and 360 that were downloadable from them that went away. Stuff like Paperboy and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and PS3 got Mortal Kombat 2. And, okay, yeah, come on, I just gotta kill these guys. I know at that point, the licensing was weird, so they had the licensing for that Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection in case of Mortal Kombat 2, but they didn't have it for the one they released years ago, so, I mean, look, if Sega came out and said that, I would get it. But that they're kind of making it confusing that's where I'm kind of getting, like, bewildered and also kind of angry, because I'm thinking, like, wait a minute, you know, because remember what happened with the Grand Theft Auto trilogy that came out last year? They delisted all the old games before they put out the new ones, and there were remakes of them, and they were horrible as far as the element that they were rebuilt, and they had bugs in them, they had music missing because they couldn't get the licenses back for some of them, and other things. Although Sonic Origins is the people who made Sonic Mania, so I don't think it's going to be a bad port, but still it's making me nervous, saying, like, I hope it's something, you know, logical like I'm saying, but they're not saying it. They're removing the Konami games too. Oh, really? Okay, okay, alright, that's another weird one. So, okay, so it's kind of a pattern, I guess, and that's PlayStation Now as well. Although, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It might be that. It might be the PlayStation Plus Premium, because I know one thing to go into this. Actually, since I'm going in a straight line, I'm going to do what you shouldn't be doing. I'm going to drink and drive while I'm drinking and driving with water. I'm just holding A, because like, they're not going to catch up with me, even despite that. You know what? Fine, I'll tell you, I'm going to make this jump. I'm going to stop. Hit C down, by the way, to stop. Oh, alright, yeah, just, okay, he is flashing red, so we can kill him. Pretty easily. Yeah, it is the big bull, or the big bear, whatever he is. He is tough, so you have to hit him a couple times. Alright, yeah, he's done. Fine, he's done, he's fallen off. So 2 left, I think I'm one of them, so just wait. Okay, yeah, they will do the spin too. Alright, yeah, you know what, you're dead. Yeah, I could just run into him, that'll work. 1, okay, so fine, no, I don't count as 1. Alright, so where's that last one? Stop. Yeah, I'm parking, I'm just, okay, there he is. It's except for, okay, they're pulling, alright, fine, let me kill him and I'll read that off. Okay, and yeah, I love that touch, the idea, like, they're so cavalier, they say, like, yeah, fine, you know what, he died, I'm running through his, charred remains, the charred car. Alright, he's dead, we win, perfect. Finish, and we're upside down, because, yeah, this is going in a loop. It didn't look like it, but that's the reason. Okay, yeah, as far as the Konami stuff, they're pulling everything except for Castlevania, Mirror of Fate, and Lords of Shadow 2, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, in the case of that one, that is a weird one, as far as, like, why that one is, because it's not that there's a weird case of license with, Castlevania, really. Or we'll show the time attack mode off. Actually, I'll show the ghost mode off as well. And we'll pull somebody else we haven't pulled out. Let's pull out Pico. Yeah, in that case, they have a license for that, and it's not something I think they have to pay more for. So, yeah, I don't know why they're pulling the other stuff. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the weird thing as far as, like, when it comes to licensing and stuff like that. And I guess it goes to stuff like Netflix or, I don't know, Hulu or something, where they'll have stuff that goes away. I mean, although usually in a lot of cases it's like, hey, they have to do a license renegotiation, say. But in some of these cases, you're thinking, like, well, how do they have to? This is something Konami has. Although, I don't know, in the case of those, maybe they... Because it was Mercury Steam who did development on one of those. Maybe they have to go to Mercury Steam for that? I don't know. They're moving Lord of Shadow 1, but not the others. Okay, so they're even... Alright. Actually, I've never played those Lord of Shadow games. Oh, fine, I played a little bit of the Mirror of Fate. A demo of that one for the HD version when that came out. But, okay, so yeah, the first one's going, but the other ones aren't. Yeah, I mean, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't either. You got me as well on what it is. I mean, as I said, that's the other thing maybe I'll say. I mean, I'll go into this then. When it comes to stuff for, like a removal of that, I don't know, maybe I would like it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it sounds like we're coming off as entitled this way, of saying it this way. If just saying, like, okay, fine, the thing would maybe be entitled to blow out and saying, like, no, just don't take it out. But then again, if they're to come out and say, like, okay, we have to take it out because of this, I get it. I mean, I always think back to, I also didn't think about this, one of the gold standards, I'd say, as far as handling online content and online content ownership and, I guess, disappearing and delisting of content is Harmonix, the people who make Guitar Hero, or made Guitar Hero the first couple, and Rock Band and things like that. I canceled Netflix, I guess because of what? Because of stuff going away, or maybe not using it much, perhaps? Well, I'm just doing the time attack case. It is weird, though, but to say the thing with Harmonix, before we go back to that, is that, and when you do get a name entry, we can put something in. Yeah, let's put in SOG single SOG, but it's multi-SOG as far as people in chat. That way, nice. Well, sort of nice, although, yeah, my time is better up there at 123.563. And you have Ghost, by the way. If you do get a Ghost time, you can race against and save the cartridge. All of the above. This game looks like fun. Yeah, it is fun. It's insanely fun. You know, fine, we'll change machine, and, oh, no, we'll change course, and we'll do a machine. Yeah, let's take a look at the Queen Cup. Let's look at Sector Alpha. But yeah, to go to the thing with Harmonix quickly, well, we'll take White Cat around, Jody Summer. The thing with Harmonix that's interesting is that they'll say a lot of things about, you know, re-licensing. They'll say, like, hey, we have to delist something because we can't get the license back. I remember that happens every so often. Like, there's songs that came out as downloadable content. They can't sell that anymore because of a license. But they'll say, like, hey, we can't do this because of a license. We're pulling at this date. You can get it until that date, but if you still have it, you still have it. You still use it. Yeah. In case of Netflix, they keep raising the price, and now they're adding commercials. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Which is weird, because I know that Netflix for a while didn't have commercials for starting stuff. Hulu did, and I know there's some other areas that do, and with Hulu you can also pay more to have no commercials to that. But I mean, I guess that's a weird case of that. I mean, look, let's go into this. I mean, this week people said like, hey, Netflix's stock price is dropping because people are canceling, and it was a weird case of me thinking, it seemed like that kind of came out of nowhere, because I'm thinking, well, Netflix has done well for years, even before they were doing digital streaming. I mean, I remember renting from them DVDs, and you still technically do that if you want. But, and I guess especially because of COVID, that helped, because people were able to have their digital elements going on. But I guess now it's just kind of coming all of a sudden, and I guess people saying like, wait a minute, I wish I could have a commercial case. And I guess here's the other thing, is I mentioned this, which, or fine, we're mentioning this as well. I mean, this is, I guess, getting a discussion of was the elements of online elements. Because, look, I'm not one of those people who's going to say, like, online elements are a horrible thing for the industry, or any industry, really. It's just something that sometimes you get these other elements, and like, where's the inconvenience to that? And I guess something like Netflix, or PlayStation Plus, or even, like, Microsoft Game Pass, or the Wii U 3DS shop closures, the idea that they're not going to be there forever. And so at that point, the idea is that, how do you have an ownership of that? And for that matter, like, for example, F-Zero X, you take this. I'm playing this on Nintendo 64, you have it. I bought it for $10, it's $50 now, which is not horrible, but still a little up there. And the question is, okay, I have this, I can put this game in anytime I want. If I had the Wii or the Wii U, I could play it on that feasibly anytime I wanted. And on the Switch Online Plus expansion pack, it's not an ownership case, really. So maybe people saying they'd like to see that. There's another reason why, but it's not appropriate here as far as the elements, as far as, what, the Netflix cancellations? No, I mean, I can get the idea of, like, why people say, like, hey, they have issues as far as elements with Netflix. No, I get it completely. Or other elements, but, I mean, no, I understand that. But, I mean, that kind of comes to the question of, okay, why are you going to... Okay, why would you necessarily, like, revolt against something? Because, I mean, I guess this is anything else, which is that when it comes to online, anything really, as far as something like this, what's your limit? I mean, I think, in a lot of ways, maybe we kind of, sort of, scratched the surface on that last week. Now we're going on more, because, hey, it's a racing game. When we're taking the different characters out, taking Mighty Gazelle out, we're running down the Red Canyon. And we'll do the cups for everything as well, just to show them all on the line. Yeah, because you get the sense they're pushing an agenda. No, I get that. I mean, because that's always been a case. I mean, we can sort of go into that way. I mean, look, I'll go generally speaking, as far as that, the idea that, hey, if you're thinking that, because it comes to, like, the idea of, like, what do you buy something for? And is it something that, how much of a case are you going to say, like, hey, if you feel you're not being reflected or represented or respected, perhaps you're going to say that, no, you're going to say, like, okay, I'll vote with my money, so, like, okay, I'll take my business elsewhere. Okay, that's the idea. You have an option to do that if you want to. So, yeah, if that's the case to you, yeah, that's the case for you. I mean, feasibly, the idea is, like, how much of it's going to be a case where, you know, they're leaving en masse, or en masse, feasibly, I guess. Although I don't know necessarily if that's completely the answer what's going on with Netflix. I guess here's the other thing as far as, like, the gaming stuff. I don't necessarily see that that's really happening much with game things. I mean, it might be a bit of both. I mean, there are probably people saying, like, hey, I feel like I might not be represented in some way as far as something like Netflix or something, or it might be played another way, some other case, and then also raising price and the idea of commercial cases. So, like, it just adds on to more for that. And the idea is, like, sometimes you'll put up something like, hey, not everybody's going to agree on everything. I mean, look, we have that on the show in the sense of games like, I mean, I'll go in this story. When Mario Golf came out a few weeks ago on Switch Online, when I was, you know, complaining about the fact the button lag is horrible, to my coworker, I was saying, like, let me show you this game, because I love this game, even though they screwed it up here. Okay, it's a new record. I was saying to them, this game is great, but they were having none of it. They were saying, like, I hate golf. I think it's boring. Why would I ever want to play this game? And I was like, no, this game is great. So in that case, like, look, I'm not going to convince them, but I'm at least going to put my best foot forward and say, like, okay, fine, you have that. That's fine. And I'll say this. I'll pride it this way, as far as the program. It's the kind of thing that we can kind of have differences this way, and it's feasibly explain why do we feel a certain way, and it creates, as I mentioned, we're getting into the guts of gaming, or whatever we're talking about, really. I think if nothing else, it's really giving a sense of explaining it, because, I mean, honestly, F-Zero X was a case like that. Like, first I'll tell you this, you'll probably be very sad to hear this, but they're, like, people saying, like, hey, this came out, I was excited. I said, like, in fact, I think it was, like, right after you said you want to see this, I said, they put this on the Nintendo Switch Online with this expansion pack, and they said, yeah, this doesn't look like it's really up my alley, I'm not really big into futuristic racing games. I said, like, hey, have you played the other ones? Like, oh, not really. Or they play them, like, they weren't their cup of tea. It's like, okay, fine. But it's the case of thinking, like, well, okay, fine. It wasn't big on them. But, like, hey, we love this game. And then at the same time saying, dive in there. You're saying you've never played this. You're curious about what you're seeing, if nothing else. So I think what it's doing, and the only thing with Netflix and PlayStation Plus and things going away, and just really kind of going into a discussion on this. Yeah, we did the Devil's Force already. Let's do Mute City 2, because you do have new versions of each of the courses. Yeah, I'll show Mad Wolf in one of the cup races. We'll run Baba. I think, if nothing else, it's really creating this discussion, because I said, yeah, I feel like I'm talking like crazy on this one, and it's only an hour in, which is why I have tons of water. That's why I do it. But I think in a lot of ways, now I'm really thinking about this more, and a game like this is great to talk over because, like, okay, I'm showing things, including bouncing off, and I love that. You bounce up, and you bounce up, you can move the analog stick up and down to, like, hang in the air longer to kind of glide around, or perhaps dive down faster and get more speed. But that is the idea of, I guess if nothing else, it's almost like a discussion of, it's almost like, okay, it's not like a marketplace of ideas, or it's like a coming together. Fine, this is a coming together. It's like, hey, we're talking about something. And he says, like, sometimes the idea that, hey, well, I'll play a game like I haven't necessarily liked, or chat maybe doesn't necessarily like, and that discussion about it. So the idea that we're being open this way and kind of getting a sense like what this is. But I think that I kind of love that in some way. The idea of like the back and forth and getting a sense of, you know, the passion of what. So like take something like F-Zero X. Like we're saying, yeah, Lex versus you're saying you're going to be buying a Switch or have bought one feasibly, I'm not sure which, and the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack thing just because you love this game so much. And yeah, I was just showing you can pull back on that. But then I'm saying to people, other people like, oh, they're not feeling this thing. And so I'm kind of in a weird case in the middle, but saying, well, fine, in the middle of that, but also saying that I agree with you, like, first, I love this game. This game is awesome. And I'm going to be willing to tell that and explain that out. But even you're going to come to this and say, you know what, I love this game, but I think the courses are too short. I mean, you've got a point. I finished this course 3 laps in a minute 23. No, I get... Okay, so let me take a look at this. I feel like trying to force LGBT elements down our throats, keep in mind I find myself identifying as bi. Yeah, I mean, okay, I get that idea. I mean, and I'll say this as well. I mean, I guess we'll get into this on the show. I mean, I know some people that ask me, like, hey, when are we going to talk about stuff like this? I said, when it comes up, A, and when there's a reason for it. And the reason for this specifically is we're talking about we're talking about the cancellations or the elements of Netflix case, talking about stuff people listed, and other things. But I mean, sometimes the idea of, I mean, maybe I'm this way, which is that I'm all as far as a representation, and we've said that when we talked about settlement of the story. And it made sense to bring that up on that game, too, because, hey, there are characters that address that. But what I think is that, and this is maybe an interesting thing, maybe I'm a weird one on this one, is that I'm interested in that, but it's also sometimes the idea, like, when is it necessarily something that it makes sense to kind of go to or not, feasibly, maybe? I mean, look, there are people who say, like, oh god, how dare you, say that. Well, okay, fine, if they want to say that, they say that, no problem. I mean, I'll tell you, it goes to my movie stuff, and you know what, it goes to my game stuff as well, because there are games I played, I mean, we mentioned Life is Strange on the show, and we should do that at some point. Life is Strange goes into elements as far as LGBTQ and, bisexuality in some ways, and actually some of the, like, I don't know, one of the Walking Dead, seasons goes that, or you have the option to go that way. In that way, though, it feels very natural. It feels like, okay, this is something that makes sense for, I mean, it makes sense, it feels very organic, it feels like, okay, there's a reason to go to this, and look, I'm one of those people, I'm the acolyte of Roger Ebert, as I mentioned, as far as, like, film criticism that way, and I'm one of those people who is, holding on for dear life to a dead concept that he always held on to, which is judging something not on what it's about, but how it's about. Now, to be fair, Ebert hated video games. He said they're not art, he said there's no artistic value to them. Which is fine, like, okay, fine, that was his case to that. So, like, yeah, why are you an acolyte to that? Well, because I get what he's saying in the sense of, like, let's take F-Zero X as an example for this. This is a futuristic racing game. 3D case. You could get to people saying, like, hey, I don't like a game like this. And, like, well, okay, fine, or they just don't like racing games, like, why would they want to play this? And that's not how it's about, but how it's about it. Because, like, look, there's good futuristic racing games and bad ones. I mean, from what I understand, the bad one is Aero Gauge, which is on the system, which I ASCII specifically. I usually try not to plug up politics. I mean, I don't either, honestly, to some degree, just because, like, well, look, regardless of how you feel about something, you're probably going to piss somebody off. So, in that case, that's the idea. But, I mean, look, if it's something that kind of comes natural to that, and it makes sense to talk about it, hey, it's going to talk about it, which is fine. I mean, and I think that's an interesting thing for it, and I guess maybe that's kind of where I come from a little, in the sense of, I want to go into some of this stuff when it makes sense. I mean, look, I'm not going to say, look, this is not a political show, this is not a social show, necessarily. I mean, the only thing I guess I'm really advocating for strongly on this is the love of gaming, and I guess the stories it tells, and in a lot of ways, look, they can talk about elements like politics, they can talk about things like personal values, they can talk about things like representation or identity, and it is very interesting to see that happening, especially when, and I'll tell you, if nothing else, it also differentiates when games do things for a reason that really sticks out and is something that you remember. Like, as I mentioned, Life is Strange. I remember exactly how they look at the things that they look at in that game, because they said, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, like, this game would not be the same without it. I don't get the sense this is just injected just because they could say, like, look, I have this. Which is fine. You have this, you have this. Look, if you have a representation case, you have that way, that's fine. But then again, to me, what I tend to be more impressed by is that when you have a representation like that, and it really sticks with someone. I mean, we mentioned that, honestly, with, trying to think of what that was recently. We've had cases of that. I recently canceled a Hulu for that same reason. No, I mean, I get that idea. I mean, it's weird, because actually I do have... Okay, no, I don't want to do Big Blue again. You know what, fine, I'll do Big Blue again. Just so I can show the ghost. And it will show the idea also of with the ghost will go in the same directions you do. And if you go faster than it's case of this. And I believe you also do have more ghost-saving abilities in this one, unlike Mario Kart 64, where there were 3 ghosts you could unlock for 3 courses. And then you could save 1 ghost to the controller pack, but you had to use 121 pages of the 123 that are on that thing to save. And the later releases did not emulate that element of it, even though Switch Online expansion pack version didn't. So, yeah, in that case, like, that's interesting. They have more to that. But, I mean, to go back to this, I mean, and I think it's kind of, in a lot of ways, fascinating, really. Like, hey, we'll talk about that because, hey, it goes with the story, but in some ways, I get impressed that way when they tell it in a way, like, it's representing because it means something. Like, look, you can represent anything you want in a game specifically for any reason or in anything. But in a lot of cases, you know, I'll go to this. I mean, you're saying this. I mean, there's movies I've seen that are, look, I am not necessarily exactly the same person or necessarily being aimed to specifically that for, I guess, the culture or the age range or racial makeup, or however you want to put it for that. But because there is something that seems so genuine, that seems so open about itself and feels so real, I can sometimes attach to that in ways that, you know, I would not expect. I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, a case that, actually, I guess Life is Strange, to a certain extent, of me getting the weight of some of the things that go on to that. I have Tell Me Why, which is the game that was made by the same people, which goes into some elements of its transgendered characters. I had it because they gave it away as free, and to be fair, I'm gonna say this, I almost thought it was a little bit of a... Okay, I'm not doing Big Blue again, I've done it 3 times in a row. We'll do something else. I almost thought it was almost weirdly... They gave it away as far as Pride Month, but I said... it was kind of in a weird case of saying, is that maybe saying to people that people wouldn't have paid money for that if it was not being given away? To which I said, I would have paid money because I loved Life is Strange. But I'm thinking, like, well, that was maybe a question I had, but something that, from what I've understood, and we can play that eventually, and I want to play it eventually as well, just to get a sense of, hey, it's looking at something very interesting, and it's very unique. It's the kind of thing that it's not like other stuff. And you'd say also with F-Zero. I mean, let's take a look at F-Zero this way. Like, there are other futuristic racing games. There's Extreme G, there's Aero Gauge, there's Wipeout, there's Quantum Redshift. There are a lot of other games that are like this in some ways, but in a lot of ways, F-Zero is its own thing, as far as the feel of it, like the bouncing up and down of some of that thing. The fact you don't have weapons in this one the way you do in Wipeout, but then again, you're focusing on the combat, because, hey, I'm doing spins like that. I'm just trying to crash into enemies when we run into enemies. Oh, fine, we run back into enemies. I'll go into the Grand Prix, I think, after this, just to have that perspective going. But in that way, I'm thinking, like, this is all its own thing, and as I said, it makes it stand out more just because it has its own perspective about itself. In some ways, it almost is... You can think about saying that, okay, it could be doing something else. And look, there's also nothing necessarily wrong with this, like, copying something else to some degree. It's just that how much of that becomes, may become a liability or not. I mean, I remember I mentioned Bug Fables, which is the take on Paper Mario, but which looks almost the same. It has a lot of the same mechanics of itself. but it also differentiates itself with its setting and its story, while also saying, like, hey, we love Paper Mario. So, in the case of something like that, it makes sense. I mean, that's all I'm saying. You can put that really to anything. So, yeah, like, hey, don't feel like hey, this is something wrong going to something like this, because, hey, it makes sense, and as I said, it comes off naturally. Look, I don't think anybody was coming on the show saying, like, oh, I want to, you know, necessarily stir something up necessarily, or what, but yeah, you can kind of go into that, and it makes sense to go into it, something like this. You recently played Zone of the Enders the second runner, Mars. I have the Zone of the Enders games. Well, I have the HD collection. It was on the 360. They gave that away as a freebie. I hear those games are great. It's Hideo Kojima. I was like, why did I forget his name? He made Metal Gear Solid. We played Metal Gear Solid. Damn it. Okay, no, we're not doing Whiteland again. I'm getting so stuck in this. I'm like, no, we're gonna do this. You know, fine. We're gonna do a GP race. Let's bump it up. Let's go standard. Let's do Queen Cup and run Sector Alpha again. We will use the Great Star. How you liking it? I have had it, but I've meant to play it, and I've heard that one in particular is great. Speaking of franchise, I mean, hey, I think that comes up too, because, well, it's a game that's story-based that kind of goes into some elements with itself, but also because it's a franchise that seems like it's been forgotten totally, except for that HD version. That, from what I've understood, they handled it really, really well compared to the Silent Hill one. And the Metal Gear Solid one was fine as far as how it went. Actually, it was really good that way. It's a short one, though. It took 5 hours to finish. I remember hearing that. I remember people saying that it's a very short game, but it's something that they really had a lot of fun with it. But something, again, the idea that the game is short and you almost want more of it. So, that's another one. I think it's fine. I'd definitely be curious to show that and to play those for sure. I mean, although, feasibly, here's the other thing. Because it's short, that's also good for our show, because that means that, hey, I can, you know, manage having just one program for it. Which is not to say anything against longer games, because we're doing longer games. Don't you worry, we're doing them. But the idea that, hey, if I have to squeeze stuff in for a month for scheduling, it makes it sometimes easier to say, like, hey, I have a game I can finish in 5 hours, let's finish in 5 hours. You go show that way. But I guess then the question of, when do you say a game is too short and when is the liability? And from what I understood with Zone of the Enders, the second runner especially, the idea that, from what I understand, that game is supposed to be so much fun that you kind of wish there was more of it. The boss fights are the highlights of it, which, given that it's Kojima, would make sense, because a lot of the games he makes, the boss fights are amazing. I mean, we saw that with Metal Gear Solid, generally speaking. We're definitely going to see that when we do the other Metal Gear Solid games, or especially when we get to 2. And I guess with this one as well. And that would be an interesting one also to do other stuff of Kojima's, because in a lot of ways, I honestly have had a little bit of a blind spot with some of those. Zone of the Enders is one of those. That being said, it is something that I'd like to take a look at, and also kind of broaden the horizon that way, as well as another that I know this costs a lot of money. I would like to see if I can't do this one. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Boktai, the Sun is in Your Hands. This came out on the Game Boy Advance. It's a game, it's like a dungeon crawler, sort of. It has a sensor in the cartridge that is sensitive to sunlight. So you take it out in the sun, you get power-ups. Or you can cheese it by using, like, a plant lamp or something. And for some reason, it has connections with the Mega Man Battle Network games. Actually, Nocturne might be able to help me with that, because she has the physicals of most of those now Mega Man Battle Network titles. For the purpose of that. And they made a sequel as well as a spin-off on the DS. I think it was Lunar Knights, the spin-off. But these other cases of looking at the game from a company, I mean, I guess we're seeing that with F-Zero X, saying that if you made Wave Race, made this, and made Mario Kart 64, here's the take, and getting that idea. Also bought Sword Art Online, Fatal Bullet, and Super Bomberman R. Yeah, Super Bomberman R being another one that's Konami. And, well, fine. Fine, they're Konami now because Konami owns Hudson Soft, I believe. And one I was thinking to you about because of the new Console Wars episode is on Bomberman. Mega Bomberman on the Sega Genesis and Super Bomberman for the Super Nintendo. It is premiered today. It is a good watch. But yeah, I have not played Super Bomberman R. What do you buy it on? I guess PS4? Or maybe on something else. And it's Sword Art Online. I've heard about that series, but I've never seen it. It's an anime, I believe, yes. And there were games based on it as well. I don't remember who made the games. But I've always been curious about something. Yeah, that episode was fun. Okay, so you've already seen it. Yeah, I was there at 3 p.m. watching it as well, because I'm like, okay, I have stuff, setting up for this. I mean, honestly, the practice on this game, I'll tell you this. I kind of did the practice a couple weeks ago. I was doing the unlock. So today I was like, okay, let me just make sure the sound levels are all set. everything's in line as taking in victory. For Super Mario R, I played on the PS4. Yeah, because it was a Switch launch game, and then they ported it to other stuff. I remember hearing interesting things about it, which was Ratchet Clank. Oh, that's a great game. I guess the remake, right? I played the original, sort of, and I have Going Commando on the PS2. At some point, we should play one of those. That one in particular, I love that game. That game is awesome. Actually, a lot of those are awesome and really, really funny. Yeah, I know, chat, what your familiarities with Ratchet Clank. It's a platform shooting game. It's Insomniac who made that. Who are going to make the Spider-Man game. Oh, I also have the Switch version. Okay, so, alright, that's an interesting case of you having both versions. Because I think with... tell me if I'm not right, if I'm wrong about this. The PS4 and the Xbox One versions of Bomberman R, or Super Bomberman R, they added stuff the Switch version didn't have. I know they added DLC, I think, for the Switch version. But I believe they added some extra stuff. In fact, I think there was an edit I put into one of the shows we did. Actually, no, it was the Mega Man Legends for part 3 when we talked about Bomberman. I think you could play as Solid Snake in one of those. It might have been the PS4 version that added that. And the Xbox One, because those came out after. It was a Switch launch title, and they came out on the other systems later. I guess because they had a brief exclusivity. And I guess another case of them bringing Bomberman back that way. At some point we'll do Bomberman. At some point I'll also get with Edwack, who has the N64 ones, and he has the Bomberman Second Attack, which costs a fortune. So at that point I was like, I'm going to leverage that out of him. I also said to him specifically, like, hey, you have Sparkster. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna ask you for that one. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Okay, that's the other thing, like, hey, I can boost through the course if I want to, and hang on by the skin of my teeth, and then hopefully get to the energy pod quick enough so I can get myself recovered, which is something the other games in the series do. But because you can boost any time in this one, you do have options as far as how you want to play it, and it is really fascinating the way that you can... I mean, there's actually a lot of depth to this game when you really think about it. You think, I'm just racing around track. Yeah, you are. But you also have the idea, like, I'm spinning to kill my opponents because I don't want them to win. Or managing my energy so I can just boost like crazy at the end and live. There we go. You hear that great guitar riff. Sounds so good. I was not big on Sword Art Online, but it is a $6 game, so why not? Yeah, and I'll tell you, sometimes the thing about that is that... Yeah, sorry for the echo, I was talking in my water bottle. But, sometimes when a game is cheap, that sometimes makes it really easy to justify. It's developed by Dimps. Oh, really? Who made, the Sonic Advance games, and, the Inuyasha Feudal Fairy Tale game, and, Dragon Ball Z Budokai. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, sometimes that could be doing it, but as you mentioned, you said, if it's only $6, sometimes that can be... And I've run into this case that's been interesting, the idea that I'll buy games that you think, like, I wouldn't ever want to get. Look, here's the thing. We'll play anything for this show, and I'll play anything myself. The Mario Golf thing I was going through with my coworkers proves that. But sometimes the price can get you to pick a give up game you might not have taken a chance on otherwise. So it's like, oh, it's $6. If I don't like it, fine, it doesn't matter. It's something that I can kind of say it's water under the bridge, pretty much. I mean, actually, I remember... I'll tell this story while going through Mute C2. With all the people on here, so yeah, jumping across everything is going to be very interesting. And yeah, you're also seeing... It is not always holding 60 frames per second as far as the frame rate, but there are 30 cars on screen. The fact that it's getting close to that on the Nintendo 64 is almost unheard of. And the fact that they did it, and with 3 polygons, yeah, that is incredible. So I can't really complain about it that much. But as I was going to say, when it comes to, you know, getting games for cheap, I've mentioned I'm a big one as far as music rhythm games, and as I said, we're going to be showing off the ones we can show. I mean, we'll be showing off Space Channel 5 in about a month, as far as one of those. I bought Rock Revolution. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It was from Konami. It was developed by, Christ, I'm trying to remember what the name of the company was. It was a takeoff on Guitar Hero and Rock Band. It came out right when Rock Band 2 and Guitar Hero World Tour came out in 1998. It was Konami tossing their hat in that ring. But what happened with that was that they said, we don't have vocals to this. So it's drum, guitar, and bass. We don't have vocals. We only designed a drum for this, which is this insanely weird 7-button thing. We have like triangles and squares and circles. I'll put a picture of that, because it is fucking weird. And even though I have all this weird stuff from music games, I don't have that drum kit. And it works with the Rock Band Guitar Hero drum kit, where they then retrofit it so that you have it so that it runs off of that drum set. but it is very strange that way. And also, here's the other thing, they didn't make a guitar for it, so they're saying, like, we made this band game, we only made a drum for it. Sounds cool. It's cool for some things, in some ways, it's weird, but the other thing is that it was at the time when Guitar Hero and Rock Band were getting licenses for stuff, music-wise, that they had master tracks for it, so it wasn't cover music. Everything in, or almost everything in Rock Revolution had cover stuff, but the track list is great. That kind of got my attention, even though I was a big one in Rock Band 2. I bought Rock Band 2 the day that came out. I was like, yeah. And that game lived in my 360 until Rock Band 3 came out. And that game basically still is in my 360. But anyway, with that, it had an interesting soundtrack of stuff. It's like, there's songs on there by Whitesnake and Heart and Rush and, oh god, I'm trying to think of some of the other artists that are in that. The Killers, there's like some big artists in this, even though it's like covers. Some of the covers are not very good. Some of them are hilariously not good. Like, the cover of Blitzkrieg Bop by the Ramones is kind of weird to that, but it was like, and then here's the thing, so it didn't sell well against Rock Band 2 and Guitar Hero World Tour. Those sold way better. I mean, hey, I bought Rock Band 2. That was the one I bought new. I bought the other ones secondhand. Well, fine. Okay, I bought Guitar Hero World Tour secondhand. But Rock Revolution, it was on sale for $5 at Target in 2009, I believe. I bought it because I was like, look, I'm a sucker for this kind of, for any music game I get my hands on, pretty much. So I have like every one, pretty much, that the 360 had access to, pretty much. So, and in that case, like, for $5, like, look, I can't complain too much, and it's not too bad. I mean, compared to the other one I picked up for cheap, which was, I don't know if you're familiar with this one, Power Gig, Rise of the Sixth String, which came out, it came out right between Rock Band 3 and Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock in 2010. It was a case where they're trying to get realistic instrumentation going as far as their guitar, and they also had this drum set that was like this air drum thing where you kind of like hit the air and it'll register the hits, but apparently it didn't work. I found it for $3 at a Best Buy. I was literally standing in that Best Buy, I remember this, pretty much laughing my ass off in public just because, like, oh my god, this game is $3. I think people were giving me weird looks, but I said, okay, I gotta buy this game. And it's horrible. Even for the $3 case, it's like, it's awful because the load times they're longer than Sonic 06. The graphics are really bad. The story is very weird as far as it's almost like, it's like a mix of Revolution X and Jet Grind Radio, as far as the idea of music being, you know, stopped or censored, specifically, I guess, being a real-world case. I mean, remember, music is the weapon as far as Revolution X is concerned, familiar with that. And they had an okay song list in some cases, and ignore the beeping outside. It is a car of people around me. But, it was weird that, and they also, the other weird thing about that game is they were able to secure licenses for stuff that none of the other games were able to, and to this day still haven't. I mean, they got stuff by John Mayer, they got stuff by Kid Rock, they got 3 by Eric Clapton, including a couple songs theirs by Derek and the Dominoes. They got Layla, which is not in any of the other games. I'm like, how did they get the rights to this stuff when even Rock Band and Guitar Hero couldn't get those? So I'm like, okay, it's interesting, but it's also off as far as the sensitivity, so it's the kind of thing that, even at $3 for that one, unlike Rock Revolution, I can't even necessarily rationalize it on the sense of like, oh yeah, it's that case. Like, yeah, it's not good, but it's like, fine, okay, for $3, I'm better at paying $3 for that than paying $50. Yeah, they wanted $50 for that, like they want $50 for anything. So to go to the Sword Arts Online, and yeah, I realized I went off on a massive tangent while ignoring the F-Zero X game that's on the screen. Yeah, low price will make you feasibly buy anything, or say like, okay, I'll take a chance on something, and even if you totally hate it, you can say like, you can kind of find some elements to laugh of. And you know, I don't know. Look, yeah, those are licensed games. The Rock Revolution and the Power Gig, those are licensed things. I don't know. I mean, I almost want to see if I can just totally mute the mic and just show what that looks like, just because it's so weird. Especially Power Gig. Power Gig is just so insanely crazy, you're not going to believe it. And the other thing that was also interesting about that game is that it was a very small company who made it. I think it was 44 Studios, I think was the name of the company. If it's not, I'll put a thing in for it. They were saying, like, yeah, you know what, guitar... They did, we talked to 3DO sometimes on the show, where the 3DO commercials back in the 1990s said, the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis are baby's toys. They said that about Guitar Hero and Rock Band. At the same time that Rock Band was coming out with the Pro Guitar mode, which has a real guitar, the Squire, which I own, which now costs like $700. It didn't when I got it. And they're like, yeah, they're going after that, but then they come out like, yeah, the game isn't that great. So yeah, they look like they have egg on their faces. Also, Nintendo Switch Sports has been released. Yeah, I remember hearing stuff about that. It's Wii Sports for the Switch, basically. There was also a Wii U take of that. It's basically, I guess, the it's weird that it's coming out as late as it is for Switch, but just the idea of, simple pick-up-and-play case, and people are joking, like, are people going to smash their TVs in? Somebody did do that, although I almost wonder if they did that on purpose, just so they could say, like, oh yeah, it's just like 2006 all over again. Have you played it? No one likes the Mii's, honestly, and I don't know why they released it. It's funny you mentioned that as far as the Mii case, is that, not... Oh, I see, you like the Mii's. Okay, no one likes them, I don't know why, because I think they're adorable. Yeah, because I was going to say, there's some people who I know who hate them with pretty violent passion, although, I mean, I guess the idea is, like, I don't know, maybe it's just the thought of, like, well, here's the thing I'm wondering, maybe with that, is it perhaps the new ones? I don't know how they do it new, as far as that. Okay, no, on standard you get a description. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Bonsai, EAAD is the greatest, and he has a weird face. Okay, I never saw that. Alright, so I'm kind of glad I'm doing that. Yeah, I haven't played the Switch Sports game yet. I was just fine as far as the Mii's were concerned, although, I mean, in some ways maybe it's a question of what can you do with them, and I know there are some games, I mentioned Guitar Hero games. Guitar Hero World Tour, and the ones ahead of that, had usages of your Mii's. I haven't either. Yeah, I mean, I've heard things about it. So, let's do the practices, because I want to, fine. We'll do practice, because I want to get ready for King Cup, and also just show off different characters. Like, hey, we're going to go through every character, and also, I'll do what I did with Sonic and Ultra's Transformed. If I missed one, going back on this, I'll put an edit in a couple days saying, like, okay, sorry, I missed this one. But I almost wonder with the Wii case, like, why do people not like the Mii's? Actually, Nocturne's a big one. She hates them. Next time I have her on a show, which is actually going to be a little bit of time, she's got stuff going on, I'll probably bring that up, and I'll kind of get into that. I almost wonder if maybe the thought is that because of how the Wii was, as far as how they're going for a more casual audience, and I guess maybe how some of the Wii games that were faced that way kind of get a sense of, how that is. I mean, I get the idea, like, why people wouldn't like them, but I also kind of get the idea why people would at the same time, honestly. So, hey, going back to that this disagreement case, as good at practicing on Firefield, by the way, because in this case you have zigzags, and you go over a pit like this, or you go over a jump, so you have to kind of angle yourself so you're kind of, you can land quickly and the zigzag, or you just go right over it. So yeah, the choice is yours and yours alone, or the choices are yours and yours alone. Going back to stuff from the 90s. But yeah, I mean, with the Mii's in that case, I don't know, maybe it's like for example, I mentioned sometimes Wii Music, which is actually, that came out alongside Rock Revolution. Honestly, that's a worse game than Rock Revolution in some cases. Because that's the case of, like, no, they had an opportunity for that, and it was just something that seemed really weak. But maybe they, like, the face of the Mii's, the idea, like, hey, it's just this kind of thing, and it almost seems like forced whimsy, although I think there are only some cases where it feels like that. I mean, with Wii Sports and with Switch Sports, honestly, now, I gotta say, I kind of, they even have to put it in. I can't really imagine it without it. It just seems like it's just a part of what it is. And in some ways, like, that idea of, what, you're in the game. It's like, it's Wii. It's all of Wii in the game. Or to go back to the Rockers My Life takes, no, Wii. And it says, Wii. You said wee. So, like, yeah, there you go. Talk about, them getting a little adult, sort of that way. Or immaturely, or funnily immature. But just the idea, like, hey, it's all of us. It's we playing this. So it's like, hey, we want a reflection of ourselves that way. And in the practice, but by the way, you have infinite laps. So basically, you know what? Fine, let's show myself crashing and dying, because I think that'll be fun. Yeah, it's hot here. The dinosaur can't handle it. We're going to assume you got hit by the meteor. Boom, we're going down really fast. Boom. I love that. And you get that, whoa, when you fall. It is good stuff. But I get that. I mean, we'll see how that is. At some point, maybe we could show one of those off. Actually, though, in my case, like, I'm also one of those people, like, look, I don't use the Wii strap. I don't use the Wii strap. I don't use the Wii, protector thing, that comes with it. Actually, it smells funny, and there's a joke that goes to that based upon what, they call that. But, yeah, I'll leave that to your imagination for the time being. Alright, let's do GP again. Let's do Expert. Let's run King Cup. We'll, start Firefield and, keep going on this. And, yeah, we'll pull out the characters I mentioned when I was doing the unlocks and stuff. I was using Billy all the time. Let's pull Billy out. because we're going into like a Planet of the Apes case. Or as I said, I guess a lot of influences really, as far as this, probably pulling from a lot of stuff with comics. Well, fine, they did. They clearly had to have. Although whether it was explicit that way, as far as like, oh, we mean it this way, I don't know. Alright, yeah, in the fire field, you have to be careful of, you know, crashing and dying. Although it's not a case where the heat is going to hurt you. But so, yeah. This baby can take temperatures up to this baby can take temperatures up to 9,000 degrees. Well, actually, in this case, like, yeah, it's taking it and the energy's not going down. Not like the R-Wing in Star Fox. So, like, yeah, we'll be fine. Look at this great headbang guitar music. I mean, I don't know if I've really emphasized that enough. I know, chat, we've talked about this so far on the show, but, it's so good. It gets you in this great mood. I mean, it makes you want to bang your head the way that, Quiet Riot did. But yeah, just keep going and keep having a great time. And as I said, here's the other thing about this. Just seeing the idea of the speed. Like, look, it doesn't matter that there's pop-up, there's stuff in the distance, even aspects of the track. I'm going so fast, I don't care. This game is so much fun in terms of how it looks. And well, it looks as far as, like, the style, because it's not a great-looking game, but it's also a great style game. And that's, I think, what makes it so unique and still so appealing. I mean, I don't think this game has ugly graphics necessarily. I just think, like, hey, it seems very stylish. I mean, that's the reason they went the comic book way with some of the designs. So it works really, really well. Yeah, I'm slipping. And by the way, the skidding like that, when you're going faster and you do a full pull on the analog stick doing a turn, you tend to be in a case where you're going to run that, and I'm not going to win. But that's fine, because unlike Mario Kart, you don't have a rank out case. You can get 30th place and keep going. But the only difference is you don't get as many points. And you have to get to first place by the end. So in this case, I am not in first. We have Zoda ahead of me, so we're going to stop that. Yeah, but I mean, that's... And I like we're kind of going on these different tracks for this. Again, it's a racing game to this way, so kind of... I guess it makes sense while we're doing our celebration of F-Zero. Boom. Just killing stuff. And there's my rival. So yeah, what I could do to ensure that I have a good victory, I can kill 4 people. Oh, I killed him! Okay, awesome. He's dead. So yeah, my rival who got first place last race, he's gone. He's getting no points. If I win, I'm going to be way ahead of him. In fact, even if I don't win, I'll be way ahead of him. But they also will give you a new rival. It's like, okay, fine. The person who's in third place is gone. Okay, and he just died because he crashed in the wall. Because they have health bars still. Because just like me, if I'm getting hit by things, their energy bar is going to go down, and they can accidentally crash into the wall and die. So the AI is very realistic that way, and this is really nice. Okay, so let's get going. Whoa. But yeah, definitely is interesting just to go back to, I guess, all the stuff we talked about, like the stuff with the Mii's that way. And I know I've got games I can definitely show them off in, of the other games use them, and the Wii Sports game as well. I mean, that was my case, I guess, with Pilot Wings Resort when I mentioned that, which is that, yeah, the Mii's are in that game. And I guess at that point, like, fine, I can make the Mii that looks like myself or reflect that way. And then that'd be like, okay, that's that idea. Although, I mean, then the question, I mean, I guess you could say the same thing in some ways about the avatars for the Xbox 360 and the Xbox system going ahead. And I guess with Sony, they had their PlayStation, what was it, PlayStation Home was that thing of theirs? Although they didn't really have much of a, you know, case like that the way that Microsoft and Nintendo did. And I think maybe the reason Microsoft was doing it because they were going in the direction of the Wii with the Kinect eventually, as far as the motion control element. I do have Kinect. At some point we can show that. At some point I do have to show Sonic Free Riders because I do have it. Talk about games that are bad, but like, look, if I have Kinect, I got to show that game and I have to have it. At that point, like, I have better games on Kinect as well because I have Dance Central games and I have Fantasia, Music Evolved. Which is the case, like, yeah, anytime Harmonix developed for that thing, it was awesome. Okay, so yeah, Roger Buster went down to, Zoda went down by 3 points. So yeah, me killing him was good. And even though I didn't get first, yeah, Baba and Blood Falcon are ahead of me. So, as I said, this is the interesting thing about the Grand Prix of this, and this is how I played it when I was doing the unlock. I basically was saying, okay, if I don't win a race, let me focus on killing my opponents so I can get them down to nothing for the race and then get ahead. So feasibly, then it doesn't matter necessarily if I win everything. So in that case, this game is difficult, but also is very forgiving in some ways because you have a lot of options about how you want to approach it. And for a racing game, that's really unique. Because usually the thought of racing games is that you have to win every time, and if you don't, you're screwed. But for this one, well, you have the other opponents, so they can be in a worse case. And then you can also say, oh, let me make things worse. Actually, this course is a really good one for doing that, because right here. That thin bar there, you saw that the number went down to 29, 28, and 27. Yeah, the AI is dying there. So you can actually really easily kill them there, or let them kill themselves because of this. We're going to see more of that, probably in more hilarious fashion, and a fashion I've never seen specifically because we're going to play in the X Cup, where all the courses are randomly generated. But in the meantime, we're going through this, and yeah, hoping that they can just, get caught at that one area. But it also means that it's good for me, because I get a sense of, alright, fine, I know where the point is, and I can be risky and boost. Oh, I fall off. Okay, I'm glad that happened. So when you fall off, you lose a life. And so at that point, I have to start the race over again. And if I lose all my my lives, it's a game over, and I have to start the race, or the circuit all over. But as I said, that also goes to the thing about F-Zero X specifically, in some ways. Of what I played of the Super Nintendo one, and I'd say even of Maximum Velocity, as much as Maximum Velocity, I think I'd agree with you now. I'm thinking about the Selectverse really more, that this probably is the best game of the ones I played extensively enough to get a sense of what they are. Because it seems like it's the one that has the most depth to it, weirdly enough. I mean, I guess maybe with GX to some degree, but I haven't played GX enough to really understand how to make that happen. But with this one, it's like, oh no, let me screw with my opponents to get the race going this way. Or just, be careful that way. So, in that case, and that's one thing that's so unique about it, even against other games like this. As I said, that's why I think, let's go into this, I guess, F-Zero has not been seen in 18 years. There's not been a new game in the franchise specifically since F-Zero Climax on Game Boy Advance, and we didn't even get it. So for the US, it was even longer. It was, fine, it was 18 years because GP Legend was delayed to coincide with the anime. But we haven't gotten a game since then, and I think, looking at this, I think Nintendo has a good idea of like what they could do to enhance this and bring it into the next generation. Because, yeah, I mean, we're talking about Switch Sports, taking something from the Wii and bringing that back to new hardware, as far as like a new take on that, and tossing online. And this game is online on the Switch Online expansion pack service. And I guess it runs okay, because I haven't heard people complain about the online latency cases of this. Although if they did, I'll put a note here saying, no, I'm stupid, I'm wrong, I misspoke. But, yeah, I think with F-Zero, I could get the sense of something like this. I think there's an audience for this, because look, and I said this to the Crusader as well, because he's saying, like, don't keep saying to me that we're going to have a re-release or a new case on Shadow Hearts, which we're going to be doing in October. He's going to be playing that for us. But I said, no, please don't give up hope, because even the weirdest stuff is getting re-released. I mean, KO the Kangaroo from the Dreamcast is getting a new version of itself this month, or this coming month. We're coming into May tomorrow. I'm thinking, nothing is off the table. All these weird things, and there are probably people out there for certain things that's like, oh my god, they're bringing this back. So I think there really is a possibility for something like that. And honestly, F-Zero, when you think about that, that might be an easy one, because I mean, there are a lot of people who are saying like they'd like to see another one of these things, and I guess feasibly, I guess the way of showing the money to Nintendo, I guess, is the Switch Online expansion pack case, even though it's like you're paying $50 for a bunch of games. So hey, for all we know, for all they know, you'd be buying it for Ocarina of Time or something, and not for F-Zero, feasibly. And Glover got a re-release. Yeah, I remember when I saw that. Speaking of games from 1998 from Nintendo 64, and an interesting marketing campaign of, the adult take of gotta love the glove, as that was the marketing campaign, and they advertised that on WWF WrestleMania at the time. Remember that, which was hilarious. But anyway, yeah, that got a re-release on the PC, and actually, I never played Glover. You play that? It was Hasbro who posted that, and it was this game where you're playing as this anthropomorphized glove. And it's a 3D platform game, and it's something that, again, it didn't sell that, I mean, it sold okay, but it was something that I remember Hasbro, oh, you have played it, okay, do tell your stories if you would like. With Glover, Hasbro thought it was going to sell really well, so they actually made more copies of the game than there existed Nintendo 64s, though the good news is that means that it's actually not hard to come across that game, whether it's that one or even some of the other versions, especially on N64 for that very reason. But now, as I said, it's getting a new life, and I think that's the opportunity. People saying, like, hey, they love Glover, they want to see that sequel, which I think there was a company that was trying to revive it. It was Pico Interactive. They started development on a sequel, and I think they then sort of got a hand on it, and they said they were going to try to do something for that, but that was a couple years ago, so I don't know if anything's come with that. It's an interesting puzzle game, and it's a platform puzzle game, really, because the idea of it, from what I've understood, is that you're the you're Glover, and you're moving around, you're basically carrying a ball, excuse me, a ball or a crystal to the end. The idea is like, hey, you're sort of invincible, kind of a little, well, fine. The focus isn't on you. The focus is on what you're holding, what you're controlling. Actually, to go back to the beginning of the show when we were talking about Rocko's Modern Life, the Rocko's Modern Life game on the Super Nintendo is like that in the sense that you're playing as Rocko, he's invincible. The only thing is you have to get Spunky to the end of the level without him getting killed, which is actually surprisingly easy to have happen because there's cases where on the higher difficulties, he gets crushed by something, half his health is gone. In that case, it's kind of almost like Lemmings a little bit as far as how that plays. But that idea of like the different take of the platformer mixed with puzzle game, and it is one of those I've heard a lot about. I need to play it. It is, and it's dirt cheap, and it's weird. I have tons of stuff on N64. As far as this, I even have one of the rarest games on the system, as I've mentioned, with Clayfair Sculptor's Cut. But yeah, not that one. It's one of those that I really should play, and hey, if you want to see it for the show, yeah, say the word. We'll make it happen. And I think it would be one of those cases to show that, and that's also to go back to what I was saying with the Crochet Nerd, saying specifically, that's why I'm saying it, like, look, I'm going to keep saying that on Shadow Hearts, because, yes, please, awesome. Alright, I will absolutely get a copy of that, and we'll put it on the master list. I'm going to assume Nintendo 64, because it's on PlayStation as well, although from what I understood, it is best in the 64 and paint. You probably should play it there, because that was what it was designed for. But alright, fantastic. But as I said, that's also why, well, why take your requests on the show, and also because why we'll play stuff that people don't remember. I mean, and Glover got a re-release, so that's the idea of people do remember that. Because it was a cult classic. In fact, it was interesting. It came out right when F-Zero X did. It was between... Okay, fine, I fell off. Crap. Alright. Yeah, and by the way, the half-pipe on this one, you're sliding all over the place, so it makes it really, really difficult to not get yourself hit and killed. But I remember when that came out, it was sandwiched between all these big games. I mean, we were saying that with the stuff with Microsoft. We're saying with Quantum Redshift, because Quantum Redshift was out against some big stuff on Xbox at the time, like Splinter Cell and things like that. And with Glover was against F-Zero X, was against Zelda Ocarina of Time. Fine, everything was against Ocarina of Time, really, when you think about it. But then you had other stuff in between. There's just this kind of strange one-off stuff, but it was something that... But it was a lot of things that really seemed... really interesting to describe, because, I mean, Glover was one of those. There was Space Station Silicon Valley, which is a similar style. It was actually Rockstar North who developed that, who were going to make Grand Theft Auto 3, though they were known as DMA designer, doesn't mean anything design initially. That was another one. It's like this weird case, you're like controlling these animals in a space station case. It's also one of those games actually has a problem when you run it with the expansion pack in your system, so yeah, I'll have to swap that out when we play it, if you want to see that one too. But it seems like it's this idea of these unique experiences of games, and even, I guess, even F-Zero X, because F-Zero X, as mentioned, was not a huge seller exactly, even though it was something that got a lot of attention and got re-released a lot. But, and so, that can sometimes be a fascinating thing, that idea of, like, that one game, oh crap, I fell again. I don't want to get a game over, so I gotta be careful. That idea of that one game that sometimes you play on a system, or anywhere, really, and you... I'll tell you, and this is also the reason why we're doing Shadow Hearts, because A, Crochet Nerd said, I want to show this, but also, because he said, I get the sense from him and other people who I've talked to who played it, saying that it's like they have this great secret they want to share with the world, and I'm all about that, clearly, for the show. There's games that I've been showing on the show that I don't know if many people have drawn a blank when I'm talking about it, yet the most watched video on the YouTube site is one of those games. It's Mad Meister on PlayStation 2. And there's people who want to see that. So I think the idea is, like, there's going to be enough of a fandom or enough of a curiosity of seeing something unique, but then also telling a story, because I mentioned this at one point. I mentioned Snowboard Kids 2. At some point we'll do the Snowboard Kids games. They're both on 64. And Nocturne is a huge one on Snowboard Kids 2. In fact, I even said to her, I said, really? I didn't believe her when she said she played that growing up. I played it growing up too. She's like, I love this growing up. It's like, you did? It's like, my brother and I played it. I said, like, you know what, I went up to her brother. I said this flat. I was like, is she right? Did you guys actually play this game when you were growing up? She's like, yeah, we did. Like, I was so gobsmacked. It's like, I could not believe that. I got the sense nobody played it. And sometimes you run into that case with some games like that, but I think that's the idea of maybe what Look, I'm not one who's gonna toot my own horn on the show. As I said, I really try to be modest. I really want to make it so that I want the games to do the talking, me to do the talking as far as my experience. And I gotta be careful. If I get hit again, I'm getting a game over. Shit! Alright, fine. I'm getting a game over. But I get to show it at least, so yeah, you get crashed that way, and boom. Yeah, they don't care. They're just bashing into me, and I'm stuck in the loop, or in the pipe. Alright, so that's game over. Hey, we are showing the full picture of this game. I think that's only fair to do that. But I said, if nothing else with the show, I like the idea that it's something small enough that, hey, like, we don't have a limit. We can do whatever we want, and find in an expert, we'll try it again, but I'll try with another, car, and then we'll go on to Joker Cup, because there is something very familiar in Joker Cup that I think a lot of people will remember. Yeah, but I was just saying, and that's also why I do the viewer requests, and why I take them so seriously. It's like, well, fine. There's sometimes I've played games that, or I haven't played the games you want to see, but I want to hear what your stories are with them. That Riff says you had a good run, try again. Okay, so you're right of the idea of, you know, them not, you know, totally, you know, saying, you suck. So I was like, or you died or something like that. So yeah, this game, you're right, this game is very encouraging that way. So, and that's interesting for a game that's so hardcore this way, as far as F-Zero is a series of Nintendo's, to some degree I guess it is. That's still going to be very, I guess, forgiving to you, and I guess understand the idea of, you know what, yeah, you could try again, but it's not going to, I guess it's a nice balance between coddling you, exactly, or, fine, it's not coddling you, but it's also not necessarily condescending to you. And it's an interesting balance, and honestly, thank you for bringing it up, and right there, like, we should prove in the point of what I'm saying with the show, which is that, hey, I wouldn't this is your, I'll tell you, especially since you requested this game, I've said this to people as far as, like, whether they're going to be on the show showing games they want to show, some I haven't played, as I mentioned before, I'm saying, this is you telling your story in this game. We have a game on the screen, you're looking at it right now, and we have somebody either in the chat or on the show with me, or me, with this game, and basically I'm saying, like, this is my story with this game. This is what this game means to me. These are the things that I noticed about it. These are things that I don't get the sense that other people may be saying about it. And that's another interesting thing, too, because look, anybody can say about the frame rate, and the speed, and how much fun this game is, which it is. All fair things to mention. But by saying stuff like that, that's something unique, and honestly, I didn't really think about that until you mentioned it, so thank you for A, requesting this game, B, putting into the show this way, and also coming up with an insight that way, because, like, hey, not everybody's looking at F-Zero X is necessarily going to come to that thought. Yeah, it's raining outside. Yeah, for me, not really, but, I mean, it'd be interesting if it was raining outside for Firefield, if the whole place would go down that way. I love watching the rain. Yeah, and that can be a fun thing, too, and I'm trying to think, I think there's a game on the PS3 that's kind of like that, Rain, I believe it is. But it can be very, you know, relaxing that way, I get that. And when I've been busy, because actually I have to be busy as far as myself, personally, recently, sometimes you take pleasures in some of the simpler things, or simple things. Oh, fine. Rain is simple and not simple at the same time. That way, I mean, I'm not a biologist or I'm either not a biologist or a meteorologist. Fine, meteorologist is right. It's not really a biology case, it's the meteorology case. Sometimes it'd be a fascinating thing to see, and I guess the idea of another memory of gaming, or anything really, which is that curling up on a rainy night with something like that, being able to enjoy the sights outside. And actually, this is an interesting thing. I'll go into this, because, look, we're just hitting everything you want to talk about, really, which is, so what I welcome. And that is that I know I've had cases where the rain has been playing as far as shows, but the kind of thing, it's usually not been super heavy where either it's been audible, which I wouldn't necessarily mind. It's like, oh yeah, it's raining outside. I think maybe I'll mention that somewhere, but I don't know if you guys can hear it. Or even another case, which is the power going out, which is, yeah, that's never happened before, although feasibly if the show ever just stops randomly, you can see that that's the reason why. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I'm realizing the energy's down. And yeah, I am paying attention to this game despite, you know, having the discussion this way, so I'm fine with that. But it also goes to the idea of like, hey, look, what other gaming show is going to talk about some of this stuff? What other gaming show is going to go into the details we're going to go into on the games? What other gaming show is going to be this all-encompassing? As I said, it's also something that I do, is like, and that's why this is an independent show. This is not something I'm ever going to ask people for money for. It's not something I'm ever going to be having a problem with, like, millions of people watching it, because this is something different, and I think it's fitting a niche that at least there's a couple people who want to be into this, and people who want to be on the show with me. It's like, as I mentioned, with Nocturne, she's been on, with Protorova, with, oh shit, Will Fine, well, not, oh, not oh shit, that's not the name of someone's coming on the show, with the Crochet Nerd, Edwag, Nikki, I know I've got like backlogs as far as stuff that they said they want to be in on. It's just that idea of, there are people who like this idea. And I said, it also, honestly, this is something I've been thinking about more over this past week, really, which is the thought of gaming as a social idea. Because, I mean, it could be social for sure of multiplayer, and this game has multiplayer. Remember, F-Zero on Super Nintendo had no multiplayer. Shockingly, I mean, when this came out, I was like, I kind of didn't even know that, really. But the idea, like, what is social gaming? Sometimes it just be something as, you know, sitting around with one game, playing it. Oh, shit, me undershooting that jump. Alright, that was bad. Yeah, so yeah, I lost my machine, but we'll make this work. But just the idea of kind of having that discussion. In fact, it's what I do with my coworkers on my lunch break. I mean, they have a Switch dock set, like, so they might be playing something on Switch. Like I'll go into this. Edwack and Krishaner, I work with them. Edwack was playing Skull, S-K-U-L, on Switch. I was like, I don't know what this game is. So I was like, okay, what is this? And then he was kind of sharing it. Krishaner was playing... Okay, I don't know if he's playing anything this week, specifically. I think he's got other projects he's working on. Actually, yeah, Chasm22, who we also work with, he was playing Chrono Cross on the Switch for that new Radical Dreamers version. And I was playing with the volume down as much as I could, Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories on the PSP. So, like, okay, it's this weird case, but even though we're playing these games that are one-player experiences, we were still maintaining conversation, really, and kind of going into elements of the games we're playing. It's something like this, really, and I'll tell you, that's kind of what the whole point of the show was. As I said, because of COVID, I was not able to see them or many other people for that. So I was like, what can I do to showcase all the stuff I have, to give an outlet for me, you know, not shutting up and, you know, falling off like this. How can I do this? And that's kind of where this idea came from. And I do like the idea that maybe there are people who say, like, fine, if you're not into this idea of what the show is and just want to see a play of this with maybe more skill than I'm showing, or with just the game itself, yeah, go ahead. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to take that offense. But hey, like, hey, if there are people who want to see this idea of it and get into it deep and want to do this with me, and like I said, it's not just me. This is why I always say it's not just my show, this is your show, because I want to have that open idea. It's almost like, in a way, it's almost like a gaming town hall, and damn, a lot of the other players died. Damn, look at that. 6 of the 30 car field is gone. Oh, man. But that's what can happen in F-Zero, and that's why I love it. Fine, that's gonna happen in this one. In, F-Zero, Super Nintendo, and Maximum Velocity in particular, you only have... Okay, I think you have it... I don't know if it's an infinite field. You have a lot of, cars that are around, but I think you only have placement of about, 15. Also, how F-Zero, those work, it runs 5-lap races compared to this one where it's 3. So actually, that might have been an answer, potentially. Just like, hey, the tracks are too short in this, if it ran 5 laps the way those games did. And then also the other thing is that after each lap, it does change the place you need to get into, so it's actually a little stricter than this one, where this one you can finish in any position you want, but in that one, with each lap, you only have a little bit of breathing room, so if you can't get to that position on that lap, or by the end of that lap, you lose a machine. So in some ways they can kind of be harder that way, in some capacities. But, whoa, okay, yeah, I do want to slow down here for this, because I don't want to die again. But yeah, it is very interesting that way. Ooh. Yeah, I love that. Watch your back! Yeah, so yeah, when you do see that check, by the way, yeah, I may as well get back to talking about the game we're playing, for a little bit anyway, before we go into something else. Which I love, so yeah, do not take that as a thing like, no, we can't go off topic, no problem. Or off topic and on topic at the same time. Okay, so hey, that'll be fine. Yeah, if you see that check behind him, that means the enemy is close to you, but you can also use the look back on the C up button to take a look at where they are. But usually you're going so fast, it's like, yeah, you better, sometimes you have to keep your eyes on the road. Alright, so that's 4th place so far. Yeah, we're almost, okay, we have 2 more for this, and then we'll take a look at the Joker Cup. There's some interesting courses in the Joker Cup, but also some of the hardest. Actually, no, those are the hardest, definitely. And we'll definitely do Master Cup on some of these as well. Alright, yeah, and in this case, it's also really tight quarters. I forgot about that. This course is really good for that. If you're in tight quarters, you'll have most of the other cars here. So if you do a spin or a bounce on them, you can kill many of them really quickly. But you can also have that happen to you. Yeah, look at that. I have my energy down to well below half. Also, they make the recharging stations much thinner. Ooh. You also just feel a little bit of the tension. You know, they sometimes have more than one. Yeah, but you feel the tension here. It's like, yeah, we're tight in. So if nothing else, the courses are giving a lot of variety as far as what they do. I guess it would have been interesting if we got that expansion, or that expansion kit one that Japan got, because then you were going to create our own courses. Alright. But I will say one thing as far as like the idea of me losing on some of these races. Maybe part of it is also because I don't think I've actually ever played as all 30 of the characters. So yeah, I'm making a memory right now with the play we have. So honestly, now I'm thinking about it, is that you do realize that actually, and this is impressive for a 30 character roster this way, you do get the sense they play differently, so you can kind of experiment with how you want to play it, and also what element do you want to focus on when it comes to the character you pick. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, you just see the red, though, flashing. That's a nice touch. And also, even the fact that as the energy bar is going down, when it's at its low point, it's sort of doing the beep very slowly, like a beep, 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 and then when you're down to, like, nothing, going beep, 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 beep. But we were done. Alright, so there's Red Canyon 2. Alright. I got 6th, which isn't great. As I said, I'm not necessarily going for a first place on this. Alright, next is White One 2. Alright, this is the one I died at. So, okay, he's good with the boost. Okay, I didn't actually look at really what he was the case. Okay, his case is grip, so I'm slipping around much more. And you definitely do notice that more, especially as you go fast, and with him also with this. Yeah. Ugh. I mean, I'll also level you this way. When I did the unlocks for this game, when I did this cup on Expert, I just kind of said, screw it. I kind of said, you know what, I'm just going to stay in the center of this, and I guess just hope the other cars screw up and fall out, which looks like a couple of them are falling out. If nothing else. Whoa. Yeah, try and take advantage when you can, and when you're kind of in the divot enough so that you won't, you know, do what I did, which is, you know, fall out on the side. Okay, he fell out on the side, I think. Did he? Oh, yeah, he did. Okay. Because I saw a car fall out by the side of my eye. I was like, just waiting for that, marker thing to go down by 1, and I was like, is it going to... Oh, shit! Okay, yeah, I was really playing, I was really dancing with the devil on that one. Or The Devil's Call in Your Heart, as far as the name of one of the music tracks. I don't think it's this one, as far as the name of it. I don't remember the name of all the tracks in this game, but like, they're all great. Yeah, honestly, for this course, I guess my advice really would be stay in the center, watch your back, and pay attention to where the boosts are. So, like, hey, if you're not going to be using your boost power, just at least find the pads on the ground so you can hit those, and at least keep your speed up. Because usually... especially when you get on the Expert, you'll have the other cars that will be hitting those pretty consistently. Alright, we are getting good. Alright, I'm at 4th, so yeah, I don't think I'm going to win this, but that's fine. Alright, last one's Mute C3. Yeah, with the Jumps of Doom. Alright, yeah, we'll show how the Jumps of Doom work, because, yeah, this is interesting. Also, by the way, when you hit the A button at the start of a race, you start on the ground and you hit the A button to kind of go up in the air to, like, get yourself jet propelled. I think there's a way for speed boosting off the line or going off the line faster, though honestly, I don't know off the top of my head of what it is. Chat, if you know, well, let me know, and we can go into that. Boom. Well, so, shit! Okay, yeah, I was, like, right on the line, right on the thread of that. I couldn't stay on the track at that speed. It is really, really fast, that's for sure, and... especially with F-Zero GX, the GameCube one, that's one where it's even faster, if you can believe it. But, okay, and yeah, there is pop-up, as I mentioned, but it doesn't matter, because speed is where they're focusing, and in that way it's very interesting but, I don't know, in fact, that'll remind me of one thing I do want to talk about, but for staying on the course of the speed, yeah, and also doing the jumps, being careful of that, sometimes you don't want to hit them. The thing is, the controls are good enough, and you do the practice mode as well, so that you can learn to get really good at this game. It's not something where... it's easy to pick up, to understand how it operates, but it's also something that you do want to avoid that bounce there, because otherwise you can fall off. it's something that you can then get to a case of, being able to hold on decently, and be careful when there are no guardrails. Yeah, because that's the difficulty of this course. You have no guardrails for this. Basically be able to adjust to the speed, and that's an interesting thing as far as, I guess, elements of racing games, which is having to react to something with speed. It's like, I'm going like 1,000 kilometers an hour. How do you manage that, and how do you handle the fast reflexes? I guess to that element, Dolphin, have you played other F-Zero games, and also for that matter, what's your experience as far as racing and shit? Okay, I thought I was gonna fall. Like, I don't want to fall because I'm gonna let us continue. I at least want to just finish it. If I get a bad ranking, I don't care. Also, I don't want to boost here because there's no guardrail. Sometimes it pays to go slow. That's the other thing is like, you sometimes don't necessarily have to be going super fast, even though you want to win. And as I mentioned, that's where the strategy of this game comes in, which is a great thing as far as the design of it, and also going back to the element of the graphics, is that the fact they're focusing speed above anything else means that the controls are really fluid, and just the way that the game moves, it just feels so good, so that anytime that something happens or you screw up somehow, you don't feel like you got screwed out because of the game, or even the graphics with the element of pop-ups, like, and the fade-in, like, and the fog, it doesn't matter, because, like, I can still see the track enough. It's keeping up with the speed, so it's not an issue that way. And honestly, it's kind of an interesting reversal of what we talked about with Wave Race 64, and I'll go back into this. I said with Wave Race 64, that was a game that it was a perfect marriage of gameplay and graphics, because you have the physics of the water going so well with how the physics of the game, of the jet skis worked, so they kind of went alongside each other. This game does a little differently in the sense of saying, okay, fine, we don't have the graphics, going amazing, like we're seeing the pop-up that way, but we're saying, like, well, let's do that for the purpose of keeping the speed up. Which is why I think this is a unique one. Fourth, not bad. Yeah, not bad, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, look, I'm not gonna say I wasn't trying, but I also saying, like, well, I don't need to necessarily get first place, and hey, if nothing else, it's showing what happens when you get fourth place and don't get on the podium. If nothing else, as I said, this is basically gonna be us showing off elements of the game, and I'll also try the Master Cup for some of this stuff as we go. Also, I'll cough a bit, but but at the same time, at least, we'll have some kind of showing and show what happens. And even the idea of, unlike something like Mario Kart 64, where you get fourth place, you get the ceremony music playing in minor key. Yeah, I get a thanks for playing here. Yeah, in that case, I get the music playing in a minor key saying, like, yeah, you screwed up, and then a bomb card comes up and blows me up. It's like, yeah, that's not happening in this game. This is much more, forgiving to you or nice to you. Okay, let us do... You know what, I'll show Master off a little bit. We'll run on standard. Let's run Joker Cup. Yeah, actually, we'll go back to this quickly. Okay, sorry. Let's go back this way. Yeah, the Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 64. It is the same one that was in that game. And actually, it's interesting. That means that there are two games on the Nintendo 64 that have this track in it. But there's a lot of differences on this one. Also, we have about... Well, actually, we're almost halfway through all the characters. We'll go through the other ones. Alright, let's, since I'm doing standard, shouldn't matter. Let's take Twin Narita. Yeah, Gomar and Sia. Alright, let's do it. Okay, yeah, this is the Rainbow Road. If you played Mario Kart 64, this is the same design, more or less. Except, unlike that one... Actually, here's the case as far as long tracks. This is the longest track in Mario Kart 64. It's 2,000 meters. So, in that game, you had cases where the track took about, 6 minutes to finish, to the point where when Mario Kart 8 brought it back, they turned it into just one big lap. So basically, there's like checkpoints across you go. So, what they did with F-Zero X, they said, let's take that course we had in that game, let's bring it back, let's change the music to what we have for this. I like the Rainbow Road, yeah. Unlike that one, though... Okay, fine. Unlike that one in Mario Kart 64, there were guardrails on the side of every part of it. On in Mario Kart 8, there was not, and this one, there's not, and you're going faster. So, unlike that one where you had laps that could take, like, 2 minutes, this one, they take about 50 seconds. You get boost, and you can also go down this way, but unlike Mario Kart 64, remember, when you fall, you don't have Lakitu to bring you up to save you for this one. You explode in a fiery, blaze. So yeah, in this case, it's harder because you have areas where, yeah, you can't fall off. and you can fall off easier. So that also means you can't take the shortcut, the massive shortcut, that you can take in Mario Kart 64, although you can't even take that in Mario Kart 8, because what happens in that one is that Lakitu comes and picks you up as soon as you fall off the course, basically. So it's not even like the other one, like, as soon as you fall, it's like, yeah, you're able to get picked up. In this case, you also have mines. I didn't talk what those do. You bounce on them, you take damage, but you also bounce up a little bit. And also, the other opponents will clear them out of the way so they can help you. Hey, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Wow, look at that. Holy shit, look at that. I hit 1,800 kilometers. Whoa, but you also be careful because... Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah, me being fancy like that got me killed. Yeah, and there we go. Be dying on the Rainbow Road, which I guess is the element that happens for a lot of people with Mario Kart, usually. Because remember, Super Mario Kart, which was made by the same people, or some of the same people who made this one, same director on this game, worked on that Super Nintendo game, the Rainbow Road, the first one in that, it had no guardrails. So it was insanely hard. And then 64 had guardrails, and then they changed the way that they went for the later ones. Yeah, you do have Rainbow Road. It does look nice. It's, in some cases, not rainbow, like here. You have some of these areas where, like, yeah, they're just the, more... Well, I guess it's sort of rainbow as far as, like, the way the texture map is. Yeah, it's I'll tell you what it is. It's, Rainbow Road by way of, futuristic space racing with heavy metal headbanging guitar to it, which you don't get in Mario Kart 64 or any of the Mario Kart games. So, yeah, that is an interesting case, and I can definitely, you know, sign off on that being something cool. Yeah, in this case, you also have the recharge stations. They're kind of on the sides there. They kind of alternate. To pay attention where they are, and yeah. Oh, all right. What happened there as far as, like, me, you know, going nuts like that? That's sometimes what happens with me. And actually, I was doing the unlock for this game. Doing this, the Joker Cup, on Expert, I kind of used that tactic to win this race. It's like, look, I can not win every race, but I need to at least kind of be consistent. So that's really a tactic I use when I played it. But in that case, it also puts me at risk, because, yeah, if you're hitting the wall like I just did there, if you're hitting it rapidly, that energy can go down pretty quickly, too. Yeah, I guess in this case, also consider this the preview to whenever we do Mario Kart of any kind. Actually, you know, I'll pause this chat as well. What Mario Kart do you want to see first? I would think I would want to do the Super Nintendo one first, just because, like, hey, it's the oldest. But then again, I would definitely be open to doing any of the other ones you want to see, of which I have most of them. The only one I don't... Oh, shit! Yeah, I should watch my back. And watch the road. Watch the Rainbow Road. Okay, so yeah, I'm turning it into the Super Nintendo Rainbow Road, technically, for that very reason. Yeah, but I was gonna say, of the Mario Kart games I have, I own all of them except for 7, which is on 3DS, which I don't have a way to stream that. Mario Kart DS, which I do have a way to stream, feasibly because it's on the Wii U Virtual Console, I can get it for that. I don't own Mario Kart Wii, but I could find a copy of that. And, I think I have every other one. And the only other ones I don't have are the ones that never came out, or never came home, which were, the Mario Kart Arcade GP games that were developed by Namco, weirdly enough. And they do have, Pac-Man as a playable character in them, which is very interesting, but, Nintendo never brought them home. Okay, okay, fine. There's technically Mario Kart Tour, which is a phone game. And then there's the Mario Kart Live Circuit, which actually one of my coworkers bought that. It's that that's that augmented reality when you actually have, like, actual, you know, remote control cars driving a course. It's kind of a hoot, I'll tell you that. Although showing that game, I don't know how I could do that feasibly, because I don't know how much it shows on the television. It's a Switch game, by the way, that one. And also feasibly, the way I have it set up for where I'm living, it'd be a really boring-ass course, because it's like, I don't only have one area of where I'm living that has hard floor to it. And I don't know how... Actually, no, we did it in an area of carpet. Actually, we did it on our lunch break during work, and, like, as far as what the areas, I don't know if people coming in and say, like, what the hell is this? But, like, well, they weren't complaining, thankfully. But, yeah, I don't know how that would work. But, yeah, that would be an interesting one, too. But outside of that, I think every other one is in play. I have the Super Nintendo, I have N64, I have Super Circuit on Game Boy Advance, which honestly, that's another one that I think people tend not to remember that. I have Double Dash on GameCube, which is... Oh shit, not again with me falling off! Alright, I have to stop. Okay, fine, I should say I'm... Okay, wow, it took me a while to fall down. It actually looks like it's water there. You know what, fine, I'm early enough in this, I'm gonna... Well, I'll show one other thing. Yeah, Twin Dorita is gonna go away. I'm gonna show the start menu. You have retry, which if you hit that, you restart the race and costs you a vehicle. You also have settings, that goes back to the settings screen, but you also get cost of vehicle, but as soon as you hit one of these, you automatically go back. In fact, I'll show that.
Too bad.
So you have that, and then basically at that point, you can try again. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quit out of this. I'm gonna start off, because yeah, I don't want to have no lives going through this. Alright, so standard, we will show off Joker Cup a little better, and yeah, I'll get going. Alright, John Tanaka, let's try you. He's good at boosting, but body and grip are kind of weird. Oh, let's give him a shot. Yeah, so, 5th attempt, take 5 on the Rainbow Road, with James McCloud in the lead, so it's like, okay, yeah, we're mixing our franchises here. It's F-Zero meets Mario Kart 64 meets Star Fox, technically. But, yeah, alright, so yeah, James McCloud is up there, but yeah, he's getting knocked down by Goro. And they do show the top 6 positions there as far as that, so, whoa. Yeah, but as I said, chat, feel free to tell me whatever Mario Kart you want to see first, and we can do it. Because at some point I do think we need to talk about that franchise. And honestly, now that I think about it, if it was gonna be my choice, I'd probably pick either the Super Nintendo one, or I'd pick the Game Boy Advance one, only because I don't get the sense people remember the Game Boy Advance one. Actually, the Game Boy Advance one has all the tracks from the Super Nintendo game in it. So, that was an interesting case. In fact, I think it's the only one where it has all the courses from another game. Alright, but yeah, in this case, let's get going. But if nothing else, you get to enjoy the nice atmosphere and talking about, you know, witnessing elements of the sky, rain in the case of that one. Actually, yeah, there's not weather in this one. I don't remember if maybe GX had weather to it. That would be an interesting case as well, which is actually something we'll get into when we play Quantum Redshift. But also getting the nice starry sky, although fine, just dots in the distance. You know, I want a Nintendo crossover racing game. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. I mean, honestly, okay, it's not the same thing. Mario Kart is trying to do that with Mario Kart 8, because you have characters from Zelda and from Animal Crossing and F-Zero, actually, in it. But then again, I know what you're saying. Something like Sonic and All-Stars Racing. Something that, you know, that celebration of everything, and damn it, I fell off again. Alright, enough's enough. See, okay. I'm surprised with the tracks they're giving me, you know, trouble. It's Rainbow Road. But like, alright, fine. Alright, John Tanaka, let's try again. But yeah, I'd like to see that too, because like with Sega, or like with a lot of other companies, really, there are a lot of interesting things you could do with a licensed racing game like that, or I guess a mixing franchises game. And I mean, Nintendo's done that with Super Smash Brothers, so like the idea of doing that with a racing game, that could be pretty cool as far as it. And I guess with I'm trying to think as far as some other stuff that's sort of done that aside from the Sega one. Well, I mean, speaking of Game Boy Advance, I don't know if you played this one. We're talking Konami as well. There's a game called Konami Crazy Racers, which came out right before Mario Kart Super Circuit did. It's a mix of Konami characters, although there are a lot of really weird Konami characters in it. I know they had Goemon from those Mystical Ninja games, and I think they had a couple characters with Castlevania, but even then it was very obscure who they picked for it. And I think there was, oh wait, no, there was the Pac-Man World Rally, which was, I think, that pulled from Mario Kart Double Dash, actually. It was on GameCube, and I believe it was on the PS2 as well. That I think had some elements to it, as far as maybe some other stuff with Namco. I remember not quite the same thing. I know there's Pac-Man Fever, which is like a Mario Party-like game, that had Astaroth from Soul Calibur in it, which was a very strange one, and apparently not very good. But yeah, that's the other thing, like, maybe if Nintendo's watching, they'll say like, hey, that's a good idea. Or maybe they've heard some ideas like that mix, or maybe thinking, what do they do after Smash Brothers? Like, hey, they're not going to do a Smash Brothers probably for a while, because they've spent so long, you know, supporting it with downloadable content. That was like 3 years they ran that game after the release. And thinking, well, you know, maybe they do something new with that. Or, I guess maybe, right now, they're just doing the DLC for Mario Kart 8. So you kind of have that sorta, but I mean, I guess we'll see how that goes. I mean, hey, something like that run on the Mario Kart engine? Yeah, absolutely. In some ways, I don't even care if it plays like Mario Kart. You differentiate that in a way because of all those Nintendo franchises. Yeah, I'm welcoming that. I mean, feasible. I mean, for God's sake, we have Mario and Sonic in the Olympic Games. I mean, I think we could make that work as well. Which, of course, goes to the interesting joke of that, which is, you know, why is there an Olympic game with Mario and Sonic in it, and Sonic can lose the 100-meter dash to Mario? Well, I mean, but then again, like, maybe that's part of the joke, the thought of, like, okay, here's Mario and Sonic coming together for the first time before he came to Smash Brothers, and then saying, okay, fine, it's going to be an Olympic game. So I guess it made sense for Sega, because I know Sega makes a lot of those Olympic games, going back even, like, to the Saturn, stuff like the Cathlete, and then the Virtua Athlete game that was on the Dreamcast. But yeah, absolutely, I'd be down to see that. Hey, maybe look at F-Zero X, might be like a perspective to look at that. Because as we mentioned, you could arguably say this is mixing franchises sort of when it comes to some of the characters. But alright, let's keep going. Now, Devil's Force 3, finally seeing something new on the Joker Cup. Alright, now this course is a little interesting because what you're doing is you're kind of going a little bit in a loop, and in some ways, you kind of don't notice you're going in a loop, really, although one thing I think I do want to try at some point, I'll come back to this in practice mode, and that is when you're going upside down, I think you still stay on the road, even if you're upside down. So I don't think that you're going to be in a case where if you stop, you're going to fall, which would make sense by gravity. But it's like, hey, we're in space world. I mean, maybe that's a take of something, because that was Space World was Nintendo's specific show, showing off what they had. Going back, oh shit. I do love that. Whoa! And it kind of goes down in pitch as you go along. Right, yeah, fun. I fell into the forest. Wait, it is the... What is it called? The Devil's Force. Okay. Guess, yeah, if the devil did something to me, I came back. I guess I made a deal or something. I said I'll sell my soul to come back and race. But, alright, fine. Yeah, if we lose, then he gets to collect. We hear this great guitar. I love this, the guitar riff. It is great stuff. It just goes insane. You also hear these weird voices stuff going on the background. Like, I don't even know what it's saying on the back of that, but it just sounds cool. I think that maybe that's the idea of what F-Zero X really is. There's just something so, I guess, otherworldly and weirdly cool about this. Like, yeah, I don't... Oh, it looked like I went through the road there. Not that I, fell through it. I mean, and that's a good thing as well, because, yeah, as I mentioned, there's, like, pop-up and things like that. I guess there's clipping to some degree as well. Like, I'm not gonna clip through the course and lose. Thank God. It's like, yeah, thank God they had that design. And we can imagine a game like that. Like, yeah, that would be a bad design. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I gotta be careful in the areas where there's no guardrails. It's like I use the blast turns more. I'm not really using them. Although, actually, this cup has a lot of the tracks I would be using it in. Well, okay, fine. I'm using it there, sorta. Though you can kind of combine that with the tight turns on the Z and the R button. You have that going, yeah, like that. Although, honestly, you don't get quite as much feedback for it in this one as you do in Maximum Velocity. Oh, shit! Let's see if I can't beat James McCloud. Alright. Sorry to jet, but I'm in a hurry. Alright, so yeah, we did beat James McCloud. We will pull James McCloud out, though, for sure. I think I wanted to run him on X Cup, honestly. So at least we could show the victory of him. Alright, so John Tanaka, we are in the lead. Next, we have the Space Plant, so let's get going. Yeah, I'm dreading the last one on this cup, though. The last course is really hard. It also looks cool, though, when you'll see it. Actually, in some ways, yeah, a lot of the Joker Cup courses do have this kind of cool look to them, even as far as, like, the way the map is. You guys see it over there in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. It kind of is curving in on itself, which makes it really interesting. So even, like, you get the sense, like, okay, how's that looking? Because it's kind of reflecting, I guess, in a 2D image, well, what the tube is here, or maybe what a loop is looking like. And actually, this is the one I'm remembering now. And this is when you have to be careful when you come off of this. It's very cool. Yes, it is. But at the end of this one, you have to be right on the side there, because you can fall very easily right there. I've had that happen so many times. Either you're underneath it, and you just fly off, or you go too fast, and then you just jump off, you go too high. So this one basically... Oh, yeah, okay, in that case, I went too high. Yeah, because I'm going so fast, and that's the other thing about this, the physics of this. Because, yeah, if you are going fast, the game will launch you off of a course for that. So it does have a physics engine that is something that makes sense, but also something that even, in some cases, like, yeah, if I was not careful there, I could have gotten myself killed. And actually, the second course we had, when we showed tonight, I had that happen. In fact, you know what, I will go back into practice and I'll show that happening. just because I think that'll be interesting. And it's a straight shot, of course, anyway, so it makes it worth doing that. But it is cool, and it gives it a lot of variety as well. So at that point, it's like, yeah, you do remember the way the tracks are going, and also, that's the other thing, playing a lot of the tracks over and over again, you can kind of get a sense of what are the strategies for them. Alright, come on. In that case, yeah, use the straightaways here, use the areas where I'm not on the tube to hold up and hold my energy up a little bit. Yeah, go around. Whoa! Yeah, whoa, I'm getting dizzy. So yeah, you're definitely potentially getting dizzy, although it's weird, this, I don't feel dizzy playing this game. Oh, shit! Yeah, I almost had that happen. Yeah, I had to kind of curve myself, get back up on that. Yeah, be careful hitting the sides there. Whoa. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it! One. There we go, got him. I do love that flourish of, like, the finish just doing the spin when you do it. Yeah, there we go, I launch. And by the way, I believe when you finish the race at the space plant here or anywhere, and the AI takes control of your racer, if you launch up, I don't think you'll die. I think they program you're going to stay on the track somehow. In fact, you know what? I do want to watch this a little bit. I want to see how the demo handles going over that curve, or through that curve area. Yeah, it looks like actually he's on skis almost. Alright, oh, alright, it's sort of... Okay, sort of, I guess, blended with it a little, so I kind of came out straight. Alright, Sand Ocean 2, let's do this one. And after this, then, we got the course in this I'm sort of dreading, but I do have a couple lives. Bye-bye, James Cloud, just knock him out. And that's the other thing I guess I should mention as well, which is that whenever you get first place in a race, you start in 30th place. So, how that works is if I get 30th place, you start in first for the next race. So it does make it so that, depending upon where your position is, you start at the back, so you have to kind of work a little harder to get yourself back to the front. And same with everybody else. So, in that way, it makes it really interesting of getting a sense of, unlike Mario Kart or something like that, where usually when you go into a GP mode with that, you'll start in first if you get first. It means that you'll have a little more variety of, I guess, of the characters that will be in first to start, and feasibly you'll have a case where characters who might have been in last place before could win, feasibly, as far as the next race. Oh, shit. Okay, alright, that was another racer. Okay, that does take energy away. Yeah, because anything you hit specifically does take your energy away. But I didn't know if killing another car, basically making the car completely destroyed, will do that. Alright. Whoa. Yeah, in this case you also have, like, the curving elements of the hills, which is something that was not the case with F-Zero on the Super Nintendo, because in that case it was, well, with Mode 7 case you had flat tracks for them, although I believe there were games, oh no, there were games on the Super Nintendo that had stuff like that where they kind of doing, like, curving tracks, or going up and down. Actually, I think Dirt Tracks FX did that, which was, like Stunt Race FX a little bit. Although it was insanely choppy, I do remember elements of that one. Whoa. But in this case, yeah, we have all the hills and things. Whoa! Alright, we got it. Alright, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to have that happen in the next one, though. This is the last course of the Joker Cup, and it is one that looks cool, but... Oh, no, we have two more to go. Sorry, my mistake. We have Port Town 2. But this isn't easy either, because you have very tight curves. You saw in that overview of the track. And that's the other thing you do. You can just take a look at the map before you start. Say, like, okay, where are the potential trouble spots? But you won't get where the energy refills are. And also the dirt mounds, by the way, you go over those, you slow down. Yeah, this is where it gets harder for this course, because you have a lot of twisting turns, so it's almost in the vein of some of the courses from the Super Nintendo game, where you're kind of... It is more... Okay, this one's pretty flat to some degree. But in that case, you have a lot of twisty turns. So, woo! In this case, using the blast turns and that drift turn are going to be your best friend. By the way, the drift turn is... You press the analog stick either left or right, and then right after that, you hit either the R or the Z button, and you will do... That you'll slide out that way, which can be helpful to get through some of those things, or use the blast turn, which is usually how I do it. Is that it's all those years of playing F-Zero Maximum Velocity where, in that game, in order to get anywhere with that, you need to use that. Even more than F-Zero on the Super Nintendo, I would say. I'll assume that that's how GP Legend Climax works. I know GP Legend ran on the same engine as Maximum Velocity, and I think Climax is running on a 3D engine, I believe. At some point, I definitely want to show some of those other ones, especially Climax, because we never got that. I'm shocked it never came out here. I thought, oh, it would, because I know Maximum Velocity and I guess GP Legend did pretty well for themselves. Whoa! Oh, I think sales-wise, I think the Super Nintendo game is the one that sold the best. I think. But if that's wrong, I'll edit here saying, no, this one sold better. Like, you have the plan in the background. Actually, almost looks like something like out of Sonic, to some degree. Almost like Oil Ocean a little bit. Oh, shit! Oh! Yeah, because I'm winning, but it's like, yeah, I gotta keep my energy up so I don't die. Oh, be careful of the other racers, because if they crash into me, that also gets me in trouble. Yeah, and the real trouble spot, as I said, when it has the S-curves here, especially here at the end, where I could feasibly boost here, but it's like, yeah, it's a really tight S-curve with a very thin recharge area. We got it. Okay, now we have the last one, and the last one is not counting whatever might come out of the X Cup for you or for us as we play tonight. Yeah, this is the hardest course in the game. Yeah, the big hand, it has deadly curves. It is a hand, so yeah, we are racing across that. And a lot of those fingers have open areas without guardrails. And they also have other things, we'll see. Let's see, John's not gonna go through it. Yeah, thank God I have 2 continues on this. This always was a tense one when I was doing the unlock stuff, or just whenever I played this. Just the idea of, oh God, I'm gonna fall. It is one of those things that, you know, not even you're saying that, hey, can you keep up with speed like that? Yeah, you don't want to go super fast. Yeah, right here. We're open like this. You want to keep an idea like when it can be straight. Yeah, and they put the ice thing there, so yeah, I can fall off like that. So there you go. That is the experience. That's what happens when you fall off of big hands. That can happen very easily, so in some cases you do want to go slower. Anything like, well, for a racing game, like this, do you really want to go slower? But the answer is no, you do, especially on this one. And honestly, the other thing about this is that you can sometimes rely on the AI to fall off, sometimes, but not always. And that's something that, yeah, they're definitely getting better in that way. It's like, they know that, you know, don't screw around with the big hand. Fine, don't screw around with the big hand or it's gonna smack you down. Quite literally, shit! Or they'll knock me off. Or almost knock me off. And you can be an asshole and do the same thing to them. But at this point, yeah, right there you go, and you do have the way in. Oh, shit! Yeah, see me trying to get fancy, knocking him off, screwed me up. That's that risk reward. Alright, yeah, let's continue. Although, if I don't get it now, what I'll do is I'll run it in time trial. You know, maybe I'll just go slow, honestly. I mean, I don't want to. Like, fine, you know what? I mean, I'm actually, you know what? I'll win anyway, because I've won every one. You know what? Fine. Screw it. We'll, hold in 30th place. You know what? Let's do that. We'll take a nice, leisurely, and safe drive across the big hand. And at some point, I'll try it again later. I mean, I'm trying to match. Yeah. In this case, oh, yeah, because the end there is a slippery area. So because here's the thing. When you go over that, by the way, you skid like that, and when you turn, you just do the drift automatically when you're on that. So in that case, you're not going to be turning. You'll be stuck. So you have to kind of come into that straight if you're going to be doing anything with that. Although they put the charge station kind of in the middle. Yeah, you do want to slow down, honestly, on this one. So yeah, using the brake is a good idea. Or, if you're doing the Star Fox thing, use the brake! Yeah, we are definitely going to use the brake. Yeah, in that case I am, but yeah, I'm in 30th place. Yeah, especially right here, because yeah, they don't put the guardrail there either. So it's like, yeah, in this case, I'm going to take my time, especially because I don't have another life. Yes, you do have boost power, but yeah, when do you want to use it is really the question. Is it use it anywhere where there's a straightaway where you can safely use it, or anywhere where, you know, you're not going to fall off? Yeah, I'm just going to not do that, because otherwise I'm going to fall. Whoa, fine, somebody else fell. But in this case, you can kind of be fine, because yeah, you go into it straight like that, you'll be fine coming to this curve where it does have a guardrail. Ooh. Alright, there's Captain Falcon over there. Yeah, bye-bye, my friend. See you again later. And you get this great music for this, because we're talking about the heavy metal guitar stuff. But you also get this great, like, faux organ going on here. You get, well, faux organ, faux keyboard going on. I mentioned this name before, the late John Lord. He was the keyboardist for Deep Purple. It almost sounds like something he would have done. And I do like that idea as well of it. And, you know, something very spacey and otherworldly. Especially if you're familiar with the album Fireball, because, yeah, Fireball is an album completely of spacey stuff. Oh, shit! Yeah, in this case, I can safely be on the side here and just boost this way. So, like, yeah, it's basically read the course and understand how to do it, so in that way, there is a lot of depth and value, and I think that really, gets to why. Look, there's gonna be no doubt when we're done with this game why people love this and why we love it. So, I mean, I think it's, yeah, watch your back and watch the road. And watch the hand. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't care. Like, fine, I'll get 8th place, I don't care. Because I'm not gonna rank out, thank God. Whew. That is the big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And it is, something you get scared of. I was scared doing the unlocks on this. I had to do this in Expert. I can only imagine what doing this on Master is. You know what? Fine, we'll try this on Master. We'll see if we can do it. Alright, but yeah, we are done with this. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to take a look at the X Cup. And it's a case of courses I don't know what they are, and nobody else can predict what they are. Because what the X Cup does is it randomly generates the tracks. It takes the designs of the tracks from this game to some degree, and some aspects of them. I don't think it has loops. I don't think it has the cylinders we were going over, like Big Blue and places like that. And it will turn them into specific curves. Something will be insanely tight. So I don't know what we're going to see. So you want to talk about your blind run of a game? Yeah, we're going to take a look at the blind run of After X with the X Cup. I specifically didn't touch it because I said, let's do this for the play, or for the show tonight. At least we're getting the nice fireworks now. Which, after Big Hand, yeah, you deserve a fireworks show after that. Alright, there is James McCloud as well. We'll pull him out for this. Although I do want to make sure that I'm going to hit every other character. Yeehaw, I won. Alright, there you go. Yeah, that is something you want to say after doing, Big Hand. Yeah, I keep going back to Big Hand, but, yeah, it is hard. Alright, so, next we are going to do the X Cup. In fact, you know what, I'll try X Cup when it's a little harder, because in some ways... No, we're not doing it on Master. I at least don't think we should do it on Master. We'll do it on Expert. And we'll pull, where is he? Did I miss him? Oh, here he is. The little wyvern. Alright, here's James McCloud. He has a weak body, apparently, but his boost and grip are pretty decent. Also, you can change the color of what it is, but I think we're going to go the Star Fox look. But yeah, there he is. He does have the outfit of Star Fox as it is, and the sunglasses of James McCloud from that game, but Nintendo said no, it's not the same person, but it's definitely a reference. Alright, and that is also, I think, the reason why... Okay, no. Are they... I'll have to look back at the video of this. I don't know if their letterbox is differently. Alright, this is the course. So far, this doesn't look too bad. But yeah, in this case there, I was like, yeah, okay, this is actually not too bad here. It seems like it's all set with stuff, and then we have just a couple turns going on here. So actually, this also may be a good place to kill people. Yeah, which sounds wrong out of context, but yeah, it makes sense for this game. But same rules as before, you have the full boost. In some cases, the AI, from what I understood, will not know what to do with this. Although, as I said, I've not seen that firsthand. In fact, I will mention this, and I'll put a link to this, because it's a channel I mentioned once before. In fact, actually, I mentioned it on the show we did 1 year ago today, or 1 year ago tomorrow, which is the Stop Skeletons for Fighting channel. I've mentioned them. They're all into weird stuff. I don't think I ever beat the X Cup. Because it's hard, or because, I mean, I guess the question is this, do you have a luck of the draw? Maybe on that, as far as the course it gives you. Yeah, well, and watch my front as well, as it is. Oh, well, we'll see if we can make it happen. So it's like, well, there you go, because as I said, you don't know what's going to come out of this, because it's all randomly generated. You could get lucky and get a course like this, or you could get something where it's curves all over the place. It's S-card, it's hard. And I'm running on Expert. So, like, I might be signing on Death Warrant on this. We'll see what happens. But I was going to mention the Stop Skeletons for Fighting channel. Yeah, Uncle Derek and Producer Grace, as they are. I'll put a link to this. They did an episode, actually, and that was where I learned about this, of randomly generated games on this system, of which there's this, there's Excitebike 64, and There's Resident Evil 2, and I think there's something else. And they highlighted the fact that, hey, with this game, you go through this, you have randomly generated courses, and feasibly the AI might die easily on this based on how the course is designed. Yeah, in this case, we're getting more curves. So let's get a sense of it. I'm getting the nice big blue music as well. So yeah, they're taking the backgrounds, it looks like, but then they're randomizing how the design of the course is. Whoa! And also, yeah, because you're going over hill like that, it's like, okay. There's times where... Oh, shit! Okay, there you go, I'm seeing. Now, yeah, like first I get it now. I completely get it, because, yeah, there are cases where they don't have guardrails, so, like, I couldn't see that. As I said, that's how the game is designed. And it will, by the way, it'll still be, will be randomly, oh, fine. It won't be randomly generated again if I fail. So I can try it again and try the same course. But if I start the cup again, then, yeah, that's the case. Alright, so this is hard because that curve there, it doesn't have, guardrails. And it's really tight, so as I said, that's how this works. So not only do it go over curve, I was gonna say, you can go over curve, yeah, go like that, yeah, Jesus Christ, look at that. And they don't put guardrails there, so yeah, I'm seeing that exactly. There is the full force of the X Cup right there. Alright, so that's the danger zone right there, oh my god. Is that the ocarina? Oh, where? We'll see it. Oh, you mean the course design? Maybe. Oh, you know what? Also, keep an eye as we go around the course. If he's just slowed down there. Okay, they do give you a warning sign on the side of the road, but you also get a sense of what is it. In fact, you know what? Yeah, you know, maybe. I guess it means the course design. Yeah, the shape of the map. Yeah, fitting, I guess, for the Ocarina of Time play, which we'll finish in a couple of weeks. I said I'll get a definitive answer to that soon enough. Actually, one thing I'm gonna do, when I come up to that curve again, I want to see something. Okay, so go over the jump, and don't go too fast, otherwise I crash and die. Alright, I want to stop. Okay, because I know that with the signs that come up on the side there, I know they space those, or they lay those out based upon how the design of the turn is. But let's do it on the next one, too. Okay, it's not exactly that. I thought it would give you the warning of what the shape is, and does it necessarily randomly generate the shape of that, and the answer is I don't think it does. Whoa, shit, but that, yeah, right there, that is insane. But, yeah, we still had some people die there. It's like, yeah, because, yeah, it was, 26 left now. But we got through that, Jesus, oh my god. I'm seeing the force now, so it's like, alright, fine, they're randomly generating, but yeah. You get to a case like that, so yeah, that's why this is hard. As I said, this is me just finding this out on my own. Yeah, even with James Cloud, it was like, yeah, there you go. Or if we want to be really dark, we're, you know, reenacting the idea of him dying, although we're not getting screwed out by somebody to do for that happening. Oh! Oh yeah, that case is also just something more of a tight turn, so it is changing some elements, but from what I understand, you don't get loops. As I said, I'm referencing the Stop Skulls for Fighting randomly generated N64 episode. I will put a link to that, because if you haven't seen that, it's a good watch, and as I said also, look, I guess I got my inspirations as far as a lot of things. I'm not gonna say that's just a one inspiration, but as soon as there was a show I saw talking about, you know, roping people in with your random video gaming bullshit, I said, like, yeah, that's my channel right there. I was like, yeah, that's me, pretty much exactly to do that. Oh my god, okay, now that I'm in first, let's hold on to this. Thankfully there's no, you know, end rails or lack of guardrails in areas. Yeah, it looks like that was a thumbs up to that case, but alright. Yeah, in this case, we're... Actually, going back to what you're saying as far as, like, the map shape, this is almost like something I know, I've heard people say about, golf on NES. As far as what the maps might be looking like. And when you're far out in front, they will say that specifically. I do love that. Whoa! You're way out in front! It's so good. I really like it so much. Now it's shaped like a toilet. Okay, I just want to... Yeah, I do see it, you're right. Yeah, keep this flowing. Yeah, keep it going. I love this. This is awesome. Thank you. You're right, it does. Oh my god. So yeah, we had the ocarina from Ocarina of Time, or an ocarina. We had whatever I guess the first one was. I'll go back and look. We have a toilet now. Which I guess could go to the idea of like, hey, how difficult this is. It's bullshit. It's difficult. It was like, it's randomly generated, so I get it. Yeah, but so far, we're doing okay. Alright, so I'm in second place. So yeah, Samurai Goro who's ahead. Not by much, though. It's 100 points you get first place, and it's a little less than that for every other one. Alright, let's take a look at the next course. Alright, course 3. This looks like a... On the side of it, it almost looks like maybe like a Pac-Man ghost that's sort of on a diet that has, you know, tilted over, or has gotten drunk and tilted over. I don't know. Yeah, what's next? Middle finger? Well, that's what Big Hand was, to a certain extent. Oh my god. Well, you know, that could happen. You know, you're right. Oh, you know what? It could, actually, no. I could see, you know, yeah, you're right. I could see this as that. Though talking about short courses, yeah, this is like under 30 seconds. You know, I gotta tell you, I think we should run through this a couple times just to see this. Just to see, like, what are all the possibilities. You know, all the statues in there, like, yeah, they're loving the glory of this. And so far, I guess I'm getting lucky not having, you know, falling off cases. Yeah, well, yeah, just keep it going. I love this. Yeah, and that's something they didn't do. So, like, yeah, if some people might come in here and like, hey, you're referencing these channels, are you just aping off them? Like, no, they didn't say what the courses looked like. They just said that, oh, this is what it is. Oh, it's like a power drill. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, just, yeah, okay, so basically, the X Cup is a Rorschach. The X Cup is the video game equivalent of a Rorschach test in the most literal way. It's like, what does the course look like? And fitting, I guess we have James McCloud going to this, because when we did Star Fox, a couple elements, yeah, if you tilt it upwards, it does look like that. But yeah, since we did Star Fox Super Nintendo a couple months ago, or, yeah, a couple months ago, he got lost in, like, the void, or the comet, or whatever that was. That's the thought, like, yeah, maybe this is what's going on. Like, he got lost, and like, hey, look, okay, as I said, they didn't say that, or they said specifically it's not the same character, but assuming it was, the thought might be that, okay, fine, he got here, there's, like, areas where they could be on land, like, they just kind of came about, like, yeah, let me start a racing career. Yeah, that's Star Fox Command ending. We'll get into that. Okay, this one just looks like a blob. It looks like the side of a Buddha head a little bit if it fell over, but it's like, yeah, okay, I don't know, or it looks like it looks like maybe a kidney, perhaps. I don't know. That's just gonna be the fun of this now. Now it's just gonna be, what does this course look like while I try to win? And hope I don't get unlucky with, certain things. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying to do that, which is this going into the side there, but alright, this is not too bad so far. Yeah, and they're clumped up a lot, so actually, yeah, in that case, yeah, I can just blast right past. Whoa! But I also don't have much energy left. And to be fair, there are... Okay, yeah, that's a tight turn as well, so it's like, yeah, I want to be a little careful. I don't hit him. Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Alright, whoa. And so, to this, I mean, with X Cup, feasibly that means that you pretty much have infinite courses in this game, just because of the idea of, like, what are they going to be like? We're never going to run into any of these courses again, feasibly, unless we get insanely lucky. Actually, it does remind me, I guess, of a lot of other cases of, like, dungeon crawler games that do stuff like that. I thought Enter the Gungeon did that. I know a game that, the Crusaders mentioned, he has it. I don't know if you'd want to show this one. Time Stalkers. It was on the Dreamcast. That has randomly generated dungeons. Actually, I believe the Evolution games, they're also on the Dreamcast, and he also has them as well. Have something like that as well. Alright, let's get going. Alright, so yeah, I am ahead of Samurai Goro now. Thank God. Alright, so next course. Wait, this is the last one? Okay, I guess this is the last one, so if I beat him, we win. So actually, here's another strategy you can take, which is that if you have a lot of lives, if you don't place well, you can just kill yourself and try again. Alright, let's do it. Alright, this just looks like a... Okay, fine, I'll keep on the body part thing. It looks like a liver. Or, you know what, say fuck you, you're dying. Oh, yeah, just look at him bounce. Okay, yeah, so fine, fuck you. Samurai Goro is dead. So, me winning is just gonna make it a lot easier. So yeah, he's getting 0. So unless somebody beats me really badly, and, I guess was close to me, then we should be fine, feasibly. Okay, actually, this is not too bad at all. I guess I got really lucky with some of the course designs. I didn't get ones that are insane. Honestly, the second one was the hardest. Just be careful, I guess. Yeah, here, alright. They do give you a warning, so it's like, alright. And it is a short, you know, guardrail-free section. So honestly, it's not bad. In this case, yeah, just make sure I get enough energy to hold on. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, fine, let him go. Yeah, there's Samurai Goro. Yeah, he bounced like crazy. I do love the physics of that. He just bounce all over the place on the back of that. Alright, now I think I can get away with using the energy or using the boost. Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. You know, him winning, it doesn't matter, because I'll still be okay. I think. I mean, I got second, so I think we should be alright. Okay, so I got 93 points, you get 100. I think he's further away than that. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we will. Okay, we win. Okay, so that is X Cup. I believe that was Expert, actually. Is that their luck of the draw, though, as you said, like, look, just because I beat it does not mean that, you know, that means I'm better than other people that way. It just means that sometimes you're luck of the draw, and also because, yeah, if you get a bad combination, we're going to try a couple. Very nice, thank you. Oh, look, I'm going to try to get something bad. Like, I'll do this on Master, just because I think we should. Heck, we'll do it on Master next, why not? In that case, yeah, it could be insanely hard for that very reason. So, I get it. It makes total sense. And I guess that's the case of something random. But I'm glad that happened. I'm glad that happened with James McCloud, so we get the sense of what he says. Because I don't think I've beaten the game with him specifically. And also, this will let me show off one other thing. Since I haven't touched the X Cup yet, since I believe I did do it on Expert, it does unlock the X's for all the other ones. Although, actually, now that I think about it, if I did do that and be an Expert, we actually might see the credits. Which means I'll have to reset the game, which is fine, but I just want to get sense. I just realized that. I drive like a sly fox. Yeah, that he does. So yeah, they know they're pulling the chain as far as that with Star Fox. But yeah, let's get the nice. Oh, get a Nintendo 64 controller. Okay, that's interesting. I did not know that. All right. Yeah, thank you for playing for sure. All right. Okay, maybe not. Let's take a look. Okay, I did do it on Expert, so. Oh, okay, so you don't... Yeah, because I was saying, wait a minute, you get the X's on this, so you don't get any X's for running this on this. You know, fine, we're doing it Master, let's do it. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. We did James Cloud, we took one of us. Let's take out Queen Meteor. Miss Arrow. Okay, yeah, and it does take a little longer for it to get the course going. I guess because it's generally randomly generating it. Alright, so let's get going. Yeah, it seems like I'm getting a lot of just sort of, you know, I guess sort of organ-shaped thing. I guess this looks like a heart, or it looks like... Actually, I could squint a little bit. I almost see maybe, like, Fox McCloud a little, maybe, out of this, maybe. Or something, I don't know. Or it looks like maybe the state of Wisconsin a little bit. Actually, yeah, the set of that looks that way. So yeah, in this case, what do the X's represent? You mean for the X Cup or for... I don't know. I'll have to look at that. I'm not sure. Maybe you have an answer? I don't know. I don't know. The joke could be X-Death, perhaps, or something. Or, I mean, unclassifiable? I don't know. Well, you know what? I do have the instruction manual at some point. You know, fine. I'll tell you what to do. I have the instruction manual out. I have the operation card out as well. Because, yeah, this is... I don't know. Did I mention the operation card? The idea that this game came with an operation card. We ran it on N64. And the controls are not listed in the manual. So if you don't have that operation card, you're not going to know what the controls are. And a couple of the games on the system that did that. Wave Race 64 did that. Mario Kart 64 did that. Diddy Kong Racing did that. Yoshi's Story did that. Alright, finished. Alright. Now that I did that, let me pull out the manual. But it's like... Actually, in fact, I'll say this. When this came out Switch Online a month ago, I said... I didn't remember how to do the spin turn thingy. So I said, let me look up what they were. I was like, thank God I actually have the game itself and the manual. So let me take a look. Let's see if there's anything in here about X Cup. The Handy Cup, the slot battle... Actually, what is the slot game? Okay, if you die in multiplayer, you turn that on, you basically can kill another player. Okay, I did not know that was a factor. Maybe another thing as far as multiplayer. Time attack. Stuff about the cups. I'm not saying anything specific about this, but I guess you're also saying what the X of F-Zero X are references. Yeah, the manual's always saying for Jack, Queen, and King Cup. Alright, well fine, I guess the opening notification will get that. Attention all F-Zero pilots, as you know, due to the many accidents and changes involved, the Grand Prix is discontinued for several years, but thanks to the support of many fans, the race will continue. Change the competition name to F-Zero X GP and revise all the rules and regulations. Here's the return of great competition. We wish you all the success. So says the F-Zero Execution Project. And takes place in the 20th century. Okay, by using an opposing gravity system called the G-Diffuser system, so the Star Fox thing again, they can drive at high speeds, hovering just above the ground. Using the ultra-compact plasma energy engines, their max speeds can exceed the speed of sound. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything specific to that. And the operation car is just the controls, so I don't know. I'll put an element. I notice the cups have X's on top of them. Oh, you mean the fact that they're marking off that you win. Well, I mean, okay, that's the indication that you've won a cup. Except X Cup apparently doesn't do that. I didn't know that it didn't do that. So it's that, but then again, it's referencing the F-Zero X GP on one hand, but then what the X really means, which is a fair question. Alright. Yeah, okay, you were talking about things that, you know, potentially looking toward, like, the middle finger. I mean, this feasibly looks like, something else. I'll say that. I don't know if... This will be fun when I put this on the YouTube site in a few days. Do they edit this? Or, not do they edit this, do they say, like, hey, you have, you know, unsafe content on this game? Like, I swear to God, I didn't plan this. In fact, you know... Yeah, I know. Oh my God, I know. If you really want to read it that way, I could say, like, it looks like... You know what? I could say it's like a T-bone steak, perhaps. I could say it's something else, as well. I mean... As I said, not since I accidentally sort of showed nudity for, Dead or Alive 1, which, they didn't, notice. It was blurred out enough, feasibly enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It looks, yeah, you think so too. Maybe, but I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, as I said, it's randomly generating, because randomly generating what the curves are. I mean, look, I guess it had to happen. Oh, shit. Yeah, and it killed me. Fitting. Yeah, we're not, leaving this place. Yeah, I guess also here's the other, the other context. We're on the Master Cup. Oh, Jesus. But, alright. You could say it's a ball hammer. Okay, that's true. You could say that. I was, as I said, like, look, I'm fine. And maybe I'm doing the immature thing, but it's also something like, well, I don't know, maybe. Because you were saying, like, hey, could it be the middle finger? I mean, I guess it could be one of those, but that's a big hand. If I feasibly, I guess, like, I don't know, I think it's 4 fingers for that. Or maybe 3, so it's like, yeah, no, big hand giving the middle finger to that. Alright. But so far this track isn't that bad, it's just more the idea of, alright, some of the curves in it are a little weird. And I guess more than anything, you're just crashing into your opponents, but it also means if you spin, yeah, they can die quickly. I'll find that won't die. No, but that's the other thing, just to say this, like, yeah, you could look at this and say anything, and that's why I said it's a Rorschach test. That's literally what it is. In fact, I can imagine feasibly a psychiatrist who is a fan of video games saying, like, okay, let me do a Rorschach test on somebody, a patient. Let me boot up, just give me a second, I'll boot up F-Zero X, and we can have a look at this. It makes for an interesting run. Yes, it does. And it also means that, as I said, there really isn't going to be any other play like this because of this, specifically, but also because we're doing this. Alright, so that's 7th, which is okay. Yeah, for Master, not too bad. I mean, as I said, the difficulty really on Master is... Okay, me and down there. But also, the difficulty really in Master is the AI is harder, and, well, thanks, mostly the AI is harder, but in some cases, the thing with the X Cup, alright, fine, this is a circle, alright, fine. Oh, okay, fine, I lied. I guess apparently it does generate the tubes. I thought it didn't, so, yeah, maybe Uncle Derek got something wrong, perhaps. So I was like, well, we'll see. Okay, so fine, alright, there you go. So it does sort of generate this. Alright, this is gonna be interesting when it asks me to get off. Okay, yeah, there we go, when it asks me to get off of it. Okay, so I have to corkscrew it, okay. Alright, that's interesting. So basically I have to corkscrew my way off, pretty much. So yeah, it doesn't look like much from just the picture of the map, but as far as how the layout of the map really is, it's pretty interesting, and yes, there you go, alright. It also means I can sort of boost on this pretty well, to some degree. Whoa. At this point, yeah, fine, yeah, I'm winning. I was just, oh shit! Oh right, you do get another scream as far as the female racers, I forgot about that. I actually did look up who the voice actress was, I thought, but I didn't write it down, so I'll have to put away that. Okay, so yeah, Mrs. Arrow, yeah, she's dead, but we're gonna try again. Yeah, but see, that's also what can happen, as I mentioned, yeah, if you go too fast, you can fly off of that, so alright. Alright, so we'll handle this. But you're right, this is making an interesting way to play this game, or an interesting way of looking at it, and as I said, also, as I said, it's also something that you want to see, and yeah, great selection for that, because A, this is a great game that it's worth talking about, and worth reminding people that, oh shit, you saw that, I thought I was gonna die. Alright, that was close. Jesus. Alright, yeah, it kind of shoot me up that way. But also because of the fact that it has a random element, it's actually working better for this than I think I ever imagined. And I believe this is the only F-Zero game that has something like this. I think, unless GX has it. Although fine, GX is a case we're looking at 2 games whenever we do GX, because, as I mentioned earlier, GX has the AX game unlockable in it, or able to be cheated to have, and the reason for that is because the GameCube version, which was GX, AX was an arcade game, but GX had connectivity with AX where if you brought your memory card, you could get, I think you either had extra content unlocked in the arcade version, and I guess the GameCube version, so it kind of worked both ways that way. And because of that, there's code for the AX game on GX's disc, and people found a way to unlock it. Which I think maybe is part of the reason why that game costs as much as it does. Well, fine, it costs as much as it does because of the GameCube market, and the GameCube games tend to cost a lot of money, but also, well fine, some of them tend to do. That's one that jumped up more than I would have expected. And also because it's 2 games in 1. And technically it is the only game in this franchise that's like that. I guess fitting now I'm thinking about it was 2003 the GX came out. Oh shit, and we have the half pipes here. It's alright, fine. They're not curving much. We're kind of getting a sense of like, yeah, we don't know what they look like, although this maybe looks like a head or a skull of some sort. But okay, yeah, it's a pretty open tube. I'll tell you what this looks like. Oh, okay, yeah, in that case though, if you're careful or not careful, I can fall out of that. It reminds me of, and this is a game we'll show off when we do Midway Treasures 3. We're doing 2 in a couple weeks, but when we do 3, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Stun Runner. Which is basically a driving game of sorts. You're kind of going through a tube like this. Yeah, this is our ode to Stun Runner like a year before we do that game. Or do that Midway Treasures 3. Whoa, shit! What? Holy shit, look at that. 4. You're seeing that, right? 26 of the opponents died on this course. Oh my god. Honestly, it doesn't seem that hard, honestly. Thinking it, but... Okay, yeah, that's what can happen. Okay, yeah, this is definitely really interesting. Okay, maybe they came out the top. That might have been what happened. They came out the top. Okay, I've never seen that in all my years of playing this game. I have never, ever seen where... Yeah, the ranking thing... Yeah, there was nobody who was in 5th and 6th place. They say they're in 5th and 6th place, but no, they weren't. They died. Yeah, gee, okay, look at the, okay, I am so glad we're doing this game number 1, and then we're doing the X Cup number 2. Holy shit, yes! Oh my god, yeah, as I said, look, first I'm thanking you already for asking for this game, because I love the requests, I love going through this with you and everybody else as far as chat's concerned. This is why I love doing stuff like this, because some cases you don't know what's going to happen on this show, whether it's the game itself, even when I plan the game out. Oh my god, okay. Okay, remember when I said that the demo thing of that won't fall off the course? I lied. Everyone is dead. Oh my god. But I I died after I finished the race, so it counts technically. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I gotta soak this in. So we're gonna see everybody who retired. Fine, we all did technically in the end, because you saw that. I fell off and died. Oh my god. Alright, so Mrs. Arrow, Beastman, Michael Chain, and Kate Allen were the only ones who finished alive. Then they died later, because I guess this course is like, no, you gotta die. So yeah, there's everybody. You know what, I'm gonna tilt the stick very slightly. Yeah, in memoriam, yeah, we're gonna be dark that way, or, you know, I guess pay our respects. Yeah, in memoriam, yeah, they all died. Okay, this could also answer if you really wanna, you know... Okay, fine, I guess somebody else died, because there's another explosion. I guess if you're willing to put it this way, could this be why there's... Because, yeah, okay, this is not the reason why, but could this be the reason why we haven't gotten an F-Zero game in almost 20 years? Because everybody died. Okay, remember how when we did Sonic 3 and Knuckles the first time, back in October, the narrative that became that the ending of that with Knuckles warped around and having 2 Master Emeralds is the canon ending for the game? I think we just found it for F-Zero X. So, okay. So, them all dying meant that I jumped up by 5 positions. Michael Chain jumped up by 7. Kate Allen jumped by 11 because she was one of the only ones who was left. And everybody else basically just went down 1. Yeah, soak this in, my friends. Oh my god. Actually, this might make it easier just because of this. And that's why I'm saying, well, okay, you could say this is maybe easy because they die, but only if you get lucky that way. Oh my god. Wow, you can't see this. I have a massive grin on my face. I cannot believe this. Wow, alright, so how do we follow that up? It's one of those things like... okay, I'm not tempted to shut the show down just because of that. It's like, we have to end on that. Like, no, alright, let's see what happens. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, we're back to this looking like stuff. So... It looks like... I don't know, I mean, I said the state case already. Maybe, like, the map, the state of New York map, if you swapped it. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Look at that. What is it? The recharge station is on curve. Oh my god. Yeah, this mode probably already is like the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, you know what? I could rationalize us coming back to this game because of this mode alone. You know what? In fact, you know, okay, fine. I almost... here's one other thing as well. I forgot to mention about X-Cup. X-Cup is playable in 4-player mode. So it will work the same way. I might at some point. I'll have to see how this works. I won't do this necessarily soon, but... I wonder if I can rope people in to say, like, hey, I want a 4-player run of this. We do a show for this. We do X-Cup. We just see what random shit happens. I think that might be an interesting thing to do. Oh, okay, wait a minute. I was like, okay, I got stuck. Okay, so curve down. I was like, okay, I got stuck in that. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm still almost in like a... I don't know if you've ever been in a case like this where you're... I wasn't necessarily in the laughing fit necessarily with what we saw before, but I almost could still feel that laugh in it. You know, they say sometimes you'll laugh till it hurts. I kind of get that idea of it, honestly, but I'm loving it. Oh my god. We're still doing okay. And this is Master, so feasibly if I win this, I might be able to pull this out. Although I don't think it's necessarily going to make a difference. Alright, okay, this one's easy. This is a shark. And to go into, as Queen once said, or fine, as Freddie Mercury once said, because that was his song, was that skin on your, or was that fin on your back part of the deal? Shock. Yeah, that's another thing. You're not going to get some of the referencing that you get, that on this show. Oh, fine, you're not going to get some of the referencing on this show any other place. I guess fitting also because we were talking music games. Because Rock Band Blitz has that song on it, "Death by Two Legs" by Queen. I remember that was a song that just to go into this because it's on the mind now. It was written by Freddie Mercury, specifically the late Freddie Mercury, the late great Freddie Mercury. Basically, it's a massive fuck you to his record producer at the time. And I remember Brian May always said he hated doing that song live because of how mean it was. But like, well, that was his contribution to Night at the Opera, which is one of the finest classic rock albums ever made. Probably the finest Queen album ever made, which is saying a lot. But yeah, it's okay. So in that case, yeah, there is our shark case. Ow. Yeah, I've been fitting in this case because yeah, look at that. I mean, okay, third place. I didn't even know there was last lap. All right, we'll see. I don't think I won this, but I did this decent at all on Master for this. Yeah, that's quite something. I will show Master though on one of the others. Okay, I got fourth. Alright, not bad. Actually, I've realized now, if I haven't won, I've gotten fourth place. We'll show off Master Cup, or we'll show off Master difficulty on... We'll do it on Joker, why not? Yeah, and we'll also relive our element on... It was the fourth course, right? We got... Yeah, fourth course, which I won because everybody died, and then everybody else died. Oh my god. That is still amazing. And this is why, as I mentioned, I love doing the show this way and doing it a live play, because when something like this happens, it's one of those things. I said this to Nocturne last week. I said, thank God we're playing this live. Thank God we have this recorded. Thank God we're all set with what's happening. Alright. Yeah, just drive off the sunset. I mean, honestly, that's probably a more fitting ending, because, like, yeah, she's saying, like, I don't want to be anywhere near this with the fact that, you know, like, I basically died going around that course. Alright, so... we will do X Cup again a little later. I'll get you Joker Cup. Let's show off a character I've not shown, and then... Now let's show Blood Falcon, but after that I have a couple more, and what I'll do is I'll go and practice for some of the stuff. Alright, Blood Falcon. So yeah, there he is. I guess holding up a decapitated head of somebody. Alright, so yeah, this is an E-rated game, technically, but, yeah, Blood Falcon is supposed to be an evil take on Captain Falcon. I think F-Zero GX's story mode gets to this, I think. Alright, let's try again, and yeah, we started on the Rainbow Road, oh, right, because it is Joker Cup. Fine, Joker Cup on Master, let's see how this goes. And you do get another X as far as beating anything on Master, so you can get a total of, 16. I don't think it unlocks anything else, which is why I stopped there. When I got the X Cup unlocked, I think I stopped that because I don't think you get anything else. At least I don't think you do. Okay, so this is harder only because at this point it seems like the AI is just a little better. They go faster. So I'm driving decently as far as this, but... Alright, yeah, I thought I knocked him off. Yeah, I'm driving decently, I guess, but... I'm still in dead last. To be fair, I guess that makes sense as far as why it is, or why it would be difficult. Yeah, I did. Let's see how this goes. Whoa! Yeah, there's gonna be something if I beat this on my first try after dying, what, 6 times when we did it on with Standard, I believe we did, yeah? If nothing else, I guess it's giving you a little more of a fight as you go along here. Enjoying more of the Rainbow Road. Whoa. Yeah, I have to keep my energy up, because actually, alright, that's one thing, I guess because, alright, here's the thing, we're going into whatever that you or I want to talk about or have in our minds, which those want for this program. But as far as describing elements of the game, I don't think I mentioned the idea that because you only have that one area to do the charge up, and I believe it does give you less in this version than it did on Super Nintendo, and then also the shape and the size of it means you get either more or less when you go through it. So since they're kind of short slivers or not as long to drive to that, you run into cases where you can't always get your energy fully recovered. So in that case, it creates another dynamic you gotta keep in mind. I mean, as I mentioned, or he's mentioned when he's been on the show, Protorov is a, I guess I'll put it this way, he's a, trying to think of the way to put this. Oh guys, well I get 9th place. He's a mechanics wonk, I'll put it that way. In the sense that he's one who's all about that as far as game-wise, and good for that. I'm glad he does that. So, in that case, the idea that this is a game... he did say to me when we did one of the parts of Zelda, he said that, yeah, he played this a little bit, but I would think if he hasn't played this much, or he played a little bit, but I mean, I think he'd probably like playing this game more, because he'd love the idea of just how deep this game can go. We're back on the Devil's Forest for the 3rd time. Well, fine. Devil Force 3, and then... I think it's... Actually, no, I think it is the third time, because we died the first time we ran here. You'll see how this go... Oh, shit! Oh, right! Okay, I'm glad I showed that, because... Yeah, if you do fall off the course over another area of the course, that is... Okay, that is one area where you do fall through the course. I forgot to mention that. So yeah, you can fall of course, but I fell out. So like, yeah, it doesn't exist over there. So you can't take a shortcut, basically, is what it's saying over there. Alright, let's try again. I should probably just try killing opponents. I also think, although, I mean, we'll put this to the test. I'm getting the sense they might have bigger health bars, or they might not get killed instantly, because... Alright, fine, in that case, no, never mind. To be fair, even when they spin in me, they don't kill me in one shot. Or two shots, even. They will kill me usually in a couple more than that. I think maybe 5 if they hit you directly. Although, honestly, I don't even know necessarily if they've hit me directly with that spin. So, in that case, yeah, that'll be the idea. Oh, alright, the only other thing I think I should mention, I guess, is that, yeah, this game does have Rumble Pack support. I am using it, but I think either the batteries are really low on mine, or it doesn't emphasize it that much. I think it might be the batteries are low, and you do realize that when the Rumble isn't as strong. Which is fine, because, I mean, technically, look, I've been running the same Rumble Pack batteries since we started Ocarina of Time back in January, and I can't believe that we're almost at the end of that game. I said by next week, or when I edit this, I will have an update as far as when we're doing the finale of that. But that finale will not be a 5-hour show, but I do have something planned. I talked to Proto about this to make it so that it will be giving you something a little extra. And actually, next week's show is also going to be that. And as I mentioned also, next week's show is going to be on Friday instead of Saturday, because I got stuff going on that Saturday. So, and also it is the viewer request for that, but we'll get to that a little later when we're done with this. Alright, so let's do the Space Plant. So we're doing okay on Blood Falcon. I mean, I guess maybe the canonical thing would be like, no, he has to die completely. Although, actually, I don't know if the story of it has him dying, is that he's supposed to be the villain. I guess it goes into, like, the lore of this, which... I guess this is the one that kind of thought it out the most to start. And then later with GX and the anime, it kind of went into it more specifically. Although I'm admittedly not as knowledgeable about where the story bits of this are. Oh, I guess when we do GX, I will make myself more familiar. Oh, shit. Yeah, I thought I was gonna fall. Whoa! Oh, whoa! Okay, fine, I went upside down. Yeah, because that could happen, too. I think the only other thing about this now I'm realizing is I think... I don't remember if I have fewer continues running this than I did normally. Alright, I think the next thing I'm going to do after because I'm probably going to game over on this, I'm going to run through the rest of the course and then we'll do X Cup a couple more times. Because honestly, I think that's been a great thing, just to show that, I guess, what does this course look like and what random stuff can happen. As that also make it interesting when we get to, what was it? Well, the other games that have something like this, which are... Yeah, Resident Evil 2. I should remember, I'm referencing the episode of the Stop Skeletons Fighting channel that has that. Yeah, because it was Resident Evil 2, which honestly speaking, actually, Edwack did say to me, he said, hey, I want to see you do something like a randomizer. Fine, we're making it happen. Oh, shit! Okay, that wasn't necessarily me doing that, it was me ramming and attacking him. Yeah, because it was, it's this... Oh, no, Excitebike 64, right. Because Excitebike 64, what that does is it has a desert mode in it, where they randomly and procedurally generate the hills, I believe. And I believe then what it does is that it remembers when you go back through that mode in order to know where the hills are, from what I understand. And then Resident Evil 2, which has a randomizer mode, which I believe that's the only version of Resident Evil 2 that has it. And ironically, it's also the cheapest. And it's also surprisingly a great version. You think that N64 can't handle Resident Evil 2? Yes, it can. It handles it terrifically. That is an amazing port. You talk about impossible ports, that is one of them, and that is probably one of the most amazing accomplishments, technologically speaking, on this entire system. The fact they were able to get that game running the way they did, and add extra stuff. Even being so nice as saying, hey, Resident Evil 1 was not on the system, here's some extra files that you can find around the Raccoon City Police Department or other areas of the town to tell you, oh, what happened to Resident Evil 1. Actually, yeah, you know, maybe whenever I do Resident Evil 2 or do stuff with Resident Evil, I should use that version. Because either that, if I wasn't going to use that one, I probably would have downloaded the one off the PS3, which is the cheapest. But honestly, RE2 might be worth showing off just because of that. Alright, let's see. Okay, so I'm 5th place, so not great, but is that I'm running Master. Yeah, this is basically going to be now on how long can we last. I guess, can I get the big hands? Yeah, at this point, I mean, feasibly, I could do what I did on Big Hand, which is just go slow. Although, actually, if I do get to Big Hand, I'm not going to just go slow. I'm just going to... We're going to go all or nothing, baby, on this one. On that one, anyway. Okay, this sort of... I mean, okay, fine. We'll go back into the map thing only because I'm thinking, well, alright, what else am I going to talk about that I haven't mentioned on this game already? Or the chat wants to go into they haven't mentioned already. Alright, fine. I guess what do the map designs look like? I guess this looks like... I guess maybe a claw or something. Maybe a deformed hand. I don't know. Or maybe what your hand will look like after you play F-Zero GX, from what I've understood. Yeah, from what I understand, like, F-Zero GX was like the Dark Souls of racing games. And it makes sense, I guess. I mean, I guess it makes sense also because it's the people who made Super Monkey Ball. Some of the Super Monkey Ball levels can be insanely difficult. Oh. Alright, fine, there you go. There's our game over in that case, but alright, fine. I went through the ceiling and then came out and died. Yeah, Blood Falcon is dead. And they're not giving me the kind encouragement for this one. Okay. So, last thing we'll do before we go back to, what is it? To, what's the cup? The, X Cup again. I'm gonna show the rest of the characters off. So, let's have a grace hits of where we went with new faces. So, Astro Robin, let's take you out. Jack Levin, let's do that. You know, let's, give a little... You know, fine, we'll keep him normal color. As you know, when I do X Cup again, I'll pull another character out with a different color. It's just for cosmetic, it doesn't make a difference. It's just that, okay, there you go, boom. Okay, so yeah, much easier. And then, you know, we'll touch Big Hand as well for this, because we'll have enough characters to go. I mean, because I think it's worth going off and also getting a sense of, hey, we're going to give this game the full treatment. Oh, whoa. Oh, right, I forgot, because in practice mode, you, A, don't have infinite, or you, A, have infinite laps, and B, have, boost from start. Fine, you know what? In that case, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to run it quick, and you get a record lap, which I don't think it saves the practice mode, and just wait till it die. Yeah, in that case, I'm just going totally nuts. Like, yeah, just boost like crazy. So we'll do, okay, we'll do a, yeah, we'll do a course change. We'll go to silence. And, you know, I'll also show what I did, what I mentioned on silence. Yeah, let's pull Death Anchor out. Yeah, Zoda. So I was saying on silence is that it's kind of an oval. It looks like an eggplant, honestly. But if you just boost straight, there's a part of this later that you do have. If you go really fast at that, you can fall off. I'm gonna try and see if I can't show that. Yeah, it's usually, I think you're right about there, I think. Although, then again, because I'm boosting like crazy, I might just lose my life already. But the only thing I can do is take another fast character and run through this. I do like that they have this. Just go back to this dolly thing as well. As you were saying, it's like, hey, can I handle this at a speed like this? Well, practice mode gives you an option to practice with other players, and you get to pick difficulty for that as well. So you can practice any course you want on Master Mode if you want. Okay, I think that's his max speed, so I think what I'm going to do is I'll come back here with another really fast character. Let's try to keep my speed consistent, which going straight is not too bad to do that. Alright. Yeah, I don't think my character's fast enough to do this. You know what? Let's see what happens when we go backwards. Yeah, run into that and die. Alright, okay, there you go. Oh, and it says reverse. Yeah, a little late for that. I was like, I'm dead already. Okay, so Wild Boar should be plenty fast enough. And we'll max out speed. Because then this will be funny to show that. Yeah, but when you do max out speed, you do notice the fact that, yeah, it takes a while for you to accelerate. So it is another dynamic as far as how you want to play this. You could set it up so you'll accelerate quick, but then go slower. Or you could say, oh, I'll max it out and accelerate slower, but go faster. Now, in this case, I think I want to hit all the boosts on the ground. Though, in honesty, I'm not really hitting much. Oh, actually, okay, no, I'll try on the next lap. I want to see something. Because honestly, I'm not really going past. It said my max speed is 2,000 kilometers, but I'm not even hitting that. I want to see one other thing. If I hit this, I'm going to pull back a little bit. Or, no. Okay, never mind. I guess not.
Watch your back. Yeah,
we're going to watch your back. We're also going to switch out. You know, fine. I'll pull out him. I do want to show this if I can. Okay, fine. He has bad boost. You know what? Let me find somebody who has good boost then. A really good boost and goes fast. You know, we'll run Green Panther, and I'll do Wild Boar later. Oh, no, I did Wild Boar already. Yeah, we'll do this, and we'll max it out. So I think that boost thing, it means that how much speed you get off of your boost. And honestly, I think the last character I had, he didn't get much speed from boost. Yeah, in that case, it's way better. I'm getting about, to start, like 300 off of each boost. Although in this case now, it's just going up much more. Alright. Maybe I'm not going to be able to show this. Okay, in that case, yeah, I hit the side, but I'm just dying from not spinning, which is interesting. I've never seen that happen before. Alright, so let's try somewhere else. I think I've given up on that. Let's do... Yeah, I'll play the Sand Ocean. Yeah, I'll go back to King Meteor. He's got weak body, so if you crash this stuff, you're going to be in trouble. Yeah, we can give, you know, Captain Falcon a little bit of a difficult time. I mean, hey, he's the head of the franchise. He'll be fine. Yeah, show me your moves. Yeah, show me your moves. Dead. Yeah, bye-bye, Captain Falcon. Whoa! Yeah, I had to speak, though. It's like, yeah, fine. Or to go to the Star Fox thing again. If I go down, I'm taking you with me! Yeah, there you go. Right, so yeah, that is one quick way to go through that. As I said, I'm just really kind of bullshitting around now just because, like, hey, I want to show off all the characters and then we'll go back to X Cup, and then I think that'll be about it for the show. Because I've already been having a good time as far as this game, and just more of it is going to be nice. And hey, I'll get a couple hours out of this one. Because honestly, I wasn't really sure. I'll go into this. Because, hey, I guess I'm kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh, fine. Not really. I'm scraping on things discussed that are new. Okay. Well, she dies. Whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to drive off and kill you, but alright. I took somebody else down, so fitting case. I wasn't sure necessarily how long this game was going to run. As far as it, you know, fine. Let's do the hands. Yeah, we could middle finger. Yeah, we could have the middle finger that way, feasibly. All right, fine. Let's take the Mighty Hurricane with Roger Buster. Although I guess you'd have to redesign the course for that. As far as, like, getting it to show that way. Whoa. So yeah, it's easier with the practice, but as I said, you can practice this course, and you can do it, you can practice it till you get it perfect. I can only imagine some of the speedrun cases or some of the skill cases that people run in this game. So interesting enough, I haven't seen much to that. Alright, so next, yeah, let's pick anything. Space plants. Yeah, so we've hit most of the characters. We get Space Angler, yeah, so the not Fox, who's named Leon, so like, yeah, that's the confusion there. Let's run the space plant. I mean, if we're gonna make the Star Fox connection, I guess we'll assume, yeah, it's, you might explain the Fortuna case, which is that, you know, how'd the bomb get planted? Alright, Leon decided, yeah, let me put on the Star Fox outfit nobody would see. Or, you know, go like the real game, where, like, yeah, he just explodes in a few seconds. Oh, no, I want to do... Yeah, let's do, Mutiny 3 from Jumps to Doom. Yeah, I'll show the Mighty Typhoon doing those. Oh, driven by Drac. Well, actually, we talked, Ratchet Clank, the villain of the first one. There's also a villain in the movie, that they made, which is actually not good. Fine, it's horrible. I mentioned that when we did Knuckles Chaotix. And it was Paul Giamatti voicing him, so I thought, oh, that would be cool, but, not really. Unfortunately. It's a case where it feels like the game, sort of, but it just doesn't really rationalize, as mentioned, in some cases, the idea of watching that over playing the game. Just play the game. The game's awesome. Also, you know what, I'll tell you I'll show you what you don't do. Yeah, you gotta be careful there, because, yeah, if you jump over that one, you can feasibly go off. I mean, I did that on purpose, but that's one thing you want to be careful of on this course, and... Actually, wait a minute. You can practice X-Cup? Okay, I should have been doing that all along. Alright, let's take Beastman out. Alright. So that looks like a... I don't know, looks like a... guy with a big nose. Or, actually, no, it looks like a pelican or something. Actually, the way they... Actually, okay, I was wrong. They do mark the goal, and I think they do mark the recharge station with the gray bar there, and the black is the finish line. See, it almost looks like... I remember if, like, there's a Pokemon that looks kind of like this. Alright, he's getting the record lap on that, and yeah, he's bouncing. Here's the thing, yeah, you have practice mode on a course you're never going to be able to practice again, unless, you know, I want to see one other thing. Because if I die and I retry this, does it record the same, or does it hold on to the same course? Okay, this is me finding out as well. Okay, it does, so never mind. Alright, let's change machine. Call it the Green Panther. Let's put Black Panther. Alrighty, so... Yeah, this looks like a star, almost. Or maybe like the star stuff out of a little Super Mario RPG, and a little bit of the star guy that helps Peach and Paper Mario, whose name I forget right now. But I'll either chat, let me know who that is, or I'll edit it, one of the two. It's not me asking, saying like, hey, help me edit this. It's like, well, hey, sometimes you'll know the stuff I know, so there you go. That being said, I think I probably should not just try and get myself killed. Alright, fine, I guess I did. Right, that's about the same, although actually, yeah, looking at the draw distance there, like, yeah, they just kind of disappeared. Like, yeah, they're gone. Okay, no, I'll run the same race. Yeah, we only have Sonic Phantom and Black Bull, so we'll do Black Bull, and then we'll do a full run of X Cup. Alright, so yeah, the circle. Alright. Fine, the circle with a little bit of a curve there. I'm a little concerned about this. And, yeah, we're back in the, in pipe. Yeah, fine, getting dizzy now, whoa. Yeah, sorry if you have, if there's motion sickness case, I probably shouldn't have done that without telling you. Okay, yeah, alright, fine. You can go upside down, out, and as long as you hit the course, yeah, you just come back out, you know, right side up as if nothing ever happens. Yeah, the point is, just keep doing it. Okay, yeah, and when you do that, you don't lose the energy, apparently. That's cool. Okay, you know what? I want to put that to the test a little more. So yeah, no energy. We're running on fumes, quite literally. Whoa! Okay, you don't. So yeah, just hit the side. That's fine. All right. Definitely motion sickness. Yeah, well, that's the other thing about this, especially F-Zero GX, the GameCube game. Because in that one, it goes even faster. I mean, this is fast as well. As I mentioned, it's an uncapped frame rate in this one. So what that means is that it's holding it, it's trying to target 60 FPS. It mostly holds it. Sometimes it doesn't. That GameCube version holds 60 FPS. So you're going even more crazy. All right, fine. All right, the skull. So yeah, there you go. There is my car. Let's do X-Cup one more time. Keep hitting me with what these look like while we see if we're going to see anything hilarious like we did last time. Alrighty. Ow. Yeah, they can play dirty as well, so, yeah, be careful of that. Definitely like the way this looks as far as it, because it's, like, very neon. So it's like the neon blue and the neon purple. Yeah, they're randomizing the layout, but they're also randomizing how the course looks. Although the background, I think, is the same. Oh, yeah, this is pretty, okay, that's weird the way it's meshing with the recharge station. Yeah, but honestly, not too bad, this one. Whoa. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm trying to win this now. Like, I was totally throwing caution out the window before. Alright, yeah, this case also, yeah, doing the curves is kind of weird. So, yeah, the blast turn is going to help me quite a bit here. Even though they're not tight, as, yeah, like first you mentioned this when this game sort of first came up about a month or so ago. I'll find up as far as we're going to play this. You were saying, hey, it's slipperier than I remember, and I think it's because of the fact when you do the turn, you do it really jerky like that, you can sometimes do a slide. Alright, there's first place. Yeah, with the death guy there, or the skull. I also like the design of this car, honestly, when I'm thinking about it, just because it seems like it's more, I guess, straight or, like, thin-based to that. And that's the other thing, I guess, to go into is, I'm looking at this now, we're going through, just the design of the vehicles. They all seem very distinct, so that you really get the sense they put a lot of thought into just the idea of, like, each character is going to be unique and feel unique as far as how they play, but also how they look. Basically, it becomes kind of a part of who they are. In this case, I'd get the sense of, like, you know, the skull having a car like this. I get the case of the one where you're having two characters on the same aspect of the car, having, like, two sides of it. Alright. Yeah, this looks like... This looks almost like, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching on this one. It almost looks like, I don't know if you're familiar with, like, the little Talkz toys. Like, the little people that come into those things. Like, you have, like, the little Talkz school bus. I'll put a picture of what they look like and what the people look like. It looks like one of the girl ones in the sense that they kind of have this shape to them at the bottom, and then you can kind of see the hair at the top. And I think I'll probably just do that, like, anytime when I edit this. It's like, what some of these things look like, yeah, when it looks like something I can show. Or actually, no, hey, we went into that with the one. I'll say, like, hey, it was like a, what was it, power drill or something? No, it was power drill for something, it was something else. I saved the chat transcript for the purpose of that, so I'll know what I'm talking about or doing when I edit it. Alright. So, still winning, or tied. Actually, this is another thing I probably should mention with the tie. In this game, if you do tie, the game does consider as you winning. It does not say that, no, you didn't win, because the other person is ahead of you. But in this case, no. We're good. Alright, so this looks like a... Yeah, it looks like, I guess, a person, like the upper body, upper torso, I guess, of a person. They're kind of like maybe shrugging their arms or like leaning on something. Or maybe it looks like a jack. Or it looks like those things that, I mentioned the Wave Race case. It almost looks like one of those metal things in Sunny Beach from that. Like they put that in the water, like the metal barriers and things. Or if you're playing jacks, maybe like one of those. It's little oblongs, like, hey, how well is it going to work when you use that with the ball? Out! It doesn't make for an interesting thing as far as doing the curve on this. Especially because they're curving the energy recharge station, which they don't curve that much. Car shift. Oh yeah, stick shift. Yeah, you're right. It does look. Yeah, I get that. Absolutely. Yeah. So if you're driving stick this way, but yeah, there is not a stick shift option or buoys. Yeah, thank you. Ow, crap. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Whoa. I agree with the buoy case and also the idea of looking like a stick shift for a car. Or the shifter of a car. It doesn't necessarily need to be stick shift case. Yeah, I was going to mention, there's not an automatic or manual case in this. Imagine this game had something like that. I don't know how well it would play. Alright, the skull. Alright, we're in second. Alright, so what's next? I guess the number 8 that doesn't have the, I guess, a complete in the middle. Whoa, but it definitely has, like, a dip that way. Okay. I can see that maybe being a problem, or being some kind of a case of, uh-oh, if I hit that wrong. In this case, it is very curvy as far as it... Okay, yeah, it's sort of like... It's kind of corkscrewing. In fact, I could also see if, like, hey, if I go really too fast, I could fly off. But, it'll be okay. Boom. Yeah, that is the tough part right there. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's not as bad to handle as some of the other stuff we saw, but something that, yeah, I can imagine like an actual course that has something like that. Alright, hold on. Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. I'm on a sliver. Which is why you're happy to see that then. Like, oh yeah, great, we're gonna live. Hopefully. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so, I think we have... How many more tracks to this? I think then I'll do one other run of X Cup, and then we'll, that'll be the end of the show. Because we've gotten a good element of this, and we've shown off all the characters and all the main courses. Alright, I'm third. Okay, 5th course. And you know what? It's probably better if I show off third. For that, because I get on the podium, but don't get the win. Alright, so that looks like... It almost looks like a person leaning out of a car window. I mean, or either leaning out of a car window or like on their bike. You know how they do signals that way? Like, they put the hand signal, get a sense when you're on a bike, and they'll say like, oh, I'm turning right, or I'm turning left. It looks like that, almost, potentially. Although it seems like, weirdly enough, I'm coming back to the same thing, it seems like. Fine, I'll do my own Rorschach test on the Rorschach tests, I'm saying, which is that I'm seeing people in a lot of these, it seems like. Which probably says something, to me. It's like, I almost wish Protorova was in on the show, either in the chat or with me on this, because he'd say, like, yeah, that he probably knows what, like, the Freudian representation of that is. In fact, I'll probably ask him. But I do need to pin down when we're doing Ocarina of Time's finale. It's either going to be in 2 weeks or it's going to be in 3. I don't know which, but I'll hopefully have an answer when I edit this. It's weird, I almost forgot, like, hey, I'm on final lap. I think that's what something's happened. Whoa! Yeah, it should be fine, but I don't want to use my boost anymore, otherwise I'm gonna die. Okay, now I'm not, now I'm good. Get boost to victory and see how I do 4th. Alright. Okay, so one more race for this, and then I'll do another X Cup, and I'll pick another character. So I've shown them all off already, I think. But if I edit in a couple days that I missed one, you'll know why. Okay, so that looks like... Okay, I don't know if I can get a person off of this one reading it. Okay, it's a boot. Fine. Alright, fine, it's something people wear. I was like, yeah, that looks like a boot. Though it is really enclosed, so I'm getting a sense that, yeah, I should be, you know, trying to kill these guys and gals, because, yeah, there is, okay, yeah, there you go, that'll work. Alright, in that case, I also showed another thing, which I guess is worth doing, which is that when you kill someone, if the car crashes and another opponent kills them, you also hear that great bling. So yeah, that is so satisfying. Yeah, death has never sounded so innocent. Okay, it looked like... Okay, what happened to him? Did he just explode on the side, or what? Oh, no, there's Rex. Alright. Oh, it was a wreck. Uh-oh. Alright, fine, now I'm a wreck. Yeah, but I have infinite... Oh, fine, I don't have infinite continues. I have all the continues I started with. So we'll be fine. Okay, that's the interesting thing there now I'm realizing, just as far as the design of this. Rejected, yeah. Oh, I got the boot, that's what happens. Oh, I'm seeing that rejected. I'm thinking of, going back to Nintendo 64, I'm thinking of Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. At some point I do want to show that. You have Tim Kitzrow as the announcing of that, who's the announcer for NBA Jam. He says, rejected! Okay, now I'm rejected again, so there you go. Maybe I should try and see if I can't edit that in. We'll just do that when we play that, because at some point I do want to show that game. That game is quite interesting. And fun fact, it also was the first game in the Nintendo 64 to support 4 players. It was not a game from Nintendo. It was Midway who did that. So Nintendo did design the system that had the 4 controller ports on it, which games later like Mario Kart 64 and GoldenEye and SRX right here put good use. And given some of the things I was seeing in the manual as far as like that slot racing thing and the fact that X Cup is available in multiplayer, I'm saying, yeah, that's totally something that I want to try and get in on. I just have to convince the right people to do this, because I mentioned I didn't seem like they were down for this game, quite frankly. They seemed more into it than potentially than Mario Golf. I was like, yeah, no. And don't worry, we'll show the love to Mario Golf here. Do not worry about that, but we're running in 64, and we'll do that when I get a physical version of the Game Boy Color game, so I can show the transfer pack support of it off. But at least I'll finish it this time. Alright, so we're done with this part of it. And I'll do one more run of this, and that should take us to a nice 4 hours. Which is good for this game, I think. I think it fits well with this. Add the stream and calling it a night. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Thank you, though, for joining the show. I appreciate that. And thank you again for the request. I'm having a great time with this game, and I definitely had a great time showing this game off so far, for sure. But I get that. And actually, it's funny you say that, because I'm kind of the same way. It's like, I'm feeling really tired today myself, but I know there are a couple of other things I gotta do before I go to sleep myself, but thankfully I don't start the edit on this until later in the week. These are when I come home from work on Monday. Just to give you a little bit of an idea how that works usually is that I have a day in between, and then I go to work Monday through Friday, and when I come home from work on Monday, there we go. I'm start the editing, actually, because this is a little shorter than some of the other ones I've been doing recently. I'm able to do that. Me too. Alright, so, but a nice capper to the night, and I guess a nice capper also to the month of April, because, yeah, this is the end of it. Thank you for honoring it. No problem. Absolutely. I mean, as I said, I love doing that. I just love playing games that you want to see, and just playing games I want to show as well. I just love this experience. As I said, I love what the show has become. I really do. And it is something unique, and something I look forward to every week, even when sometimes I'm wondering, am I going to show the game justice? Because I want to do that. For the viewer request especially, because actually, Emetics, who I work with, and who meant he's going to be on for Parasite Eve, he said, you know, it's okay if you feasibly die in some cases. Like, I agree, I know that, I agree. But at the same time, when somebody asks me for a game, I want to do it right. Yeah, okay, I'm fine. We'll end where I unlocked everything, which is right here. There is Billy. I got the Jack, Queen, King, and Joker Cups finished on Expert with him. So we're going to run that way for one last hurrah on X Cup. Right now I'm just chilling on my couch, and that sounds like a good way of doing it. I mean, technically I am too. It's like, hey, I'm on the couch this way. Alright, so circle. So not much to say about that design, but let's see about the course itself. Okay, it's another one of these. I mean, I guess if nothing else, you're seeing something of, okay, what is it pulling and how? Yeah, it's the Sunrunner case again. Me too. Alright, so that seems like the popular way. And that's kind of, as I mentioned, what the show really is. I'm sitting on the couch playing a game, but then we're having discussion on stuff, so it's almost as if you're all here with me. And said, when I couldn't have people actually with me for health reasons, feasibly, or other concerns, that was a reflection of that. And now in this case, like, hey, if they're not here with me for that specifically, yeah, they can be here that way. And same case for the YouTube site uploads. Alright. Okay, they're not dying on this one, so this one's not too bad as far as them, not handling the half-pipe here, the tube. Actually, I'll tell you what this reminds me of, going to stuff like F-Zero. I don't know if, chat, you played this. It's a game called, and try to keep a straight face when you hear the name of this. It's called Tube Slider. It's on the GameCube. It is a F-Zero-like game, actually. No, it came out before F-Zero GX, actually did. It came out a couple months after. I think it was NEC who did the publishing. And what it was like F-Zero, but a lot of people couldn't get past that name. Because, like, yeah, that sounds like that's something, potentially untoward. I still remember also, I'll see if I can't dig this out as far as putting in the link list. There's a commercial for GameStop of saying that, hey, they let you trade in games that you don't want anymore, don't like, for store credit. And I remember they did actually specifically name drop. There's this kid who went to this store and said, yeah, can I get Tube Slider? Can I trade in Tube Slider to get store credit for Super Mario Sunshine? Oh, shit! Okay, this is gonna be interesting right here, because there's a death trap right when you start the course. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, she reacted saying, like, you want to trade an old game in for a new one? You should just laugh. It's like, yeah, other stores don't understand, gamers. We do. It's like, yeah, if you don't like this game, trade it in for store credit. You're gonna love Super Mario Sunshine. Oh, there's people who hate Super Mario Sunshine, which is the irony there. Okay, so right there is it's a drop-off. Jesus, okay. I guess what it looks like is, if I'm going back to people, and I guess I'm going back to states maybe meat. Actually, I'm looking meat case. This almost looks like a fish, maybe a whale. Tube Slider, I don't get it. Well, to be fair, the name, as far as, like, the game idea, it's kind of like the course we just saw there. It was like, hey, you're kind of going through tubes, kind of going all over the place. I mentioned the Sunrunner case a little bit, which is something different, but, the idea of it, people, I think, took it as a perspective of a euphemism, I believe. And there is technically euphemism as far as tube with something, not Tube Slider. But I think they're joking. I think Electronic Game Monthly said like a joke of saying like, "Who wants to slide some tube?" Which just sounds weird. I was like, yeah, feasibly, yeah, you could go out somewhere and use it as a pickup line at a bar or something. You probably get yourself slapped for that potentially. I don't know. That's not one I've tried, and I don't know what they'd expect. They'd probably be like you. They're probably like, "What is that?" Like, I don't know. It's probably one of those things, like, it's not a pickup line or anything that would not work. It's just one that, like, okay, probably wouldn't work. But it would be something of, it just seems weird. Like, what is it? They'd just be confused. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna leave just because, like, I don't know what to say to that. Alright, so yeah, this level is weird because of the drop-off. That got me, for sure. But yeah, Billy's doing okay so far. Alright, so next course, circle again. Okay, so there is some limitation, I guess, but I said the layout's gonna be different, and I guess what you see is gonna be different. Okay, fine. We're on the, well, fine. I guess it's like a tube in the air or corkscrew, whatever it is. Okay, so yeah, we are seeing some of these things for it. Ooh. I guess it goes back to the other thing, as I mentioned, with that F-Zero expansion kit or whatever it was. The, what did I have it written down as? Okay, yeah, I wasn't actually watching where I was going there. I was saying, like, hey, what do I have it written down as? F-Zero expansion kit. No, that's the name of it. That 64DD case, because I could get a sense of, like, a track editor case on this one being really cool. But, unfortunately, we didn't have that. And maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's where Nintendo would think. The idea of, like, maybe if, like, we can't do one, maybe do, like, a Mario Maker case. Because, actually, Now I'm thinking about it, I don't know if Nintendo's done something like that, where you have like a user-created racer game, or something like, I guess for PlayStation case, Mod Nation Racer, which did that. It's Mod Nation Racers. It was on PSP and PS3. That kind of did elements of that, although some people say like, hey, no, I want them to design my game. There'll be a cop-out and say like, hey, we're gonna make a new one, but you have to make it. Yeah, Great Thunder. Whoa! Got it. That'd be a great idea, for sure. We'll see how that's going. Alright, so what's next on our track list for X Cup? Because, yeah, you never know what you're going to get. Alright, so another sort of circle, but it also looks like they're curving the, Okay, yeah, alright, yeah, you can also look backwards from the start of the race. I did not know that. Yeah, more of the tubes and more of a potential motion sickness. Oh, alright, fine. They're getting, messed up because it gets tight in there, but... Okay, honestly, this looks kind of like one of the first ones we had. So, I mean, here's the other thing. I don't know necessarily how this is working. I'll have to dig into this. Because I don't know exactly what's the mechanism that they use to do the random generation. I mean, there are probably people dug into the code of this to understand how that works. I'll see if I can't find something. If I do, I'll put a link into it. Because actually, I did find a lot for this game anyway, as far as elements even of strategy of how to run this and how to control it. So I'm probably sure someone dug into the code on this. You got a sense of how does it determine the level layout. And nothing else was an easy first place. And so far, we're not running into cases where we're dying constantly or everybody's dying on a course. Alright, so... Nice night sky, good for going to sleep, but again, also kind of a circle. It almost looks like a loaf of bread. Yeah, really, it's another loaf of bread with another tube, or it's a loaf of bread in a tube, I guess. Oh, okay, I get why they're crashing on that one, because they kind of got clustered. Actually, I'll be curious then to go back to the footage on that one we had, because yeah, we're never forgetting that one. Just see what killed everybody, or did I miss that? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, at this point, also, I don't necessarily even have to worry about hitting the walls. So honestly, these are some of the easiest. Oh, fine. That's the easy one as far as, having the tube that way. Yeah, just boost and forget. You'll be fine. There's nothing you can crash into. And nothing else is giving you that adrenaline rush of a racing game, which I guess of the racing games on the system that do that, I'd say probably this one and San Francisco Rush tend to do it the best as far as that idea of, oh my god, look how fast I'm going, oh my god, I'm out of control, and oh my god, I'm loving this. Alright, and lastly... Okay, so last hurrah, let's see what we got. Okay, something that's not a circle, thank god. Alright, looks like a... oh, shit! Wow, okay, there's a tight turn. It looks like... Oh, and there's a bottomless pit, or a lack of guardrail. I guess it looks like a... I can see sort of something of a shoe, maybe like a horse head, maybe? I don't know, I'm kind of reaching on this. But yeah, let me know what you think this is. This is something that feasibly there's more to work with than just a circle. Oh. I say I gotta be careful with this curve right here. You try the blast turn around it. Alright, yeah, it sort of works. Amazingly, nobody's died yet. Yeah, from what I understand, that's what can happen, I guess, a lot. You'll get really tight turns. Honestly, this is one of the examples we're gonna see of that. Well, that and also lack of guardrails in places. Whoa. Whoa! I'm gonna win anyway if I don't win the race. I think we should be fine. Alright, third, I'll take that. Alright, so with that, we're set. Let's see what happened with this. Yeah, James Cloud, unfortunately, you were at the bottom. We brought you to the top before. Yeah, Billy. Yeah, this is why I used him, I guess you could say, that perspective, running through each of the cups. And now I can toss X cup on top of that. Well, actually, you know what, before we end, I want to check one thing. Because since they don't give you the X's off of X cup, apparently, I want to see if by doing this, do I get a trophy for him. We'll see. In that case, it'd also be a fitting one to end the show with the nice fireworks and with the nice night sky. I definitely had a good night playing this game, and thank you very much for helping make it happen by requesting it and also joining the discussion. Thank you for such a great discussion, as we always have on this program. So in third place, we have Samurai Goro. In second place, there's Leon, and then Billy up top. Humans are lame, monkeys are good, Billy's the best. Although, hey, you are descended from humans and vice versa, my friend. But yeah, we made it happen. And 64, okay, so I guess they changed what the layout of the fireworks is going to be. Also looked like it was kind of, I don't know if the video is going to show this, it looked like it was kind of holding that picture of the text box on when we did that. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so last thing I want to check, and then we'll be done with this. And we're going to this again, because I want to see... Okay, no, it does. Perfect. Okay, so there are all of the trophies for Billy, for Expert. Okay, so there you go. There is your perspective of that, and your perspective of Zero X. I think we can go back to the title screen to have the nice ending. Get that great guitar music. Oh my god, so good. For every aspect, even though a lot of these tracks are from the Super Nintendo game, they remixed them really nicely. Even like the Mute City case, where they had like the chorus case of the, or the harmony case of the guitar. Actually, I like it better than the one they came up with before, the which whenever I hear that in the Super Nintendo version, not doing that, I'm like, that's wrong. It's because of this game. Which, speaking of which, I'll go with my final thoughts on this game. It is a terrific racing game. Terrific futuristic racing game with a lot of variety. Pretty much endless replayability with that X Cup option for it. As well as really deep mechanics that are deeper than I think I really realized. As well as its focus on speed that really gets you a sense of, oh man, I'm going fast. And it has a lot of variety in its tracks, its characters, its modes, and it is a lot of fun. It is a very good game if you haven't played it. The cheapest way is on the Virtual Console on the Wii U. I actually didn't mention this part of it. There's a problem in that, apparently, from what I understood, and a lot of people complained about at the time, that there's a dead zone element on the controller when you're on the analog stick, specifically when you're turning. It made turning very difficult. I don't know, I never played that version, so I don't know to that. But that's the cheapest at $10 while you can still buy it, because remember, at the end of March, you will not be able to add money via credit card to your Wii U 3DS account unless you have it linked, or you have a Nintendo account linked from your Switch to your 3DS and Wii U, in which case you can, or you can buy cards or eShop cards and put on until August for that. And the whole thing shuts down next March. It's also on the Switch Online Plus expansion pack. If you have that, it is well done, for sure, in that. It is one-to-one with this, pretty much. In terms of the controls of it, it feels fine to me. I didn't realize anything off with it. Nothing as far as button lag that I could figure. It does play great with that N64 controller, for sure. And it is online. You can play it with up to 4 players, although I don't know how that works when you don't have people on friends lists. It's like random pull, it might be. But, yeah, that is a good other way to get it. And as I mentioned, it's on N64. It's about $50 on the N64 as it is, so honestly. If you have a Switch, maybe that online expansion pack case is the best way to go. You get that and a bunch of other games as well. most of them done well now or done better. I hope they fix Mario Golf, and I hope they fix Yoshi's Story, but Yoshi's Story is a launch title, they still haven't touched it. Which is why when we play that, we're running Wii U, because I do have it on that, because of the control reason for that one. But yeah, it's a terrific racing game. Definitely one of the best ones the N64 had. There are tons of racing games on the system, and a lot of good ones. I've got a lot in my collection here, so if you want to ever see anything with that, name what it is. I probably have it, except for Stunt Racer 64, which is in the $1,000 game, because it's a rental-only case. That one I don't have, so yeah, if that's going to be the case, I'll have to figure out how to run that. Or, yeah, maybe. We'll figure that, and I'll probably have to emulate it. That'll be the only way whenever I could do that, because my setup I can't really emulate. And honestly, I try to avoid that when I can, but something like that, yeah, I don't have a choice. I'd have to do that. But yeah, this is a terrific game. You haven't played F-Zero X, definitely one of the highlights of this franchise, and if nothing else, I think our play of this is also saying to Nintendo, there's a fan base of this, trust us, you feasibly could rationalize this with money, I would think. I bet there are people who would absolutely love to see another one of these, another return to this, because it's been a while, and as I said, everything old seems to be new again, so I definitely love to see another one like this, and this game is definitely a good blueprint of what could be done in a modern context. I guess maybe take a look at what other games like Wipeout. Wipeout's still going strong from Sony. Sony does still put into that. So maybe something for F-Zero, because like it was interesting seeing this game kind of jockeying with the other futuristic racing games. And we'll definitely do some of those other ones we mentioned. We'll definitely do Quantum Redshift, because that's an awesome one. At some point, that's going to go on the master list, as will Glover, and the game was mentioned, or that I mentioned feasibly. Alright, so with that, that's the end of Super Old Game Saturday for this week. I'm going to also say one thing for next week's show. I'm going to the scheduling now. Next week I will not be here on Saturday. It will be on Friday, though. But, because I said, this show is too important and too interesting for me, specifically, and I guess for all of you, to say that we're going to skip a week. So if I have to do stuff on Saturdays for a week, it'll be a Friday show. And next week I think will be a fitting one. It's also going to be a viewer request case. We're going to be playing Warriors Woods, a puzzle game from Nintendo. I bought the Super Nintendo version. We are going to play it primarily there, where it has more content, has a story mode that's exclusive to it, as well as some other things. Thank you, good night, everyone. Well, of course, Jellyfin, thank you for jumping onto the show and joining the discussion. I'd like to see you as well. Everybody else out there in chat land. We're going to be playing it on the Super Nintendo next week, but because I do want to give you a little more variety, at the very end of the show, I'm going to show you the NES version. Because it's also going to be me, it's going to also be a flimsy pretext for me being able to try something tech-wise that I think will work fine, and it'll be like when we did Mean Bean Machine. We're going the 16-bit version primarily, and then I'm going to give you a brief look at the 8-bit one, which I have more familiarity with than on the Super Nintendo, but it'll be interesting, and it'll be a good there'll be a good reason for that, because, like, hey, otherwise I don't know if I'll have a good reason to talk about that one. But Super Nintendo is where we're going, because I was asked Super Nintendo, primarily run Super Nintendo, but I'm giving you a little more than that. That'll be Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for next week, so that will be May 6th. But every other show going forward that I'm aware of for now is going to be on Saturday. 2 weeks from now is a question mark in the sense of whether it's going to be part 3 of Sailor of the Story or the finale of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time with Proto-Rev. I have to get with him. I will probably get with him maybe after the show or tomorrow. I'll figure this. Hopefully by the time I edit this, I'll have an answer to that, and I'll also reiterate that when we do the show on Friday for next week. But those are the 2 shows for 2 weeks and 3 weeks from now. Those will all be on Saturday, and they will be for Sailor Moon of the Story's 3rd part and the finale of Ocarina of Time, depending on how the scheduling goes. End of the month, we are going to be doing the 2nd annual compilation program. We look at a classic compilation, which we kind of did last week with Sonic Jam, although the way this is going to work is kind of be an in-between with the Thanksgiving Showcase, where you take a compilation, a classic game compilation that either I want to play or chat you ask for, and we're going to play it, we're going to look at every game in it and give a little bit of a detail of what it is and what the collection offers. We're going to be playing Midway Treasures 2 for the Xbox. We did the PS2 version of Midway Treasures 1 last year, and that compilation show, by the way, is going to be every Memorial Day weekend. Last year we did Midway Treasures 1 on the PS2. I'm pretty sure next year we're going to be doing Midway Treasures 3 for the GameCube, and then Xbox's turn is going to be this year with the second one, which is the cheapest, and yeah, we have 20 games to go through. We're going to give a good look on all of them, go through our nice Midway memories. Then we get into June, where the first 2 weeks are going to be the Crochet Nerd joining me on the show. He's looking forward to this. I talked to him this week as far as the scheduling is working First week of June is going to be Space Channel 5. He and I are going to be playing through that for the Dreamcast on the day of its anniversary. Its 22nd anniversary. We're loving doing that, and we're loving the fact we're going to do that. He is looking forward to it, as am I. Get more Dreamcast representation. Get the sense maybe I haven't had enough of that. And then the week after that, we're going to start with The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. He's going to be playing for the first half of the game for us, and then I will be handling the second half. When we get to that, it'll be the same case as Without Korea Time once a month. He'll be on the show, so yeah, that's the case. And then, outside of that, as far as June's concerned, it'll be the next part of the Element of the Story. It might be the finale, I don't know how it's going to run. And I think I have an open week for June, so I'll get a sense. I'll pick something as far as the viewer request pile for that one, because technically we're doing the viewer request back-to-back. Did this one tonight for F-Zero X. Thank you, GameXplain, for this. It was a great selection and a great time doing it, and all the weird stuff we saw. And next week is Warriors Woods on Friday. But, again, thank you very much for watching the show. Thank you for helping make it what it is, make it so special and such a unique, relaxing hangout, relaxing kind of town hall for gaming. You want to go into elements of gaming, elements in general, we can do it, and it turns out really well. And thank you very much for all of your support and for everything you do to make this show. It is your show as well as it is mine, for sure, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart every week, but I still, my gratitude is never going to cease. So with that, hope you both have a good night as far as Electverse and Dolly Finn and everybody else out there. Have a wonderful night, and enjoy the end of April, and I'll see you next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Warriors Woods on the Super Nintendo and a little bit of the NES. Until then, keep being awesome, keep headbanging to this great music, and keep your speedy elements going. I'll see you next week. Great show. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dolly Finn. Thank you, Electverse. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you next Friday. Take care.